T-shirts and no Gucci, T-shirts and no Gucci, T-shirts and no Gucci on. T-shirt and no Gucci on. T-shirt and no Gucci, T-shirt and no Gucci, T-shirt with no Gucci, T-shirt with no Gucci on. T-shirt with no Gucci on. T-shirt with no Gucci, T-shirt with no Gucci, T-shirt with no Gucci, T-shirt with no Gucci on. T-shirt with no Gucci on. T-shirt with no Gucci, 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 T-shirt with no T-shirt with no Gucci, T-shirt with no Gucci, T-shirt with no Gucci on. T-shirt with no Gucci on. And we are ready. Of course she's going to Atlanta, Georgia. Too bad I can't go. Lord of mercy. That's just porn. It's just porn. Why is it on my timeline? People are not here yet. Oh. Na 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 na. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Charlotte says if there were normal people like him, they would be rooting for marathons to succeed so that our creators can have healthy competition. If they were normal people like him, content creator who has millions of dollars that can sit at home and play video games all the time, normal. Okay. You like to judge a game, you good or not. I don't know, you can tell that from 2video. I'd like to play it for a while. People on the current state of the internet embrace the game like the Legend of California.
You know.
Nobody said any words, which means I don't have to start the show yet.
We sort of realized, like, we've been doing everything very unconventional with this game. Like, you know, we're used to announcing things at huge conventions with tens of thousands of people live, and you know, millions of dollars worth of movies and promotion, and like we're just kind of winging it.
That's how it's supposed to be. The misnomer of believing it the way that people have done the industry business before COVID is a dream that only exists to those that live inside of a specific technological bubble. Normal people drop release trailers when they have new featured content that they'd like to show, if they do video trailers at all, period. Some people actually just drop patch notes and the new content that'll be in the game, and they keep working. But of course, he's in the technological bubble, so he's completely pontificating on yesteryear.
And we're just having fun, and we want to show you the game in progress. Like, all this is us getting ready for alpha at this stage.
I would probably tell you that what you should be doing is you should be getting ready for beta, not alpha. If it's still in alpha testing, you need to make it very clear that the game is not complete and finished. Because the quote here says, the internet likes to instantly judge if the game is good or not. They are judging whether or not there's enough content for them to believe that it's enough to get into. And yes, it is the fact of the matter that I can in fact tell from a 2-minute video if I'm going to like the gameplay. Because if there is no gameplay on display and it's all featured content, that doesn't tell me anything about the gameplay loop. It only tells me about the world and its backstory. And I don't care for any of that. Jeff Kaplan. None of us do.
And even alpha's going to be rough. Like, it's
no shit, Sherlock. It's an alpha. Its job is to be rough.
Not going to be a perfect smooth ride for our alpha testers. There's going to be
no one's asking for it to be a perfect smooth ride. What they're asking for is to see the vision.
Lag. There's going to be bugs. There's going to be crashes.
Then if those people expect a smooth ride experience, they shouldn't be playtesting an alpha game. Period.
We will do our best. Like, like this is our pride and joy. We're gonna do everything in our power to like fix stuff and
That's what you're supposed to do. Hello, Radio Chimp. 2 more people and I start the show.
make stuff awesome. But we figured it was just better to show you how things were going along the way. I know a lot of people like, you know, you put out like a 2-minute video of like, here's our game, and the internet just loves to like instantly judge, like snap judge, is the game.
That's what consumers do. We are customers. You are featuring a product. We want to see what the product has to offer. If there is no meat on the bone, why am I going to wait?
Any good or not? It's like, I don't know how you can tell that from a 2-minute video. Like, play
Then you have dev brain and you need to learn how to think like a customer and a player.
it for a while. And this game in particular, it's what I call a slow burn.
It's called a survival multiplayer. It's called an SMP. SMPs aren't necessarily slow burns. What they are is that they are a learning curve to learn how to go from acceleratedly slow gameplay to acceleratedly fast gameplay. Because when you know what you're doing, you can get through all of the content loops that are supposed to put you on the train tracks to get you back onto idea curve, where you're no longer concerned with, oh my god, I don't know how to survive the early game, I keep dying within the first 30 days, oh no, what do I do? To going from, alright, it's day 1, I can get into the caves inside of DST by day 11, and then I can be out before the start of winter and already have all of these necessary items that I need to have in order to open up the lunar route, so I can immediately get the Mooncaller staff, get the iridescent gem, and get the archives open while I'm in winter and exploring to get more vision. That is the difference between these two things. Of course, that's what happens when you have experience versus what you should be worried about, which is just getting people in the fucking door. Your experience right now is similar to the original launch date of Once Human. You are starting off with something that is going into that torrential territory. And as that is an SMP that is meant to be played online with server instances, you have people going into these server instances the same way they're going to instances of Eco. And where Eco's game loop is based on market, yours is based on the rustic American West vibe. So, you have to land the gold rush. You're worried so much about shit that it's not on your fucking table that it shouldn't even be a concern to you, dude. And there are enough people here. Let me finish this clip, and then we'll start the show proper. That's one person that's watched the clip.
Like, when we worked on Overwatch, we could put, if we could get 12 players together and demo the game for people, even when we had one map. We had the map, we called it Cairo, and it became Temple of Anubis. But we had like 4 heroes for our milestone playtest, and we could get anybody together and play one match of Overwatch for 15 minutes, and everybody was like, oh, I get it, this game's gonna be awesome, I'm in, let me play it. And it was
so you do understand the difference, you're just being retarded. Okay.
sort of an easy sell, where I feel like this game is more like World of Warcraft in the regard of like, even if we let you play it for 15 minutes, it's like in World of Warcraft, if you do Kobold Camp Cleanup, the first human quest in WoW, it's like how actual fun is that one thing, or how representative of the beautiful game that World of Warcraft became. And that's what I mean by a slow burn. Like,
nigga, that's not what a slow burn means. A slow burn is something that you should use to describe a single player game, not a multiplayer game. What you're trying to call it is the experience between something like what I just cut the video about for the Carl post. You're trying to map the graph between no friction, immediate ease, immediate pickup of play, and content that is based on a grand quest campaign with grand strategy. But it's not grand strategy. It's just an SMP. You're more worried about how many people you're going to get in a room with you to play the thing than you are about the game being functional. which is deeply concerning. That's deeply concerning, man. Why do people never understand what the trailer is for the person to judge the product to see if they like it or not? Because that's not how they think. They have industry brain. He has dev brain. And because he has dev brain, he doesn't have the ability to actually parse what the actual problem is. Many such cases.
I feel like people really kind of start getting this game a few hours in, and it's not one of those games that you instantly sort of understand in 15 minutes. So
it can be if you understand what the game is telling you and the game gives you an actual tutorial. And then again, if you drop people into an SMP similar to Don't Starve, unlike something such as Minecraft or Terraria, or I guess now since it's a part of the market, Hytale, you're going to have a very wide margin of people who are going to get it because they already are part of that genre versus the people who understand, oh, this is one of those kinds. It's just silly.
Tim, I think I'm soliloquying, so I should shut the fuck up now, and we should go do the job.
Mal, I mean, if you're a developer and you have interesting things to say about your product, you shouldn't be afraid to yap about your product. Literally, it is your job to sell it. This is what people won't do anymore, which is why it's so hard for people to be able to understand how to get to the product. Nobody wants to talk anymore about the shit that actually matters. So nobody knows if you know ball, Jeff Kaplan. You should know ball. You're the one that made Overwatch. So you should know how your baby is going to work in a marketplace full of people playing it when all you got to do is get the niggas in the room. Lord knows I know exactly what that feels like, because I do that every single week, from Wednesday to Friday. It is very hard to get niggas in a room to sit down and play a video game. Even harder still to get them to play something that's out of their comfort zone. But that's what you're supposed to do. That's your job. It's my job as an MC, it's your job as a developer, especially since you need to make money off of doing so. But the thing that's really important is you have to actually be willing to yap about what your product can do. Certainly, it's annoying as fuck. It's annoying to be rejected by the marketplace. But here's the thing. You should already know how to deal with that. You should already know how to deal with that. Be better. Do better. Like, you have to understand that the problem here is that your game, the game that you made, the game that you left the market for, your game was destroyed by Bobby the Goblin Kotick, who then sailed away on a golden parachute, and you had to pick yourself back up again and learn how to ride a bike again. That sucks, bro. That's really fucking sucks. That's really fucking sucks. But the thing is, even if that is the case, you're going from a AAA development cycle trying to push out another live service game to a live service game that has to get the same market as every single other SMP that exists in the marketplace. So, regardless of what you do there, you need to learn that if people want to hear you talk, you need to learn to talk. And if you're not the talker, put yourself in the kitchen and get a talker who can sell your product for you. Certainly, some people will be like, yeah, oh my god, yes, finally, he understands. I don't want to hear him talk. But no, bro, you can't do that. Stop doing that to yourself. Stop doing that to yourself. Anyways, Shabbat Shalom. Wham wham mazel. I'm in your fucking nozzle. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sunday, March 15th, 2026, middle of the month. It is 12:43 in the afternoon, and you are now rocking with a nigga who's rocking with y'all, because y'all are rocking with me. It is episode 42 of the Yap-In with Carl. I am your host, single player Carl, and as you can clearly see, this is a new era. Because I found myself a hairbrush that can actually go through my hair and untangle the shit. So now I actually have reason to do my hair properly. That's a mystery masker tool that we'll find out about later in the month. Those of you that are watching live are going to have the ability to know something that's happening that had already been voted on, that people who only ever watch me on the socials are not going to understand. We already voted on the fact that we would be doing extra content per the purview of our content drive, where you guys raised over $1,000, mostly with Champion in the chat room himself, Exo Crusher, donating at least over 550 of those dollars himself. In order for us to do the thing that I ended up rolling and flipping the coin on the selection, which was to dye my hair alongside updating the voice alerts and the sub alerts for the channel, I have to get my hair correct to do that. And so, yesterday, with my woman, we went and we got me to the products that I needed. Better hair care products, a detangling brush, a sports edition wave cap, seen here, and rather than a do-rag, I've chosen to upgrade to a bonnet. For those of you that are frequent watchers of my content, you're just going to start seeing me wear this bonnet all the time. I'm not going to explain it. I'm not going to explain it. Not a single person is going to explanation of when I started doing this. And I want you guys to let it continue to be a joke. Because up until the day that I present and show the hair color, we're just going to pretend that this shit's normal. Okay? If they're not a live content watcher, and if they're not showing up to the live streams and to the podcast, don't tell nobody. Let this be a long-running joke. Okay? Okay. Now, unfortunately, it is my doom to inform you that niggas are up back at it again on the timeline. And, yes, it does indeed pertain to the video games that are still being talked about. Fortunately, I put that in video format. As if you look on the channel, you will see that I put content together that is already live because of a reply that I actually gave to somebody on the timeline before I went live. Here on the timeline, if you are to look here, right here, sir, here, right here, you will find that I was looking at and talking to a person, or rather talking at a person, by the name of Gwen TTTV, where they gave this take about the numbers that were important to the conversations. And rather than tell you about it, I'm going to just let y'all listen to it. Assuming that those of you who came here immediately as I went live didn't have a chance to see this. Because the difference between the version that's on the channel and the version that is on the timeline is just that it happens to have my my insignia at the end. And go a little something like this. Well, see here, it's because the argument itself, if you actually look at it, is not on actual number size, it's based on scope and relevance of how quickly I'd like to play. Let me elucidate you for a moment, if I may be allowed to do so. I'm doing it anyways. Siege is dead because it had 80k concurrent. Siege is a PvP game. 5 on 5, 10 people at a time. How many times am I going to throw matches that then get reviewed, potentially bought on camera by Jinxie, where someone, just like this post that I wrote last night about the finals, happens to get the score that happens to have. So go ahead to it, not waste our time. I did this shit while I was editing, by the way. Where I said, when people said... That's why there's pauses. In game this decade, gameplay 10 years ahead of the time, limits potential, everybody loves this game, and yet for some reason, sooner or later, every player reaches the moment where they have their last game, their last dance, and they choose to leave it and move on to the next thing, they'll hold their attention. It's because I'm not going to pump 300 hours into a game where nobody fucking leads or follows, because everybody wants to go play their game, despite the fact that we're in the same fucking lobby, and we're all playing the same game. We just happen to play the part of the game that is in our control that we can play with. In MOBAs, this makes perfect sense when a person says, oh, play your game. However, it's still retarded and not an argument there. But here's the problem, right? All of this gameplay, all of this gunplay, all of the activity, and the fact that this is safe for China, doesn't remove from the fact that this video game is full of egotistical egomaniacs. Hello, Henry. You haven't missed anything other than the start of this video. Who will, when you call them on the fact of, use your microphone, use your microphone. I can't predict where you're going to be. I can't assume what you're thinking. Use your microphone. They will then have the audacity to get angry, go to your stream, and try to stream snipe you, and do it expeditiously because they're trying to farm for content, which is the number one problem when we're talking about video games that play PvM versus PvP. I do not, myself, or anyone else included, want to deal with the attitude of people when I'm putting up my own fucking content and doing the thing that I'm focused on, which is learning the video game. I do not want to take the time where if I'm demonstrating a point for people who are clients that pay me money, or for my own entertainment, that when I discover new video games and I get to experience new video games and the ins and outs of those games and all the other shit with it, I do not want to put up matches after matches after matches after matches after matches after matches after matches within a time period, and it's the same fucking bullshit every single time. I don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with that. Nobody wants to deal with that. So, realistically speaking, if we're being serious, that makes sense. It's just the problem that they're not using what they're actually trying to use as the scope to mitigate what they're trying to, analyze. But that's beyond saying, right? Argumentative amongst a bunch of shit. However, when you then move to Helldivers 2 is the most popular game in the world because it has 4... Is the finals good? The bones of the game are fine, but the finals itself is currently in a niche position, where if you are going to be playing that game, know that you're playing with people who are veterans and who are sweats. And they're going to use their egos as a justification for why they don't have to communicate with you. So the very thing that I was just describing inside of the clip is going to happen 10 times over, especially if you're playing inside the ranked playlist. And you're going to not only have to do the work of 2 people sometimes by yourself, but you're effectively going to have to deal with attitudes about strategies, tactics, the meta, instead of just being able to put hours into the game and become able to learn the game casually or competitively. Because all of the people who are left behind are the people who basically did not want to go to Arc Raiders. Because Arc Raiders is the other game that is made by Embark. They started with the finals and people were like all over it. And then after about season 3, people fell off of it because the competitive scene wasn't developing well. The casual scene is just dog water because, again, they don't talk to each other. They don't talk in the game. Then when you are asking, why are we not playing well? Slurs, slurs, slurs. The bones of the game, the gunplay, the actual mechanics, fine. The people who play the game, obnoxious. Just like League. 40k concurrent. Remember for the fact that actually, we're talking about Steam numbers. Steam numbers is not the entirety of the world. It is just more than likely the PC marketplace. So, for argument's sake, let's do the test right now. Let's go to Steam database. Let's risk and piss on the shit that is the corpse of Highguard. And then let's just look at the actual total of what we got here. Taking the context that we are looking at PC numbers when we're looking at these numbers. 55k players plus whatever the other platforms have as well is the actual amount of Helldivers that are active in the game, playing on any one particular planet at any one time. We are looking at a frequent wave that shows the health of a status peak. Now, let's stretch out for 3 years. Remember where we started from with the release, where we went to during Buff Divers, where we were during Escalation of Freedom, then when it went into Omens of Tyranny, then into Heart of Democracy, then into Story Arc 5 that would then produce us into the Unjust, as well as the March Towards Cyberstand for, as many would call it, Moderators of Oppression, but rather Machinery or Engine of Oppression, whatever the fuck the expansion is currently called right now. The numbers show the excitement peak, and then where people start falling off. So, if you look in terms of months, here's where we were on the March Towards Cyberstand in February. Then, look at where we are now. The arc happened, we failed, we're finding, we have people who are leaving the game because they're getting angry at the fact that Arrowhead dropped the ball when it came to dealing with the trolls, antagonizing that one guy from the Horse Sanctuary over $1,000 charity donation. We're learning that they don't actually make their own content. Almost everything they're doing, that if it's not some specific things done in-house or being delivered by other delivery firms. Shout out to my nigga Fine, and we're talking about people dropping off saying, bro, it's cooled down, I don't see the excitement right now, but if you play, that's cool, I'm gonna go play something else. That's what's happening right here. This is, I'm gonna go play something else. Something else took my attention span. What games currently came out that are holding people's attention? Oh, I know. You got Helldivers being turned off of, you've got Marathon being turned off of, you've got Arc Raiders being turned off of, because we've got Eugenics, because there are people trying to pipe up some bullshit called Time Takers. Don't see where that's coming from. You've got a bunch of people looking forward to some video games that are coming out soon. You've got people trashing on Xvoto. You've got people distracted by the Marathon bullshit. Alongside Eugenics, you also have Slate Spire, whose numbers do nothing but continue to climb. For relevancy here, look none further but here. And you're talking about attention being sent to places where we're talking about multiplayer experience versus single-player experience and the enjoyment that the person is getting involved in. Because the number one question here is, are you going to spend your time doing it? That's the number one question we're talking about, okay? That's the number one question. Are you going to take your time doing it? Are you going to take your time doing it, and are you going to play consistently? Is this something that you give a shit about? Is this something that you care about? If argumentatively this is something that you want to do and it's something that you care about, then it is in case the fact that niggas will do this. Niggas will speak on this, okay? Simple. It's very simple. It seems like it's a lot of talking with bluster. No, it's very simple. Does this game make me want to play it? No, I'm gonna go play something that's not going to waste my time and take me hours to get into lobby for, so that the urge doesn't leave. Is game addictive? Yes. Game keeps me in cycle. Play something else better, etc. Is it fair to say that those League players are the new COD lobby players? League players are like RuneScape players. OSRS RuneScape players, or like any person that does a subscription model video game, that wants to save or does not have the money to always remember to pay up their membership so that they may be able to play the game concurrently. Since free-to-play is almost impossible to make the money in, because bond prices continue to inflate and inflate and inflate and inflate, the same attitude of no person really quits the video game, they just take long breaks, is very much in effect. So, that was a rock. So, the problem that you're dealing with here is you're dealing with people that are effectively angry that they're having to play a video game with other people. Antisocial is a word. I would call them oikophobic because they're bigoted against other people and they're also misanthropic. They hate other people as well. Antisocial people playing a social video game and then getting angry that you, a person playing the social video game, is interacting socially in the game. To say that COD players and League players are two different generations that relate to each other, no. You have little, safe, queer females and males that are dropping hard remarks because they're getting accosted with a 5-minute queue, let alone a 1-hour queue. Whereas people like me are going la la la, la 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 la, as I'm waiting at midnight because Eternal Return is a Korean game, to get ranked matches all the way up until from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. And there's near a problem in the water. Saying that they're the new era would be technically more like saying they're the new generation. But they relate a lot more to unk-slop gamers who won't take the time to learn video games, trying to profit off of them because they're new in the marketplace, than anything else, Henry. Bring ourselves back to the same conclusion, and then we continue forward. The finals is respectable in niche because it has 20k. Considering what I just said about the finals, assuming that all of the tourists left, and all of the people like myself who would have been veterans that would have given their chance are the ones that remained, and that's who's in the competitive scene, and we already know that some of the top grapes like Piggy already moved on deadlocked. Let's Do It fucking hates the competitive scene, the people that are in it. Yes, that is actually good. That is a niche game that doesn't require that much time because it is actually faster, arcade-like shooter concepts. You literally just shoot people. The same way that in Eternal Return as a battle royale, even though it's an anime aesthetic, and it plays somehow like League, it is not League. It is a video game where you go and you kill people. You don't need to push objectives, you kill people. You don't need to be doing any of that extra bullshit that happens in a MOBA setup. You just kill people. That is what it does. There's elements to it that require techniques and skill picking. If you have never seen that game, might I be able to encourage you all, if you feel like it, that you go try Eternal Return. It is free on Steam. Costs $0 and 0 cents. $0, 0 cents. If you haven't tried it, if you have never seen it, Eternal Return, free on Steam. Regardless, at the end of the day, that is how that works. So, when you then say things like, Marathon is dead because that's 55k concurrent, it's not dead, it's dying. It will die. Because they don't have good content. The art aesthetic is an eyesore. They tried to nickel and dime people for money, and they got caught, and they had to walk it back. They're trying to tell people to hold their reviews for the game, because you've got a bunch of people that are currently having entire antagonistic events talking about content and drama and cycle being discussed. And then ultimately, these people aren't able to actually make their minds up because they're using all of these unfair standards, which I do agree with you, it is stupid, but there is logic behind it. Unfortunately, this is not a game journalism problem. When you say, I'm pleased to announce the Game Journalism Award to the Dean Bogey. No, this is not a game journalism problem. It is not an anti-woke or anti-woke problem. It's a niggas are lazy problem. That's what it is. Consider the people who are talking about it. Ask yourself a question. Why aren't they playing the games? The short answer, the real answer to that situation, because this is a flip pod. You're getting Carl posted. And yes, this will be up on my YouTube in case you're bored enough to actually go watch it. And everybody else can leave the comments about it. Leave me your opinions. Let's see who watched all the way up to the end here. If you've watched all the way to the end here, type guacamole nigga penis in the comment section. The real answer here to that question of why are they sitting here talking about the games without playing is because they would rather talk about the drama to try and get clicks quickly than actually discuss the content inside the games integrally. They don't want to talk about Siege because Rainbow Six Siege is a bad game. It is dead. It is dead because it is past its time. It's past its prime. It's not exciting to be a part of. It's not exciting to be in. Helldivers 2? It's popular because of the fact that it's a PvE game that alongside Marathon and also Art Creators and other people that get angry at other people playing PvP games will say, bro, if you just want a PvE experience, don't play Helldivers. It's a game that you can jump onto with a 4-man lobby co-op system and have fun. Fun is relative, but fun. Right? Same argument exists for the finals and for Marathon and any other game you want to play. People's mindsets on numbers are based on the PC marketplace that comes from a perspective where they speak about things that they're not participating in.
They like to use the numbers because they want to be a part of the fucking argument. They want to be in the hoopla. They want to be on the bandwagon. But unfortunately, their name isn't Mark Curran. So when they say this game is dead and you're welcome, gamers, it doesn't ring anything. It rings fucking hollow. It rings fucking retarded because they aren't actually participating in the content. They have demonstrated themselves more interested in the drama than in the material, and that's why, example, you have more comments. You have less comments, and you have more retweets, and possibly even people responding to you on your tweet, and also bookmarks, then there are people trying to trying to comment here. Because everybody's seen various versions of this. And literally, an example here, right here, featuring J Viper's tweets, exactly what I'm talking about. Every single time I have responded about a single person, and I have raised the pot, where it's now $200 for a person to justify to me why they're going on this anti-woke street. None of them are playing the game, but they're talking about the games. Which is bizarre to me. It's bizarre to me, it's bizarre to other people who have names and other check marks as well, but it's bizarre because no accountability is being taken. Zero accountability is being taken. They say things that they don't extrapolate, and then they say, well, you'd know if you were a part of the scene, and it's like, but did you play the game? Did you try playing the game? Did you try learning the game? They can't do it. They jump on when they see a bandwagon, and he says, oh my god, I can't believe that Slay Spire 2's modding Marathon. Here comes J Viper saying, I've never heard of you, but now I support your content. Why? Because drama. It doesn't make common sense. It's worse than haters. It's dick writers. See, a hater's job is to hate. They're gonna hate shit, and they're gonna go do the thing that they want to do while they're hating on shit. And really, the question you ask there is, how are you gonna hate when you can't even get in the club? But dick writers don't pay money. Dick writers don't pay interest. Dick writers don't build community. Dick writers don't build communion. Dick writers don't build fucking coalitions. They just yap. And yapping ass niggas that don't create content for shit is noise. They're white noise. And because of the white noise, people don't know what up is. They don't know that up is down and down is up. They don't know that up is up and down is down. Because all they know is, but look at how bad they're playing the game. Did you play the game yourself? Well, no, but I said the game's bad. It's like, did you try playing it yourself? Well, you see, I heard from Smash 18, and that shit's fucking stupid. Now, mind you, in the case of most of these games that I've covered, that I've talked about, because I've been talking about it since like forever, but not really forever, but the drama cycle as it started up this month with Marathon. I didn't play Marathon personally, but I've already played games like it. I know how it goes. I know how it works. I play Once Human frequently, and they are the exact same thing. They want the opportunity to get in on the drama because they see the opportunities that come from talking about it. The same way that would come from playing it, they want to get the opportunities just by talking about it. It's like imagine that these niggas are saying, Lord, I saw what you did for the bird peanut, and I want you to do that for me. But the only thing they have to offer is rage bait. So they just keep rage baiting about this topic, because that gets clicks. They think that the likes will correspond into clicks, and they do not. They don't make content of any damn. They don't have any drama going about themselves that is any interest of any content of any damn. And they don't have the ability to do what I just did on camera for 15 minutes and 14 seconds. So it's like, if y'all niggas aren't going to actually tell me what's good, and you won't show me something that's good, what the fuck are we doing? Makes sense to me. Doesn't it make sense to you? Anyways, that's my explanation. Not trying to antagonize you. I'm just telling you what it is, how it is, from a nigga's perspective. Now, if you excuse me, I need to start brushing my hair because I need to go on camera. And if you find me where you find me, you can find me live probably today doing my Yap-In number 42. Alright, people, I'll see y'all literally in like 10 minutes. Bye-bye. So, that's what I said on the content, on the topic. And that leads into what we're talking about today, which is part of the reason why the thumbnail is the way the thumbnail is. For all the people who call themselves experts, why do I somehow know more than the fucking business elite experts that are a part of the industry? Got a journalist trying to tell me, actually, it makes perfect sense for Marathon to ask them to delay their review for the game, because, you see, the new zone hasn't came out yet for the play testing of Marathon. Nigga, I'm sorry, if you wanted that to be a part of the goddamn review on first launch, maybe you should have had it feature complete before the game released on the fucking 5th. Oh, you want them to wait until the middle of the month? How about you lick my cock and I give an update on my post talking about the new in-game zone when it appears? As well as the rest of the shit that changes or gets improved or gets buffed or gets nerfed. Like a normal fucking person. Oh, you want me to play 300 hours of a video game before I drop a review? How about I give my first impressions and then I do 3 video updates in video format that shows the content that came from the live streams that is actually inconclusive of 500 hours of games that have been simulated down and have been packed down into those 3 videos that shows my entire experience. How about that shit? The common sense that the industry has doesn't seem to be common anymore. It seems to be a mega rare item on the drop loot table. And it's so fucking ridiculous that this is the conversation being had right now. Because then, on the other side of the fucking issue, you've got said grifters talking like they've done something important. Literal example, literally as I was tweeting, as I was waiting for you all to arrive, so we begin to show proper. The kind of shit that is going on
on those platforms amongst these people where they're talking and trying to give their energy to the subject matter looks like shit such as this. You've got people like Smash JT saying things like, who in the ever-loving commie fucktardation is this? What is this? Kotaku's big and mad at me that I keep doing their job. And, nigga, you're not doing your job. You have not done your job, Smash. Do you know how I know you haven't done your job? Because you are still doing that thing where you're asking for attention, and then you complain that you keep getting attention. This thing here, right here, Smash, that you're doing, right here, this thing where you say, these people are bad at their job, you can't hate journos enough. Here's me posting the entire article to antagonize people. Here's me adding the platform to antagonize them, knowing very well that most of the people that are still human there don't like you, and will say, here's a guy acting like a retard. And then you're sitting here trying to talk about getting an exclusive that reveals the funding, instead of you just putting out the document where it proves that 1348 ex voto has government funding. You constantly trying to brand this shit and antagonize these people and keep posting their names. Yeah, dude, that is dumb. That is a dumb thing to do. That is a really stupid thing to fucking do. It's really fucking stupid. And the people in his comment section saying, hey, I wonder why they gave credit to a coal posting account like Pirate Nation instead of you. That's really interesting. No, it's not interesting. He's an annoying fucking... Excuse me, people on Twitch. I need to say a gamer word. I need to cut your feed for a couple of seconds. Excuse me, please. He's a retarded fucking faggot who won't leave them alone. He keeps stalking them. He keeps cyber stalking them. Of course they don't credit you, because you don't deserve credit. You're stealing from other people and then putting your branding on it and calling it your own reporting. You're worse than them. You're a yellow page journalist. And then you're a coward who constantly picks fights with people. Of course they would bury you. Welcome back, Twitch. So, the fact of the matter is that this kind of back and forth, you can't have conversations about this. So this level of dick riding shit, especially when it comes to woke versus anti-woke, I'm done with it. I already said what I said. The same shit I said about Andy Shankar is an application here. When I see niggas doing bullshit, I'm on your ass. If you don't change up, I'm on your ass. If you keep doing it, I'm on your ass. Because this is the fact of the matter. Why is this something that you're choosing to do? Money. Attention. But can you tell me about Marathon? No, you can't. What can you tell me? You can tell me the game's bad, the game's woke, don't play it. But when I look at your VOD, what do I see? Looks inside? Failing the tutorial. Twice. Stumble bunting to the tutorial. A second time. During the service lane. Losing both your runs. Dying in the first one because you're too busy reading chat room to watch your fucking six. Failing your second one and not extracting with your team because your stupid ass is too busy trying to loot everything instead of actually learning how to look at your surroundings. And then, at the same time, those people in that sphere who put their attention on him, rightfully, then wrongly put their attention on Vara Dark, and say, actually, you don't know how to play the video game either, Vara Dark. Look at you. Look at what you're doing in your VOD. Look at how you're behaving. Look at how you're playing. You're so bad. You're so bad. Those are bad. You're so bad. And it doesn't show shit. It doesn't show shit. And then, to add injury to insult, some of you are dumb enough to think that the reason why people won't jump in on you and jump in with you to antagonize these people is because they must not be properly informed. I'm trying to go find it. A particular comment in question. Here we go. Found it. Some of you will come to people like me, and when we call you out and say, Broham, this ain't the move. You're literally just crazy. You're just making shit up. And you're being retarded while you're doing it. You'll come to us and say, actually, sir, actually, if you just go to the VOD on this section, you'll see that my justification is completely acceptable. No. I'm not on your side because I'm not informed. I am informed. I'm not on your side because you're being a fucking retard. There's a miles difference between, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know where I am, oh my god, I stumbled onto the game's bad because I don't know how to play it, and a woman who aren't making those excuses. She's reacting to the game as it's happening, and in reacting to the game while it's happening, she dies in a run. She didn't complain, she wasn't mining, she wasn't malding, she wasn't moaning, she was trying to heal, trying to cover with her team. They took a bad fight. They got eliminated. She was on hits with targets. Trying to do her best. And she ended up in a gunfight. She played the gunfight poorly. She tried to recover actually really well. Ended up playing the gunfight poorly. And she lost the gunfight and the team wiped. That doesn't make her a grifter. How does bad gameplay make you a grifter? Hello? Did we forget what grifting is? Hello? It's dick riding! Telling people what they want to hear to confirm their biases. That's grifting. Grifting is not, I had a bad game and went 1-5. But of course, niggas who don't play games and jump on bandwagons don't actually care about truth. We live in an attention economy. We live in a post-truth economy. It's not about it being true. It's about what gets clicks. And yet, notice how, do you notice in the clip how she is using an appropriate weapon at the appropriate range? Do you see how she's trying to use her hip fire to try to win the shot instead of ADS zooming in and going like, oh my god, they're moving too quickly, I can't put them down my scope! Because she doesn't play like Shroud. Dark is a grifter. Close enough. Welcome back, 50,000 clones of David Jaff. Remember when you guys were on her side then? Remember how quickly you abandoned her now? Do you remember when David Jaff said the only reason people listen to her is because she is a woman and has tits? And she had to say, here's me playing all those video games I didn't play, and it's VOD after VOD after VOD after VOD after VOD? You remember? College Farm remembers. But hey, the argument moved forward. It moved past us now. We no longer live in that time period. We're no longer fully attached in the cabeza. We no longer are thinking laterally about how we're thinking about content. We're not thinking about what is actually true. We're not thinking about what is actually correct. We're just making up arguments. We're just making up arguments that sound good enough so that we can say, I don't have to care. She's just bad at the thing because look at how she talks. Look at her content. Look at what she makes in her thumbnail. And therefore, that now justifies you doing the same level of shit and being fucking stupid. Because here's you glorifying yourself. Look, my tweet went viral and now people are copying me. Grifter ratioed. Bounce your head off the floor, please. You're useless. You niggas are worse than useless. But you see, if I say that, allegedly I'm tilted and I'm upset over nothing. So I offer you money. Come here onto my show. Call in. The link is posted and pinned on every single platform. And if it's not, it's about to be. Come into the show and explain to me what the difference must be. Because I don't see it. I don't get it. Lay it out to me, King. Oh, what's happening? Why aren't your words working? Oh, man, that's so crazy. Whose argument is this? That's a fun argument. Did a streamer give it to you? They had to have to. Because it's not yours. It's not your argument. They aren't your words. But for some reason, you keep repeating them. They're not your arguments. These aren't your arguments. Not only are they not your arguments, they are somebody else's argument being regurgitated, just like yours. Because it's about being seen doing something that you think is funny, which is harassing the person who you think is perfectly good to be bullied, rather than the reality of it. Because then you turn around and say, actually, what's the difference here? Smash Safety a woman now? He got the same treatment. This is how we treat all grifters. No, it's how you treat people when you think you know what you're talking about.
It's how you people treat people when you think you know what you're talking about and you don't. It's how people can come to channels like mine and creators like myself and tell me do my job when I'm literally doing my job. On a day where I'm having fun playing video games with my chat room. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. And yet, that's the position we're stuck in. We're stuck in the upright position where we're incapable of telling the difference. Because nobody knows what the difference is. I shouldn't say nobody. Nobody that is of consequence doesn't know. These people are not of consequence, so they don't know. They can't tell the difference. They have the NPC feature. They have gotten a new script update that has told them who they are and if they deserve to have attention. And then when they discuss the issue and the problem, they then do the stupid thing and they do the dumb irony of calling somebody a shit critic. Because, as you all have seen, because I was introduced to TTPN Gaming by the homie Cassie, shout out to Cassie, here he is on the timeline doing the exact same shit. Var is having to address this drama that's been dropped off in a panic draws, and y'all motherfuckers come in just like he does. You're a shit critic. You don't engage in the medium with any real passion. You didn't try to find out how the mechanics work or anything like that. You got tilted and made a shitty and hasty review, but you admitted it. You just do the shit for attention. I don't know how the fuck you can confuse Var Dark and Smash JT. I don't know how. For some of you, it's just that you want to shit on anti-woke people because you hate the anti-woke. Go ahead. I ain't gonna fucking stop you, but I am gonna criticize you and call you dumb. Because on the other side of the anti-woke, they're doing the exact same shit. And these niggas don't play their games either. They're playing them just to be topical. They don't have any deep criticisms. They're not willing to get it. They're just glad and saying, phew, we don't gotta have to catch the smoke. Yeah, get that nigga. What is this for? What are you doing by doing this? To rephrase that, I'll ask the question another way. Damn, that's crazy. Hey, crazy person who's saying this online. You gonna go live on Twitch and show me how it's done? No? Then why the fuck are we talking? I like having conversations that progress, that go somewhere. I ask a question, we go on an adventure finding out the answer. If we're not going to have an adventure finding out the answer behind why we're talking about shit, why are we talking? Just to talk? Just to be heard? So we can have thousands of people also on our side complaining about shit? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Because that's not how I use content. And mind you, there are people in high places. I can't say all their names. Some of them have asked me not to reveal them. But there are people who know that I know ball. I won't always tell you. But there will be signs. 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 So, at the end of the day, for all this bullshit that you're getting on, that you guys are getting onto, especially on these topics and these problems, I am telling you, I'm warning you, y'all niggas don't got 30 minutes. This drama's not gonna last. The game is either going to live or die. What you all should have done is you should have waited to see where the culture would be in 3 months. But now y'all niggas have made the drawing lines into, if you don't play like Shroud, you're a grifter. Okay, that's where the line is. Now the line is about to shift, and y'all niggas ain't gonna like where it goes. If you think I'm dumb, if you think I'm wrong, if you think I don't know what I'm talking about, please, call into the show. Call 555, let a nigga ride, and come into the lobby and discuss it. There is a $200 bounty that is waiting to be claimed. If it does not get claimed this week, the bounty will double to $400. $200 to argue live on camera with your camera open and explain to us and show us the reasons why it's acceptable to just harass people. You're not making arguments. You're not having conversations. You're just harassing people. Why are we just harassing this about things like Marathon and not a single fucking person who's for or against the game is actually showing me people playing it? people who are good playing it. Because I've seen clips. I've seen the best clips that the game has to offer. Hello, Icarus. I've seen the best clips that the game has to offer. Nobody's linking those clips. They're only ever talking about the supposed anti-woke players. Show me the good gameplay. Show me what's supposed to get me involved in Marathon. Prove me wrong. Show me why there are people allegedly saying the game deserves its attention. Because by the marketplace's numbers, the PC marketplace looks like they're chilled on this game. Namely because they don't like its art design, they don't like its world, they don't like its lore, and there's other shit in it as well that they just are super good on. Because if we're going to do this number then, if we're going to do this, if we're going to go band for band, if we're going to go band for band to be retarded, let's go fully band for band to be retarded, okay? Let's play this guy as yours ways, okay? Okay. So let's do it like this. First, we are going to shit on the grave that is the remainder of what shows and remains of Highguard. Because the game is offline, but somehow there are 20 people online playing it somehow. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but again, point and laugh, point and laugh, point and laugh. Now, let's do this number scroll, right? Here's Marathon. And here's Arc Raiders. 47, little bit under, close to 48K right now. Let's be evil then. Evil twin, evil twin. Evil twin, evil twin. Evil twin, evil twin. And yet, I still don't see people doing the same shit here with that game, at least. Have they? I don't know. Y'all tell me. Have any of you seen people posting content and gameplay from Arc Raiders live on the timeline? Have you seen people posting their clips? Because I haven't. But I also don't hear anybody acting like a bitch about Arc Raiders right now. But all I see is people telling me, game bad, game sucks. And of the people who say, actually, it's good, I don't see no clips. Where the clips at? Where the game's at? Because the sad fact of the matter is, broken clocks can be right twice a day. The trajectory of the game, from where you started and where you currently are, is a downward trend. It is a downward trend. Because it's a downward trend, the question I have here is it because the game is finding its market? Much like the finals. Let's compare it to the finals. Is it because it's comparing in the maximal climb comparative that it's declining, but it's finding its player base? Or is this the case of hype? Because you see, they have theirs scoped out by hype as well. Here's where the game launched. Here's where Season 2 was. Here's where I stopped playing in Season 3. And there's been 6 more seasons since then. And it looks like numbers go down, go up, go down, go up, go down, go up, go down, go up. Which is consistent with updates. I don't see the same scopes here. Mind you, we're supposed to be waiting for the new in-game zone that's supposed to be released in the back half of the month. That was a part of the reason why they were asking for people to hold back the review. So I expect this number to go up soon, right? If it goes up and it stays up from that break point, and it looks like a stock market graph where the green outweighs the lines of the red, then we don't have to talk about this no more. And people can just start posting clips, right? Right? Apparently, I don't know what I'm talking about because people allegedly tell me that I'm stupid and I don't know how to do my reviews. I don't know how to do the effort. I don't know how to do the job. But it seems to me, as somebody who plays video games, I can see who clearly knows ball and who doesn't. So these guys don't care if they're doing the job correctly as long as they can shit on them. There are people that have chosen 3 modes to attack people in. You're not playing like Shroud, so I don't want to hear you giving negative reviews about the game.
You guys spend so much time antagonizing this game, saying it was going to be bad, but you guys just don't know how to play the game well. That's the reason why you shit on it. You're bad at this genre of games. They do the job, but they're not playing like Shroud. See, you're a grifter because you're talking about the bad topics and bad news that this game has, but look at how bad you're playing. You don't do the work, you don't do the job, you're just like the first group. And then the third group. They know what they're doing, they're playing somewhat decently well. They're not necessarily losing all their matches, and they're not necessarily losing all the runs, but they're not turning out clips that are like Shroud. Man, you're just mid as fuck. You're just mid as fuck, bro. Bro, you're just mid as fuck. No matter what they do, they can't win. Now, mind you, the people in Group 1 are the ones who deserve to be mocked. People in Group 2 and Group 3, they don't deserve to be mocked. JT played on the Server Slam. He was first initial contact, and he didn't do his job. He misrepresented what the game had to offer. She played first day. She played first day of launch. Bought it. $40. It wasn't a blow away from money. She has skin in the game. And people chose to take her clips of her first play session and say, oh my god, look at how bad she is. And took it completely out of context and lied, saying that she lied. And then for everybody else who's played the game, their clips are being taken out of context the exact same way as well to talk about the game being mid. Shroud's clips are being taken out of context so that the game can be called mid. Ninja's clips can get taken out of context so that the game can be called mid. Random content creators across the internet between multiple multi-streaming platforms and multiple social media platforms having their clips being taken out of context and being put in the worst light so they can call the game mid. Those people are not showing off the game badly. They're getting into bad situations that you then take out of context and say, oh my god, look at how bad it is. It is unbelievably forced. When people say the hate for this game is forced, there is some fucking merit, there is some charitable merit to this. But it's not in the way where they say it's being forced by the anti-woke grifters. It's being forced by the niggas who want this to keep being something they can farm clicks off of. It's from the call posters. It's from the dick writers. So yes, they don't care about them doing the job as long as they can shit on them. Because they're just going to lie anyways. The only way to know if they're actually improving is to wait for new information. And then go back historically and see if they continued covering it after the launch. That's what I made fun of multiple people for doing. It's the topical clip that I made. And it's the reason why I'm Negro Damas. And now I got the hat to fucking match. The fact of the matter is, the thing that's going to show if the game is actually good or not is if you wait and you don't talk about it and see where it is 3 months from now. 4 months from now even. 4 would be maximum. Because that's enough time for multiple games to have come out within the fiscal quarter. That anything that was releasing within the time period of the fiscal quarter 1 of this year, from January to April, will show itself to be viable. Unfortunately, it is the case that they don't want to wait. Because they're trying to yuck the yum as much as they can possibly get clicks off of it now. Because if the content update comes and goes, the major content update that they're saying is supposed to be the feature, complete version of the game, if that comes and goes, and it continues to be this way, as it currently is now, it is the case that the game is just mid. It hasn't found an audience, or does not have enough people in the audience, that claim that they will play the game, playing the game, to demonstrate that they will actually support it for what it deserves to be worth. It is the case that they don't have the support, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the money. And people aren't buying microtransactions to try and add money onto it. So then it just remains non-viable, and the conversation stalls. The conversation dies. And that's okay. If you end up having 30,000 concurrent players, that's fine. You can still exist to be able to compete and take up some part of a market space and find your niche. Because it is the case that, just like Arc Raiders was supposed to be a casual Tarkov, this can be a more up-to-date, hardcore version made by your favorite developer, Bungie. Made, air quote. But it's the case that it's not, because it's just mid. It's just bad. But that's opportunity to change. Look over on the other side of the live service space, right? Look over at things like Overwatch. Go look over at things at Overwatch. What made Overwatch improve itself recently in order for them to get to where they currently are, where they're still getting clowned for what they're doing? Despite the fact that even though they are being clowned for it, it actually is the case that they're being rewarded. They are still alive and still going. Let's put the numbers up there on this table.
Give me Rivals. Give me Overwatch. Look at these numbers right now. Look at these numbers right now. Look with your niggly eyes. How is it the case that they have that many bad reviews, but there's that many people playing a game that they hate? How is it the case that this game has this level of meager of reviews in this season, and it has the numbers it currently has right now? Although technically, if we're being fair, today is the middle of the workday on a Sunday night. They're not at their current peak that should be repeated across the rest of the time of this factor, right? Right now, we were here earlier, now we're here, and they're going back up to here, leading into Monday. And then if you look at the actual cap for what they actually had, here's where they started, and here's where they are, and here's what they're doing. And yet, if I stretch it out the exact same way for Overwatch, how'd that happen? How'd that happen? So, like, the game existing in the marketplace, Rivals, gave implicit reason for Overwatch to improve itself. Granted, now it's no longer called Overwatch 2. It's just called Overwatch. And yes, they're getting clowned for the fact that they did this. And this is all the consequences that are now coming out because Kaplan has the ability to talk about it, to say that he was getting fucked over the coals with people like Bobby Kotick. How the fuck does this game that's supposed to be dog shit woke trash end up pulling all y'all niggas back? How does this game that's supposed to be better and refined because, oh yes, the South Koreans will save us, Netties will save us, how is this game tracking underneath them? Anti-woke people, quick! What's the answer? What's the answer? Quick! The answer is because they encourage them to improve shit. And that's what needs to happen here with Marathon. That's what needs to happen here inside the space of the extraction shooters. Bungie needs to take their head out of their ass and change the things that clearly is making Marathon into a mid-bad experience. They have to improve that game and then change the things around, take some things out, extinct some things, sunset some things, get it to the point where it's consistent. I should not have to wait a month in order for my loot to reveal so that I can see what's on the body that I just shot dead before I get hounded by the hoods that's watching and hunting me in the game. I shouldn't have to deal with the problems that come with having retards on my team that don't know how to team fight and don't know how to play the game well. I shouldn't have to deal with quirks and issues and bugs and glitches that should have been fixed and solved, that are still being allowed and introduced because you thought it was fun to allow for a character to have an invisibility skill that can easily be glitched to become infinite and the most broken, unbalanced shit in the game, period. I shouldn't have people complaining about the reasons why they can't find ammunition because, lo and behold, they're using a loadout kit that is like a free augment. But the free augment restricts what they're allowed to use in their run. So the reason they can't find any ammunition to fight with the gun that they have is because they're not finding bullets for that weapon that is credited to that sponsor. And they have to make their own loadouts so they can be able to actually do runs consistently well and not have that limitation put upon them for playing what is effectively a free, limited, restricted augment that compares to a challenge mode. And they need to do all of this while the reviewers actually take the time to say, oh wow, that's the reason I couldn't find ammunition? Because I already have 15 to 25 goddamn names of people that putting out content about Marathon could not understand that they weren't actually able to improve the shit that they were doing from run to run because they didn't take the time to fucking read. Not reading their items, not reading the shit that they're clicking on. And then going to the goddamn internet and saying, because it's supposed to be your job to know anyways. And y'all niggas don't know. And so you're sitting there saying, I don't want to put any more time into it. Okay, then shut the fuck up. Move to the next topic. Nah, we're going to stay here because you want clicks. We're going to stay here because you want clicks. Now, in my opinion, I'm with extra pressure. Let them niggas rot. They don't deserve the money. They don't deserve the business. They clearly don't want to improve. They just want your money quickly. That's why when they got caught about the microtransaction pricing, they immediately fixed that shit. But they ain't fixed anything else about the fucking video game. You notice that shit? Yeah, I saw that too. So, it's a cash grab for Bungie. Don't play into the cash grab. Let the game quietly leave your mind. Don't go asking about the game. Don't go asking about the drama. Don't give updates to the drama. If you're going to speak on the drama, speak on the factor of the people who are talking about the drama, not the game itself. The game is going to either learn, succeed, and go on forward, or it's going to stall, stagnate, and die. Those are the choices. They can learn the same lesson that was learned with Rivals and learned with Overwatch. Because I can promise you, the anti-woke and the anti-anti-woke are not playing those games. Now, they don't have to play them, but the thing that is important, the thing that is really, really important, is are they actually playing concurrently? Are they only talking about the drama that's related to the game, or are they actually playing the game on camera, on feed, with people, or by themselves? I can promise you most of them are not. Anyways, catching back up. Let's say Resident Evil 9. I've seen people give shit to people who played the game, criticizing its worth, but then give them shit for not glazing it. Is that forced positivity, or is that glaze? Glazing mid-concepts is what glaze is. Forced positivity is when you are being toxically positive and saying nothing negative, knowing that you just want to start ranting for 15 minutes at a time. Whereas glaze is overlooking the issues to talk about the parts that you're in love with. They can feel like they're the same, but the glaze is basically hyping something up and completely ignoring its downsides. Whereas forced positivity and toxic positivity is surrounding and clouding something in a bubble. And when it exists inside that bubble, it never hears the constructive criticism that would help it improve. The caveat difference between the two of these things is, are you saying the thing that you're saying about the game because it's your opinion and you just want to talk about the game? Or are you saying it for the purposes of making the game become improved? Something like, say, the final puzzle. That puzzle, which takes the entirety of the video game and requires you to do some specifically hinted at content that will be noticed by eagle-eyed players. Are you able to do that content consistently with the puzzle pieces that you were offered from the review section of the detective mode of the game? Toxic positivity would be, wow, this is such a good puzzle. And everyone's like, but nigga, this puzzle's broken. Man, you guys are just hating the fact that something new is here. You're just complaining that it's not the same. And glazing would be, man, there's so much stuff to do, so much stuff to see, so much content included. And then when a person says, yeah, but the puzzle for the final puzzle is ass and dog shit, and the only way we were able to figure it out was the fact that we data mined the game, they hear you and say, okay, you're right. That might actually be something that, even though that is good, they could fix that too. Those are the differences between the two of those things. Are you just going to keep asking me to define quotes for you? I can, you can pay me money, I can write an audiobook and, answer your questions on a VOD, and I can do that. Just saying. Moving forward, though. That shit has to stop, okay? It has to stop. I'm saying this to all of you. You! Hear my voice! You all complaining about the video games! You need to stop. If you're not trying to move the conversation forward, to try and discuss how you're going to improve Marathon, improve the game that you're playing, improve whatever forever game you're playing, you gotta stop complaining about it. 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 Stop complaining about the grifters. Stop complaining about the anti-woke. Stop complaining about the anti-woke. Go do something fun. Have conversations about fun things, not about bad things. If you're not having conversations about fun things, you're going to be bored. You're going to be bored. You're going to end up with nothing to do, because if you aren't getting your dopamine hits from being noticed and being talked about, you're just gonna keep going on and on and on. And it is cope. It is cope, my guy. Decembro's got 2 great videos showing the startup of this drama and how that's continuing to carry out. Shout out to that nigga on the channel, because now he truly is a friend of the channel. But no, the cope continues. And I'm going to look back in on it, and I'm going to hear about the shit that's actually happening. But I'm not going to participate in this goddamn brouhaha. It's not worth my time. I have things I'd like to do, like what I'm currently doing right now. So, to give y'all some fun entertainment, I actually have some content that has been offered by members of the audience and community. If nobody has something specific that they would like to discuss right now, as I'm looking, we're going to look into some of that. So, if you have something you want to talk about right now, feel free to go to the pinned comment on all my platforms and choose to click on the button or type in !Yapin and follow that to bring yourself to the link to find yourself inside of the lobby room. And if you are such a person that is angry at the things that I've said and you'd like to have it out with me on camera, know that I have a standing bounty on those topics and subject matters. The bounty is now currently at 200 for somebody to explain to me why the Birdman is allowed to be a toxic shitheel, doing to other people what he claims they're doing to the world and to content, and $200 for a person to explain to me why it is acceptable to continue making noise about anti-woke or woke content creators that you allegedly hate, despite the fact that you could just literally do anything else that you consider fun. First caller. Well, Saffronet, how can I help you?
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, are we allowed to talk about topics that we want to, or?
Do you have something specific you want to bring up to me?
Off the top of my head, like, I saw a comment saying, I know you were talking about, like, people who are, like, either fans or something, or if they glaze it or not, but I've been seeing a lot of, debate on, like, fan authenticity, or something like that. And like the other day had a guy saying like, oh, I was part of the anime fandom back in the day, and you know, those guys who like those series with all those girls in it, yeah, those guys were totally potential predators, and people question him about it, and he's like, no, it was a different time. Like, you're telling me like people were being quote-unquote creepy perverts about anime in the 80s? It was barely a thing in the States. Like, you know, it just makes me scratch my head, you know, when people do stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So they're being revisionists?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, is it kind of, or are they? It's one or the other.
Well, I think it's like a weird revisionism type of thing. Or like, you know how like some fandoms do is like, oh, I may like this, but I'm not like those other guys that are into that. Because, you know, those guys over there, they're perverts and weirdos. And I'm like, you're also a weirdo. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. And you think that these people are doing this for what? Attention, opportunity, access to coochie? What?
I think in this case, just to not be lumped in with like the other weirdos, because they have like hang-ups of like probably being you know, picked on for what they like.
And what do you want to see happen?
I don't want to see it happen like that. the conversation. I just like.
You just think the conversation's dumb and they shouldn't be having it?
I mean, it did make sense to me. I just think this. I said something along the lines of the guy who's saying this lacks self-awareness. Because back then, if you were a nerd, they were into like sci-fi, D&D, or just like anime in general. You got labeled as a freak or a deviant, even if you weren't doing anything perverted per se.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think is going to change in that scene? Do you think those people are just going to end up taking up the space in it, or what?
Not really, but it's more like I think what I've been seeing happening lately is just like people openly calling out those who are like saying like this is such and such is a problem in our fandom, and then look at their page and they're into like VNs that are very lewd or something like that.
Sounds like they're just degenerates that want attention. Do you think that's the case? That they're just degenerates that want attention?
Well, according to them, they're not degenerates. So I don't know what.
And when they say they're
I
not
don't know what's
degenerates,
happening there.
when they say they're not degenerates, are they suspiciously hiding their hands behind their pants?
Maybe.
Because what it sounds like is that degens that have opinions about other people criticizing their work are trying to talk about some kind of other person to put the heat onto so they can continue to goon to whatever the goon that they choose to have oil for is that they would like to take part in. And, like, I'm super good on that. We can put them into their section, and we can let them be goons to themselves. But, why are they walking out of their place to be like, no, excuse me, sir, I'm not like them. I'm not like them. Nobody said you were. Why are you being so suspicious? Why are you hiding your hands behind your back? And why are you sweating so hard? That's at least my mentality.
Yeah, it's just been happening a lot, like lately. I mean, to segue into that, you got dudes on the internet trying to pull up some old drama again about, people that had their, who unwillingly had their personal dirty laundry aired out because they were being basically abused in that situation. And I guess now the cool thing to do is to shame somebody for the crime of improving their health and going to the gym.
And they were doing this to people like you, or?
No, not me. It was just somebody I know. I won't say it in this stream.
And so they're bullying these people, and they're doing it for what purpose?
I don't know, just to probably feel better about themselves.
That's your guess, or that's what they said?
So that's what I'm guessing by the way that how they talked about it. So I'm like, this guy's weird, and yeah, sure he's going to the gym, but he looks weird, like doing this weird catty type of shaming. It's just strange seeing like guys do that, but I guess is this like a consequence of like the mogging stuff?
I'm not sure if this has anything to do with the Jester Grinners, but let's entertain this as though it is. We already know that those people are not liked by any person who's an actual fucking gym rat, because they are antagonistic to the mind state of people getting better. We already know that they're not liked. We already know that they don't have any actual weight with these people, and that this is something that they do to make themselves look cool to the individuals who they can convince to get inside of this. It is the equivalent of basically having people coming around doing the exact same thing when it comes to the woke and anti-woke shit, and they are effectively trying to show off for women. And the women don't fuck with it, because they don't like them, and they don't like it. So, they're doing dumb shit. They're antagonizing people. In the course of antagonizing people, they're trying to make themselves seem cooler than they are. To the effect of what? What's the accomplishment? What's the goal?
I don't know, to say that they're not nearly as weird as they are.
But they are, but they're fucking weird. Like, they're already weird for choosing to attack people who have done nothing to them.
Yeah. I mean, also, for the crime of, like, also for, well, I say crime, quote unquote, going on an adult website to goon.
What websites are they fucking going on? Most of them motherfuckers are locked down, and we're not giving away our identification for some fucking mid-ass shit that I can get for free on the internet.
You know that site I brought up before? The site that where certain Twitch people are supposed to go?
Yes.
Yeah, they're getting mad at them for engaging in adult activities on that website. When I don't know if it's happening as much as it is on Twitch like it kind of used to, but I think there's a difference between, you know, whacking your willy on an adult website instead of doing it on somewhere like Twitch, and then like getting slapped with a 3-day ban like it's nothing.
Sounds like those people are retarded, and that they're not good company, and that in general, that if there wasn't something that they thought was supposed to make them look cooler by distance, they would be just as mocked as the people they're trying to antagonize. Because I'm not seeing the reason why they deserve attention. Because it's like Milo Yiannopoulos making fun of somebody that went to the gym. It's just dumb. The game is Don't Starve Together. Like, I'm certain for you, Saf, that these people seem annoying, but for me, I would eat these niggas' lunch, and I'd be bullying the fuck out of them, to the point that they get sick and tired of hearing my voice. Hell, there are people who allegedly say that they're sick and tired of hearing my voice right now. And that's just the fact of the matter. Like, I would keep bullying these people. I would bully them. I would bully them mercilessly and relentlessly, to the point where they have nothing left to talk about except the shit that I choose to be the case that will stoke their attention. And if they don't like it, they can figure out what to do about me. And I can promise you they will continue acting this way in perpetuity, because that's just what these kinds of niggas do. That's what these kinds of people do. They are bored at the end of the day. They are very bored. They are boring. Because what do you mean they want to bully some guy because they are working out in the gym? That's what he's supposed to do. What is he supposed to do? Be fat forever? Never improve his life? Never improve his positioning?
The thing is that the guy I'm talking about, he was like very, very skinny, or like very thin, and he started like gaining more muscle, you know.
And that's it? He used to be fat, and now he's being an asshole?
No, he used to be very, very thin, and he's going out to the gym to like bulk up and get muscle.
The person being bullied?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a cut and dry situation. People are bullying somebody who doesn't deserve it. They are short-sighted, and they believe they can get away with it. They deserve to get antagonized. Seems like a simple open shut case to me.
Yeah, but it's just like I don't understand it. I mean, if it's not okay to like bully like larger people who are like going to the gym, like why go against someone who's skinny and trying to gain muscle? It's because they quote unquote have a weird face for the person who was being the bully.
The simple answer I'll say to you is niggas are stupid. That's the simple answer I'm going to give you. Niggas are dumb. Niggas are dumb because they don't necessarily have to be smart. In many things in life. Just like what we were talking about now to what you're talking about. So, somebody who frequents this gym, you don't know their name and you're not comfortable telling me. That's fine. Some person out in the world sees a guy who is trying to improve his health by actually losing weight. The guy is putting in the hard work. He is not somebody who dropped off as a fad, who said, oh, it's too hard, I'm just going to go back to horfing down donuts. They are putting in the work, and they're showing up saying, yeah, fatty, fatty, can't pull a push-up on the bar, fatty, can't do a pull-up on the bar, fatty. Bully this nigga. Bully him. Bully him every time he opens his mouth, until he no longer wants to talk anymore. Cut dry. Pure simple. Because if all he wants to do is talk, and he has nothing to show for his own progress, then clearly they deserve what's going to come next. Which should be antagonism, mockery, harassment if you want to use that word, but continuance, mockery, stupidity of design, and then a little bit of that sauce, a little bit of that good. You know what I'm talking about? And what I'm talking about is an ass beating. You beat his ass. You tell him we don't do that shit here, and you beat him, senseless, constantly. Do that, and I can promise you this shit going to end in a fucking heartbeat. Because it's a lack of confidence of believing that they are the ones that will decide who is cool and hip and who is not. You put them niggas in their place, they're not going to keep doing this behavior. Of course, the argument here is that, of course, they're not going to change the behavior. This is what they already do. This is how they believe it is normal to behave online. So they're not necessarily going to stop doing what they're doing. Because if they were going to stop, they would have already picked some time beforehand to do so. But what I'm telling you, Saf, is that challenge these people when they're doing this, on the spot. Make them follow through. I can promise you that they're not going to follow through. Because it's not real life to them. It's a game to them. Just as much as it is a game to people who want to be antagonistic performatively. This is a game, and if you take the fun out of the game, they're going to either realize, oh wow, the reason people don't want me around isn't because I'm persecuted, it's because I'm an a-hole. Or they're going to think that they can take you, and they're going to try to fight with you. And you just continue making fun of them. Because for them, it's a matter of being cool.
I mean, I thought about leaving a comment on the video, but, you know, I feel like they might not take too well to, like, a longer comment, because, like, I have a lot that I want to say.
Just say it. What are we scared of?
I mean, I'm not scared. It was just, like, I want to say something along the lines of, like, dude, you're acting pathetic. I understand that you have your health issues of your own, but this is gay and dumb, what you're doing.
Yeah, tell them that. What's stopping you from telling him that?
Well, I have to word it the right way so that YouTube doesn't slap me. So.
Okay. I think it's gay and lame how you're bullying this guy for improving his health. Where do you get off being the moral arbiter of who's allowed to exercise? Boom. There you go.
Well, I want to add more stuff than besides that. That's just one of the things.
Okay, let that be an outline. Go from there. What I'm trying to get across here is that I can understand why you might have some resistance to doing it the way that I'm necessarily saying to do it. Because I'm Carl, okay? You can't necessarily do things the way that I do things. But we shouldn't be scared. What are we scared of, Twin?
It's not that I'm scared. It's just that like I want to word this in a way so like I'm gonna get all the points across and tell them that stuff you're talking about, like the stuff you're teasing about, seems to be the same to you, and they're gonna read between the lines and say like something.
Okay. That's no problem. Unfortunately, your 15 minutes are up.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to say on the way out?
No, that's it.
Alright, no problem. Love your girl. Talk to you again.
Okay, well, bye.
I see no other colors. Let's get right into that bullshit. So, literally from the content that we had covered before, we already looked into December's first video, and he is back again with yet another one. The Maricon Cope continues, posted originally on the 12th, I believe. From the nigga of the channel, Decembro. Yes, it indeed was on the 12th. Show the nigga some love. Go to the comment section. Tell him that the neighborhood sends him regards. And let's get it.
Fellas, I'll be real with you, okay? I'll spill it, I'll be honest. I like Cope. I love it. I love it so much, honestly. I truly can't resist it. Trust me, I try so hard. I really do. I try to make other videos. I
don't mind you asking questions, Rick. Especially if you're asking what game I'm playing. I don't mind that at all. I'm just used to people trying to filibuster things that I'm saying by asking me questions. And then they do so in a way of, like, trying to do gotchas. I just have instincts about this thing. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. You're not doing anything wrong. If I felt like you were overstepping, I'd tell you.
try to yap about other topics, sometimes very serious ones and all that. I play other games to make videos about them, but in the end, I just love to go swimming in the swamp that is social media gaming discourse. Anytime a major release like Marathon happens, the fanboys, the shills, the game journalists, the content creators, and the candy asses always make it unavoidable. So today, we are going to head back into the continuation of the great Marathon saga, because it has taken quite a turn. This is what Highguard's Cope should have been, but sadly it died way too quickly. The game was so dead on arrival that the Cope didn't have enough time to flourish and mutate. I mean, just look at this poor sod. This is Jake Lucky, GigaChad gaming guy on X with nearly 500,000 followers. I like Marathon, and I'm not afraid to say it. Bro looks like he just had a guy in a black soldier uniform coming over to his house to check if he's hiding a copy of Marathon under the floorboards or something. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get in there. One of the most important points of disconnect between the people who are loving their time in Marathon versus the people who were bored out of their skulls in the server slam, or who were just never interested in the game to begin with and get slammed on social media for daring to not like a video game, is funnily enough a matter of proportion. So the game launched to around 86,000 concurrent players on Steam, and then it hit a peak of 88,000 a few hours later. Ever since then, it's been trending downwards, and the estimated game purchases is around 700,000 on PC, and that's it. It's also been—
I don't trust these numbers, to be quite serious and honest, but these are the numbers that we're working off of that keep getting spread around constantly. If we're working off of what is supposed to be stable. These numbers are now lower, mind you, but we just gotta give some things up to the god of ecumenical politics. Because this is what happens when people choose to keep talking about numbers that keep changing based on the actual expectation of the drama that's being had about it, not the actual reality of the numbers that are actually inside of it. Very stupid, very hungry, very gay.
Been reported that PC is Marathon's strongest platform, so things aren't looking that good. But, unlike Highguard for example, it hasn't been a huge drop when it comes to concurrent player numbers. You can see here the latest 24-hour peak for instance is 66,000, so there's a loss of around 20,000 players. This, for Marathon fans, means the game is actually doing great because it's generally maintaining its player numbers. The problem though is that they're failing to understand how that's not enough. I have this sneaking suspicion that if the game released to 8,000 players instead of 80,000, and right now it was still 8,000 or maybe like 7,000, these Marathon copers would be over here like, hey, what's the problem? The game maintained its player base. Looks fine to me. And sorry, let's move on here. They don't even see the problem with how the player count didn't budge during the opening weekend. They don't see how bizarre it is for a game from a major publisher like this with so much riding on it, so many millions of dollars pumped into the marketing alone, to lose players during the first weekend rather than gain them. And so they just keep coping online, taking solace in exaggerations that are at times made by online jokesters. So for example, the Concord 3 label. These people are literally taking solace and like victory laps by showing just how many more players it has than Concord did.
See, I said this in my Concordian Defenders video. The fact of the matter is that the problem is that they're trying to take this in scope, like this is supposed to have been something that was being done to the game. Grifters were doing crimes against humanity to the game, and saying this game was going to be something that it actually wasn't. And instead of actually addressing the points that were being made, which was, this game does not have enough things going on in it. It is now transformed into, look, see, the game didn't literally die on drop arrival, you guys are just making shit up. And we have to sit here, flabbergasted. I sit here, flabbergasted, thinking, are you stupid? Are you a little bit dumb? Are you possibly coping? Are you seeing the same things I'm seeing? Because it was never about whether or not the game is going to produce a similar number within a region. It was, is this game showing people that there is something to it that inspires me to spend my money on it? The answer right now, apparently, continues to be no. And somehow, that transmogrified into, these guys are just being angry and unfair, and they're not giving it a fair shake. And because they're not giving it a fair shake, these people are just woke gaming grifters. And all the other bullshit they like to cope about. Because it hasn't produced the energy to show that it in fact deserves my attention. And that it deserves my money. We all know that this is the case of what we're talking about. But for them, it's all about beating the allegations. Beating the Concordian timeline allegations. When the way that they can beat the Concordian timeline allegations is by showing me fucking content. And they're not. So, round and around 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 a circle we go, where instead of telling us the reality of what it is we want to know, they keep telling us, it's not that bad, it's not that bad, but it is that bad. Certainly they don't have the scope, because maybe somebody didn't tell them how to find out that it's that bad, but it is in fact that bad. It's actually worse than projected. Because this is something that I talked about when I was talking about the Server Slam information about Smash JT. Smash JT's numbers show that there is a problem with his analysis. Because his analysis is not factoring in for the fact that the Server Slam had numbers that show a drop. There was never going to be a case of we'd open at 143 players on the Server Slam, and then we would also open at 143 on that as well. So, the numbers don't match up from launch to launch. And this is more consistent with the fact that people on the PC platform are basically waiting for new content, and they've already ridden the content trough out to its final conclusion. And certainly many of them are cheering about that. But they're not actually showing me, okay, where's the number, when does the number go back up? Like I was describing earlier. Show me where on this thing, in the graph, the number goes back up and we're chilling. Most of it's because they don't know how to look at the graphs, because they don't know how to read the graphs. Certainly that's part of it. But another bit of it is that they're not interested in showing you where that is. Because if they showed you where that number actually comes from, the particular argument that they're making falls apart. That is one part of the actual reality here. The conversation dies on the vine if they actually have a serious discussion about the things we're supposed to be discussing. It is the case that when it comes to the Concordian timeline, Highguard failed because it was made to try and trick us into playing AAA slop without actually proving itself deserving of our attention. The reason why Concord died was because they were trying to push AAA content into an oversaturated market field while hoping that gamers would carry the cost to bring it to its viral critical mass numbers that it needed for the game to survive. If Marathon does flop, it is not going to be because the woke slop gamers let it die because they didn't play it. It's not going to be because the anti-wokes kept saying the game would die on the vine, and then it did because they killed it, because they love killing games. It's going to be the case that it dies on the vine because the regular marketplace doesn't want to play it. Simple as. The marketplace that currently exists does not want to engage in the content. They don't want to play the gameplay. And it's okay for them to not play the gameplay. Because if they're forced and they're captured and they're locked in and they're hostage victims that have to play the shit because they're told to play the shit, then it is the case that you're going to keep hearing these arguments over and over again because they're not being honest with their real opinions. I don't think these people are able to be honest with their opinions, if you ask me. Because I do not judge content based on what other people tell me. I use my own opinion. I use my own opinion, and in using my own opinion, I arrive at the conclusion that I'd like to make about the content. If the game is not able to hold my attention because of that factor, there's no other explanation that I'm going to use, or that I expect to be explained, other than the shit is mid. It is acceptable for it to be mid. So it's like what do we do, dude? What do we do? Like, are we going to use our brains and think and use critical thinking skills? Or is it the case that we're just going to keep cycling the conversation still, like we were discussing earlier?
They're like, yeah, haters, keep coping, haters. Concord had 600 players at launch. Highguard lost half its player base on day 2. Meanwhile, Marathon has retained like 80% of its player base since day 1. Take that, grifters! And this is basically it. This is a win for them. Even some voice actors are joining the cope, and I don't even know how. I mean, they're voice actors. They should know more about the industry's inner workings than the average gamer, but I guess they don't, because here's the dude who voices the bald soy boy character with black lipstick that looks like an unfinished, underbaked Unity asset, celebrating all the love he's been seeing for Marathon and finishing it with, "The whiners are outnumbered." My brother, what do you mean the whiners? Is it at all possible these days to dislike a game or, have a problem with something or other that you have to criticize or ask for them to fix or whatever without being called a whiner or a grifter or a chud or whatever else deluded labels these people throw around?
No, it is not possible. You're going to be antagonized for the crime of asking. As long as there is a side that can act as the proponents, and there's a side that can act as the opponents, it is always the case that someone's going to call you a complainer, a whiner. They're going to say that you have rancid bad vibes when you're just telling honest truth that a customer would be asking. Because they are not interested in the dialectic that we are consumers, and we're asking for them to show us why I should invest. It is the case that by asking, I am labeling myself as their enemy, not their opponent. So where I am engaging in a conversation, and where Zembro is interacting in a conversation, when I ask a question, and Zembro asks a question, they are not engaging us as other potential consumers of content. They're engaging us as enemies. This content is linked inside of Printing Press Express. And continue into the same marathon content. They're not looking at us from the outside looking in. They're attacking us as people who are looking from the inside looking out. Where we're complaining about the grass being greener on the other side. And so they say, nigga, get out the house! Go play that shit on the other side! I don't want to hear you bitching! Because they really love the mentality of the statement, a video game is good when you ain't got a lazy ass annoying bitch in your ear complaining about it being bad. They don't want to hear people complaining. They have typographed the idea that having an opinion is the same as trying to destroy something. And because they have created this specific dialectic where there's only one correct way to engage in content, they have destroyed the ability to have a conversation. Any and everything is because you're an evil grifter. You don't have a reason to be invested in content being successful. You only want to see it fail. Because as an evil woke grifter, you don't have any skin in the game. But somehow, allegedly, despite not having skin in the game, you're also responsible for why we can't enjoy the video game. Because it's impossible for us to divest, go off and play the game that we claim that we love playing and have the time to play. It is very important for us that you see us playing the game and you comment on the fact that we're trying to antagonize you while we're enjoying the content that we're enjoying. So it's the incessant need to just yap. Just yapping. They say words. They don't know what the words mean. They just incantate them, like a magic spell. Call you an incel, call you woke, call you a chud, call you a nerdlinger. Call words, call spades, spades. Do anything a person wants to do. And just keep saying words until somebody actually explains themselves. But nobody ever explains. If you explain, then it means that you actually have the ability to have a conversation. And instead, it is a inquisition. It's an inquisition. People who are the good ones know that they're the good ones, and the people who are the bad ones are the ones who have to ask.
No!
The most ironic part of all of this is that this is live service slop. People have been dunking on live services for over 10 years now. Even this guy has done it. He's the voice actor for Adam Jensen in Deus Ex. The studio that makes them got acquired by the Embracer Group a few years ago, and this guy even went on to call them psychopaths because of what they're doing to Deus Ex right now. Do you guys want to know what it is that they're doing to Deus Ex? Well, let me tell you fellas, come on and gather round and listen to Uncle Dez. Embracer Group nuked a single-player sequel to Deus Ex Mankind Divided that was 2 years into development already to greenlight a Deus Ex live service game instead. This is what Embracer did. Dipshit Maximus over here thinks that's a bad thing. Damn near psychopathy, apparently. Meanwhile, what did Bungie do to Marathon? Well, they went back, took the Marathon franchise, which was a single-player shooter focused on its lore and story, took laxatives, and then shed out another goddamn live service extraction shooter. Isn't it amazing how this goes? You guys, oh no, you guys are total whiners for criticizing this and laughing at dogshit character, world and UI designs that were literally stolen from an indie artist's personal portfolio of styles. But him, no, he can go ahead and complain about a similar thing hitting Deus Ex. I guess what matters is the paycheck. If it's live service slop that hires him for a role, it's good. If it's live service slop that leaves him hanging, it's bad. But hey...
Yes, exactly. It's the friend-enemy distinction. 100%. They're the same shit at the end of the day. But no. My thing good, your thing bad. Because your thing bad, I get to call you antagonistic phrases, and you take it lying down. Because me smart, me intelligent, me know what I'm talking about. You dumb. You no. You know stinky. You stinky no words. You don't know what you're talking about. And then it just keeps happening. And it keeps happening. And it keeps happening. And it keeps happening. And no one takes accountability for what they're doing and or what they've done. Because accountability implies blame. And niggas don't take blame. Niggas are not taking blame. No. They want to take credit. You guys aren't talking about the thing that will get me money. And you don't even have to make it money. You guys aren't talking about the thing that I'm talking about. I'm talking about my thing that completely countervails your thing because it's more important and more relevant. Despite the fact that it's not, and it's actually the exact same shit. And there's no reason to have brought it up that way. But it doesn't matter, because now we're here. Cope. Seething and coping. Coping and seething. Within relevant patagram and degrees. For almost no other reason than because somebody wants to breathe.
Anyway, going from 80,000 to 60,000 players is a win for Marathon lovers, but you know who this definitely isn't a win for? Bungie's higher-ups, and most importantly the people at Sony who were already pissed off with Concord's failure. Sony is in a very tight spot. Their plans to curb single-player production and bet on live service slop has been on life support. Several projects have been cancelled already, and frankly, I'm hoping even more of them get nuked because nobody wanted this. PlayStation built their success during the last generation with single-player games. That's what their user base wants. That was literally the blueprint. If you love single-player games, you get a PS4 because Sony is betting all the way on it. That's what people expected,
And now they're trying to go all the way back in again, making the same promise, moving forward with Wolverine because they want to somehow punish the PC marketplace, when really what they need to be doing is diversifying as best as they can to increase their ability to have an actual marketplace. Because what they're doing right now is the opposite of what they should be doing. They're almost surely going to guarantee their destruction, not their relevancy here. And for some reason, they think that shit is smart. They think that shit is smart. I don't know who the fuck told them it was smart, but it's not. But rather than teach them differently what to do, we're gonna let this shit ride out. We're gonna let this shit reach its natural conclusion. Because what happens at this point is gonna be wicked mad funny.
people wanted, but now instead they are focused on forcing this kind of crap on us. So for example, instead of acquiring Bungie to do what they used to do best by building vast interesting worlds with deep lore, great characters and terrific campaigns, they spent the last few years and hundreds of millions of dollars making this. Live service extraction shooter number 36 for a market that's already riddled with them. But more on that later. The point is, this pathetic player count may be impressive enough for Bungie glazers to be happy about and, debunk the marathon hate, but it's not enough for the amount of money that was put into this game and the expectations riding on it. I think Sony people are looking to weekend number 2 to figure out whether they're screwed or not. They're desperately hoping for an Ark Raiders-like situation to happen where the game becomes a clippable online sensation that drives sales up. The Concord label is frankly irrelevant. It doesn't mean a game can only launch to 600 players and die 2 weeks later. To me, Concord label means live service slop that flops because it's an out-of-touch product that people don't want. But that gets forced.
And that's what Concord was actually supposed to mean when people were saying it. But now, we just use words because they're topical and relevant, so we don't actually have the ability to address what is being addressed. We can't talk about that, we're talking about this now. And it becomes garbage. 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 Because you can't mature. It can't exist in its own natural function. It is a macrocosm of a microcosm. And it only gets bigger and wider and thicker.
On us anyway, because these companies aren't making games for us. They're basically just playing a high-stakes lottery, hoping that they finally make a live service that cracks through the box and becomes the big Fortnite-like jackpot. That's why Marathon had a bunch of money pumped into marketing. Sony needs this to be on everyone's radars. They need it to do big numbers. A declining average in the dozens of thousands isn't enough. And a lot of these companies have this mentality of like faking it until they make it. Make the game look big enough, make the game look popular enough that it might just trick people into thinking that that's what it actually is. That's why they hate Steam's public database, and we'll be getting to that in a bit.
That is very much the concern that a lot of this is centered around. It's not because they don't use the Steam numbers because the Steam numbers are the most accurate. It's because the Steam database is able to show you how many people are actually playing, and they can't necessarily trick you into buying into it. There's a game that I talked about on that clip that I said was some weird shit coming up, and it's a game called Time Takers. So, just to take a quick deviation, Time Takers is a video game that, much like Strynova, remember Strynova? No, you don't remember Strynova. I covered that, and it came, and it went, and it's here as another live service title that has anime-esque aesthetics of FPSs, but ain't a nigga you ever heard about play that game, because it's the same fucking bullshit as before. The game of Time Takers is a video game that you are playing an FPS, movement shooter of all things, and the thing that sells the game is that you are taking time from other players. And this idea here, if you remember the Amanda Seyfried, Justin Timberlake movie In Time, that's the game. It's In Time with guns. I will play the 6 months ago thing for you. This was the games trailer that was presented at Gamescom 2025 6 months ago. It ever fucking loads.
I floated in an ale-induced stupor, a ghost of my former glory. Until one day when I was stabbed. I thought I died. Instead, I was given a second chance in a strange world, alongside rogues from across the timescape.
Hello. Hi. How you doing? I'm fine. I'm a boss. Get it right. If you don't, then say bye.
And we were promised to fix our past. I guess that's what we're here to do.
With no FES like that. She ain't like that. Ooh, yeah. Oh, you like that? Yeah, you like that. Oh, you like that? Yes, like that. Yes, like that.
Now, there's going to be a playtest for this that's going to be coming soon. That should be coming on this updated weekend. This game is literally the finals. The way that they were playing it, the original 3-on-3 combat, different characters taking on a more character action-centric rather than making it classes. This game is literally just the finals, but made by a different group. I can almost promise you people are going to start calling this game a Concord. I can almost promise you when there are people who are going to hear about this video game, they're going to call that game a Concord. And not a single fucking person, other than myself telling you about it right now, will be willing to properly give it a early playtest or early first look, other than any of these people that right now in this search have already looked at it. You can find it on Steam, I believe. Because 3 weeks ago, they announced the official closed beta. And other than these people here, that's content, you're going to see people calling it a Concord because their favorite content creators didn't tell them this game was real. But, much like how I looked into Strinova, and I look into other video games, I gotta tell you, the game looks like it's gonna be fun. But the way and how people are gonna discuss it, they're going to put it through the lens of what is currently being available. What's the drama that's currently available? The Concordian timeline. They're gonna take a look at this game. They're gonna look around to see what the actual opinion about this video game is. And they're gonna say, this game is woke slop, air quote, shuffle. And I think this game won't live. They're gonna do the same lazy level informational looks that Smash GT did. And they're gonna give their immediate takes, and they're gonna prognosticate that this game is bad and it's gonna die, without actually giving it the due diligence. Because the only part that they're interested in is the part where they grift. It's very similar to the drama of Naraka Breakpoint, which is what was just brought up. And I don't think that you would have wanted to use that as your commercial. Because if you're going to be like the finals, and you're going to make it into a type of event around a concept, let the character speak for itself. Let the characterization of the gameplay speak for itself. Because certainly they showed us clips of it, but, was the music loud enough? I could barely hear the gunplay over it. But I think that game can be powerful and it can be popular. But if it goes where it's currently going, right now, people are going to look at it and say that it's dog shit. Despite the fact that right now, it appears to be the case that there are no reviews for the product yet. It is still in playtest. I just registered myself for it just now, and I'm adding it to my list right now. Because, literally this Friday is when the closed beta test began. As they were announcing that they were going to be providing Steam key distributions for players outside the main North and South American regions. So just like how people are giving their opinions about shit similar to Deadlocked, I expect them to do the same thing with that. And that has the preference of being a game made by Steam, so people are going to say it's going to be popular, it's going to be amazing anyways. But mark my fucking words. Mark my fucking words. They're going to do the same shit. They're going to do the same shit. I promise you they're going to do the same shit. Black Hokage. Fucking the call posting accounts like Pirate Nation and Shitpost Rock. Or Rock Solid, whatever his name is. The Mighty Keith. The usuals and the regulars. Which includes Smash JT and also Mark Kern. But more than likely, a couple of others amongst the coal posters as well. The Journos. Dave Paul Riviera and Oscar Mercante, more than likely, if they want to try to get in on something popular. Since the both of them do play shooters of this design, you're going to hear a bunch of fucking noise about this game. And very few of them are going to actually be able to understand the parts that people want to engage in. And they're going to not give this game a proper chance. Let's continue.
Allows people to get a real look at what's actually happening rather than what the company wants you to believe. This is exactly what they did with Concord 2. They had a whole scene setting up the universe before the game dropped. Shit, they even had a TV show. And Marathon here had a hidden camera style thing where they creeped people out by posing as a real tech company, developing weird sci-fi robot AI bullshit, and then having the player shells coming alive, well, like, you know, people in suits basically, during the tech presentation and scaring the people in the store. I'd show you guys a clip, but I'm pretty sure that I would get DMCA'd in 15 seconds. Think of something like Candid Camera, but cringe. They got all this shit pumped into the game's marketing only to have it teabagged by an indie game on Steam that is pulling over 500,000 concurrent players in 24 hours.
Now, I don't think that that's all necessarily something that was intended and planned, right? Every time a game gets modded, because of the fact that they are turning in a product that we would rather play the single-player game of, rather than a multiplayer game experience, I don't think that's the same. I think that is us going out of our way to do the ha-ha, you guys lost, and forgetting what we came here for. I don't like doing that. That's not useful. That's not productive. We have to keep this shit in tone. I think if we really just discuss it for what it is worth, and we just let a spade be a spade, the fact of the matter is, we are seeing the response of what I described in my video. People don't want to take the time to experience the content. They want to be involved with what they think is fun. And if what they think is fun is good, and good for them, they're going to engage in that material. And it has nothing to do with the game being woke. It has everything to do with if the game looks like it's fun and exciting. And on the side of content creators, if they can make some money off of it. If they can get some clips, that is their prime directive. I'm more than happy to say if we have to let the niggas get clips, that's a part of the cycle. If it just is a matter of they have clips, then so be it. I would rather them clip farm and be entertained with the new shiny toy than us be stuck here in a never-ending conversation about woke slop. I would rather that alternative. Because at least that would be honest. That would be honest. Niggas aren't being honest, but that would be honest. Because the alternative is getting on my nerves. It's getting on my nerves. I know it's getting on some other people's nerves. It's just not good. It's not a good look. It's not a good conversation. It's not good ethics. It's got to get changed.
Slay the Spire 2's lowest point during its release hour was already more than double the people that Marathon had. But oh yeah, totally guys, I mean we definitely need more live service slop in the market. Live service slop is the only way to make money these days in modern gaming, fellas, okay? Totally, absolute, oh for sure brother, for sure. And of course we must defend the beloved corporations on their unending search for maximum profit. Which brings me to the next piece of cope. Free-flowing information is a beautiful thing, but every time a bad or mid game that isn't doing well pops up and the industry really needs it to succeed, whether that be for the purposes of culture war like Dragon Age Veilguard, or for the sake of benefiting big gaming corpos like Sony, or both, then we get dingleberries like these two lobotomites pushing for Steam charts to get banned. These two screenshots are...
So, this has a little bit of some backstory. Lumina and Stroopwafel GG. Steam player count being public is the worst thing to happen in gaming in recent time. The mentality of this game is going in the niche genre doesn't outperform every game ever. It's dead on arrival. Like, holy shit, I can't put into words how stupid it is, and it'll be every game release. This tweet isn't against Danny on PC, but after seeing the 750,909,876 post about Steam numbers, I'm convinced the petition should be started to shut down the Steam database. We should not be allowed to see player counts for any game anymore, no matter how many people are viewing on Twitch. This is an argument that actually exists against the modern audience, but it does not work in the totality of actual information for those that are a part of the marketplace that are just simple consumers consuming content. This is anti-consumer. This only benefits the industry because it allows them to create a fictitious reality around information on numbers and trying to bully a culture where we no longer care about what is actually being consumed so that other people can make decisions. What this means is when you go to an audience restaurant, you know, when you go and you say to your friends, your family, where do we want to go eat tonight? And instead of actually knowing what you have a craving for, you say, we're going to drive around. We're going to count how many cars are outside. Oh, wow. Red Robin's is bussin'. They've got like 500 cars parked outside. That must be good food. This is the argument that they believe that they're making. But that's not true, right? Because this is the difference between a brick and mortar store versus a digital product that is being subsumed by thousands of people. But for the sake of argumentation, to give you a visual picture, I'll try to explain. For this, I'm going to need to go get my whiteboard. 1 second. So, the argument that's being made visually looks like this. Let's say you have a new up-and-coming shop in the area. You've got a new brick-and-mortar store. And that brick-and-mortar store is called Burger Niggas. It's a new up-and-coming store called Burger Niggas. And at Burger Niggas, they've got 100 cars parked out front, right? You've got 100 cars parked out front. All these motherfuckers inside the driving lane. You got all these fucking cars parked out in front of Burger Niggas. And these people look at them with a big googly fucking eyes. And they say, wow, they got 100 people outside. That must mean that it's good. And down the street from Burger Niggas is a restaurant called the Chud Hut. And the Chud Hut got to draw a bucket. The Chud Hut, with their parking place, is empty. They got 0 customers. Oh my God, look at what Burger Niggas is doing. Burger Niggas is just taking their lunch money and they don't have no customers. Something they don't tell you. Burger Niggas is only open 7 days a week. But the Chud Hut is only open on certain times of day and night, like most places. And when they're open, well, they might be open, let's say they're 7 days a week, so they're only open 5 days a week, and only at specific times. On the days that they're closed, they have no business. But on the days they're open, they actually have 1,000 people. And the parking lots get so filled that the parking lots spill over into the Booger Nigga restaurant. Gotta use black. And then, with this demonstration, during those days, the argument flips. Oh my God, man, remember when Burger Niggas came out? That was so great. They dog washed the Red Robin and the Burger King and the Chick-fil-A's. But nigga, have you been to the Chud Hut? The Chud Hut, when it's open, nigga, they got thousands of people, guy, filling up the fucking parking lot that's made for Burger Niggas. And they're only open 16 hours a day. Total. They only do lunch and dinner. But nigga, you gotta go. They got fucking all you can eat, nigga. But they charge you a fucking burger. They charge you the price of a burger combo for basic shit. Where over there, that price gets you a gourmet fucking experience. And this right here is the argument of Steam numbers. Optically, with your eyes, if all you're concerned with is physical numbers, you're not actually able to understand what's going on. Because guess where you're not? You're not in the business. You're not in the store. You're not in the culture. Whatever the culture of Burger Niggas is, and whatever the culture of the Chud Hut, you have to actually consume it to find out. Now, imagine for a moment that none of this is being said by people who are actual patrons of either restaurant. This is a conversation that's being had by people who have never been in the building. They've never tried the product. And they're telling you on the sidewalk over here all this shit. And they're making these arguments on the outside of the culture. That right there is the actual viewpoint of what is being discussed about the marketplace. The people in orange are people who have nothing to fucking tell you other than, look at how many people, look at how many people. But they can't tell you why. They can't tell you why they eat at Burger Niggas. They can't tell you why they go to the Chud Hut. They just see businesses and they make inferences. Those inferences might make sense up until the point where you realize it doesn't actually tell you shit. Yes, actually, that's a perfect case example. Reflex. I too remember when Fall Guys and Human Fall Flat came out. And then after a month, all the players dipped so low that every game was the same people consistently happening all the time. I remember those days. I constantly still see clips of people playing Fall Guys, and it's the same guy who does the same strategy to the point that it's now well known that this is what people do, and they're all trying to clip farm off of other people. Two people in the same match, dropping all the way down to the outside ring, all the way at the last fucking barrier of this Mario Party-like, and they take out the platform So as when those people fall down that are up there trying to stay on the platform for as long as possible, they drop to their fucking death immediately and get eliminated. While these people here are consuming the content and collecting the clicks that come from doing it. Because in totality, that's what the people who are talking about the numbers are actually doing. From the position of the FOMO consumer sees that content. And they make up all that shit I just said about the idea of any number of competitors competing against everyone. Rather than experiencing it and speaking from word of mouth, they make an argument about the numbers. Now, knowing the numbers doesn't really say shit, because there's nothing you can really do about those numbers that will change the way that people consume with content. But what they are asking for is not because they're trying to think of the health of the marketplace. They are doing this so that they can control the conversation. This is an industry corpo choice to try to fuck Valve in the ass and to fuck Steam in the ass because they are angry about that Rothschild deal that they were able to push back against. That's what this is. This is an extension of that shit. And something else built up entirely for the ability to benefit from that situation from before. Ouch. There you go. Comfortable.
Courtesy of Veridark, they come from the Server Slam days, and here's what they say. Number 1, Steam player count being public is the worst thing to happen to gaming in recent time. Mentality of, if this game going in the niche genre doesn't outperform every game ever released, it's dead on arrival. Like holy...
Now, I can agree with that base statement. If this game that goes towards a niche market doesn't outperform every mainstream main platform audience, it means it's dead, is retarded. Unfortunately, no, extraction shooter isn't niche. It falls under first-person shooter. It is Twitch content. It's modern content that is being pushed for the platforms. Doesn't mean that people like to play it, but that's how the industry views it.
Holy shit, I can't put into words how stupid it is and how it'll be every game release. First of all, sit the down. You're goddamn delusional, okay? Just
King of Meat. The game you're talking about is King of Meat. I've actually already covered it as well.
off of the top of my head, we got this major issue going on in gaming circles right now where it
And ironically, in the case of all of those games that we're discussing, Human Fall Flat, King of Meat, Fall Guys, if they were a live service game that actually had a server, they would fall under the preview of existing in an offline fashion compared to Let It Die Offline Edition that is currently coming, as they're about to sunset those servers, under the auspicions of Stop Killing Games. Because SKG would make it so that they could live in an offline variation the same way other games that have already done this have come and gone and already done. Because one of the games that we actually have for Gaming Night that we haven't done this for, but I now have it functioning so we can do this, is the game Knockout City. The Knockout City Private Server Edition is exactly the kind of situation that's supposed to happen when the game no longer is a live product. Take the game, put it in a private server edition, and if they have people who are like those that make the thing that is used with the private server edition to allow you to connect to Knockout City properly, namely the Knockout City launcher. It's an unofficial thing, but they've created a community comparative to the same way that those that made Toontown Online Rewritten made a community and an entire industry around it. You're able to make this thing that then makes it so that this game not only has a second life, but is able to have a life, period, where it doesn't need to be a big thing. It's just something that exists that can now be a party game that everybody gets to pull out whenever they have the time to pull it out. This is exactly what's supposed to happen to those titles. Now, I don't think it'll happen to those ones because they're still alive somehow, and things like King of Meat are dead and or dying. But, this is how those should function. Goodbye, Rick. It's okay, buddy. If you're not already a part of the Discord, consider becoming a member of the Negrohood. Get your HOA timeshare. But this exact chronology is what's supposed to happen with these titles. They can have a second life if they live and do something similar to this. But unfortunately, the industry does not want to do that because they don't actually want to interact with the gamer. Because this is basically the COVIDification. This is the COVIDification of video games. Businesses that were brick and mortar stores had to actually figure out how to keep the location going. Because the problem here is that it's obviously easier to have a virtual brand, such as Mr. Beast Burgers, that can be a pop-up store that runs out of an already functioning venue through ghost marketing, compared to a brick and mortar store that has to actually maintain the cost of owning that brand. That's the part that's not being discussed here, obviously. Because that is the reason why I'm taking the time to show you this concept. Because with the example that I drew here, in the case example of Burger Niggas, Burger Niggas is a brick and mortar store. In the case of the Chud Hut is able to service more people. My pants are up. My waistband's right here. My pants are up. The Chud Hut, much like a digital brand, is doing something with things like DoorDash. And they're actually producing issues that let them ship to more places. So in your town, if you have things like Grubhub and Uber Eats and Waiter and other food loyalty delivery apps that use DoorDash as a methodology to deliver to customers, you can see this actually happen. You have the ability to create this. That might be the case, in the bag that may be the case, but no, technically that's still fine. It's just my shirt tail's not tucked in. Focus! Stop looking at my booty! Stop looking at my booty! My booty, it belongs to me! It is the case that if you have experienced this in your town, where you have various different forms of loyalty food services and also delivery apps, that the Chud Hut is actually able to be a much more healthy and more proprietor's business. Because of the fact that they are relying not on the brick and mortar experience to bring people to the restaurant, but they are instead working on brand recognition, and they are working on delivery services and delivery solutions. This is what the Steam Marketplace, and it is what the Steam database is actually able to do. If a person wants to make an argument, and what they value is actual numbers to say, bro, is this building empty? Is there nobody here? You don't have to worry about popularity. It's not even an argument of popularity. It's an argument of stable business. If a business consumer wants to come in and see which one actually gets more business, if 7 days of the week, you're talking a conclusive number of 100 times 7. That number here is 700, right? They got 700 days of stable business. Light green is a little bit too light. Let's use a darker color. I need to get more markers. Yeah, let's use black. If they are making a concurrent number of 700, that is 700 people walking in and out of that brick and mortar store. If the Chud Hut, because it's doing 5, but it's pulling 1,000, it's pulling 5,000. And this is through a combination of not only the brick and mortar store while it's open, but specifically using delivery solutions and methodology to get access to that food that doesn't require always being in that building. The people who are going to use their visuals to say this one is more popular than this one is missing something about the constant state of appeal and exclusivity that has to be actually discussed for the rest of the fucking context. Because if they're just niggas on the street walking through and they're like, bro, I saw that they were empty today, then they're not understanding what the fuck is actually happening here, bro. Meanwhile, other people end up losing opportunities because what they think is true is not true. So their favorite place goes up in smoke one day, and they're like, what the fuck? What happened to them? And it's like, they couldn't sustain the opening of the store. The location that they were in was not good for business. They had to move the store location to another place. Meanwhile, somebody else comes in, swoops up, and takes up that marketplace, and you got motherfuckers crossing across town to come to them to get that context. This is where you get your sit-down restaurants that are more like Trevioli's Italian Kitchen, and Cheddar's, and Chili's, but for the eating, not for the drinking, compared to something like Olive Garden. And then, of course, like a Michelin 3-star rated bistro. Something that might actually have relation to John Taffer or Guy Fieri or Alton Brown or that one cooking show that had Carlton's actor Alfonso Roberto, or some type of show or location that received a bump from something like the Bad Bosses show or that Shark Tank show, Undercover Boss, Dirty Jobs, or some type of version of Kitchen Nightmares UK or US featuring, I'm forgetting his goddamn name. We all know who it is I'm trying to talk about. The guy with the blonde hair. You end up putting yourself in a position where you're losing out on opportunities. Because when you just go by what you see, you ain't talking about shit. Nothing. Nothing. Every time. Nothing. Nothing. No reality. Nothing. Because optics is not everything. Gordon Ramsay, thank you. It is so necessary to actually understand how the numbers work. Because, if you remember, this is the reason why people were digging down on Smash JT, trying to argue against Circana numbers when he was being confronted by one of the lesser-liked members of the gaming press. Not by us, the consumers, but by the industry themselves. His name is John Cookman. It's just John Goodman, but he's thin, and he's got the voice of Jonathan Frakes. Anyways, focus. It is like when he was trying to debate against the Circana numbers with Colin Moriarty of Sacred Symbols Plus. He called somebody who is for the consumers and for the audience grifter and shill. Because he wants to question something that if he was a serious journalist, he would never question. Because, in the reality of things, the thing that would exist in this diagram would be the Better Business Bureau. And you know what the Better Business Bureau is in this situation? The BBB? That's Steam! Steam is the Better Business Bureau that be looking in on these stores and saying, hey, we know that you guys like burger niggas. It's what's been here, but them niggas got a F rating. We have to shut the kitchen down. Meanwhile, Chud Hut continues to prove itself time and time and time again. And in their infinite, retarded wisdom, they want you to not trust the Better Business Bureau, whose job is to be impartial. When it came to the Circana numbers, one of the best examples of numbers you should use, it is the case that they don't want to use them because they're very, very, very antagonistic towards the industry, just for being. But it is the case that those data heuristic forms, such as Circana, they calculate those numbers because they're taking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-figure investments from businesses to calculate the cost and the numbers and the servings and the sales. The bean counters that work for that group and groups like them. The bean counters that cover for the actual fiduciary responsibility for the auditing of things like the Embracer Group. They care so infinitely about this stat that if you remove these stats, you're talking about upturning the entire way the industry does business. And that's not a good thing. Because if they don't have to hold themselves to numbers, guess what they get to do? They get to they'll as much as they breathe. then you'll get the same shit again that you had before. You'll get people claiming that they're being creative when they're not. They'll lie about the people who are playing the game when they're actually not. Because the business will have the equivalent of bulletproof 100% privacy windows. Can't see in, can't see out. You walk in the building, you get asked to sign an NDA that tells you can't know what's going on here and you can't discuss what you saw here. You can talk about the fact you've been to the restaurant, but you can't say how good the quality of service is. It will destroy and upend how things work. And not for the better. For the worse. Aren't people lying now? They're not lying in a way where the Circana numbers would not disprove them. Because the fact of the matter is, Pip, is that the industry not only relies on those numbers keeps everybody honest. Because if they lie, then they will lose their business. That's it. Circana doesn't lie because there's too much money involved. They can't lie because they're being paid money. The reason people buy the Circana numbers is because they're accurate. And because they are so accurate that everybody can trust them. They know how the numbers are calculated. They don't know the proprietary process if they're not a part of the company, but they know that everybody else trusts them because they know that they are accurate, because they have continued to become accurate over the years. Because when they didn't have the ability to process the physical data, they were able to process the digital data. And as things moved from physical to digital, the marketplace became more accurate, not less accurate. The numbers became more accurate, not less accurate. We are able to tell when people are involved in it to a T who's doing what. And when a person's not involved, it casts doubt on them. I know what he's doing. I know what they're doing. I know what they're doing, but I don't know what you're doing. Why aren't you in the Circana numbers? Kind of hard to answer that question if they're not paying that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-figure, 9-figure number. And if it was the case that Circana was lying, the entire industry would collapse. It requires honesty. That is the thing that keeps it going. It requires honesty. If they lie about their numbers, then the game will die instantly. Because they've already broken the faith of the incoming consumer. Because they're trying to stop me from learning information that I should easily have available to me because I am a person who is informed and knows how the business functions and works. And I know what I like, and other people who follow and like my content will have an idea of using me as the barometer to test. Because, hey, they might not want to do the work, but guess who will? The content creator whose job it is to do it. The one who they might give support to and money to investigate it. And they know that the way that they do the process of how I bake my chicken, how I do my reviews, how I do my investigations, is good enough or above par for how everybody else does it. So they'll trust my word over their word. If I fuck up on my part, I get put in the exact same box. That's the difference, Pip. Certainly, the answer here is that people need to learn how the business actually functions so they can talk shit about the business. But it's not about knowing their job. It's about getting the clicks online because they want the money. They want the money. It's all about money. It's all about attention. It's all about an individual attention cost and attention economy. It's all about the virality. It's all about getting clicks. Never about getting intelligence. Never about brains.
Shows that overall gambling addiction has increased by a significant amount, and it has done so in younger ages too. And this, sweetheart, is all thanks to those lovely live service slop games that pump themselves with unregulated predatory monetization tactics for years. I can
True! Because in the field, because of that desire of bringing up new and shiny toys that ask you to put money into the game in order to be playing them more efficiently, it has lowered people's inhibitions to protecting themselves. It has lowered their inhibitions. Because these businesses are unethical. And because they want to make as much money as possible, they're going to do it in the most unmoralistic way possible. They will not like people like me doing that job. They won't want to be investigated. And it's very clear that the industry is pushing for this because they keep trying to beat on Steam specifically. Isn't that right, Tim Sweeney?
Exactly blame Sony for this, since during the last generation they were actually making single-player games instead of following the live service trend, but who cares? They're joining the trend now, so f*** them. That alone is a far bigger problem than a page that shows player count. I could think of 5 other things on the spot too. Shit, make it 10. Hell, make it 50. Because frankly, this isn't a problem at all. It's very funny that it's only brought up now as a problem for bad or mixed games that are failing to resonate with people, but meanwhile, do it to a great game, doing great numbers, you know, do it to an indie game that deserves some recognition, or shit, do it to Marathon if Marathon was managing to engage like 1 million players a day, and suddenly the Steam charts page is actually great. Another thing that's even funnier is, what's the problem with the player number, guys? I thought the game was doing well. I thought Marathon is a great hit. I thought numbers were solid, you know, it was being able to maintain most of its player base and all that. I thought everyone else was coping and moving goalposts about the game's underperformance. If that's all good, why is the player count being public a bad thing, fellas? What's going on here?
Retard.
Third of all, that whole thing, it'll be every game release. Are you stupid? Like, I don't even know what else to say here. 2 games just released and have been doing the rounds online about how much people are enjoying them. Resident Evil 9 Requiem and Slay the Spire 2. A couple of weeks back, we had the same thing happening with another indie game from the creator of Binding of Isaac. PC Gamer just tried to yank Tainted Grail's pizzle, calling it a Elder Scrolls wannabe, which got a bunch of that game's fans to come out and defend it and show their support. Neo 3 also came out with no problems whatsoever, just fans of the series enjoying yet another entry. But then we get these morons trying to paint false narratives that this is happening with every game. Nah, son, not every game, just the garbage, okay? It's just the garbage. You go ahead and play whatever you want to play, you're free to do so, go enjoy your Marathon game. I mean, why are you coping on social media?
Yes! 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 Dezembro is in fact good at single player, Carl. Yes, Dezembro is good at single player, Carl. He understands. He gets it. He gets it. He knows ball. He knows ball. There's the Carl seal of approval. Take it. Take it. Take it and go. Take it and go. You like how the Steam numbers aren't relevant for a single-player game? Well, you see. Well, you see. The problem isn't that they're not relevant. The problem is that people are being facetious about the reasons why they're using the numbers. When the numbers are good, lol, single-player game, mogging multiplayer game. When the single-player game's content has been monetized, specifically, when we say single player, we mean story narrative games. Because Slay the Spire is a roguelike. You know. So you know. But I'll continue explaining because this is useful for the people who are going to be rage bait clicking my channel, trying to justify saying I don't know what I'm talking about. They take the single player numbers for any title that exists, if the number is big, and say, big bank take little bank. Look at how this game's mogging you, bro. They're frame mogging you, bro. They're gesture maxing on your corpse. But when it's a narrative game that has a very particular clear ending, even if they try to create some type of roguelike-esque mode or experience to keep you in the house, keep you in the storefront, keep you in the brick-and-mortar store or the business, they will then point at the game and say, look at how bad this game was! 90 number drop-off! Despite the fact that games exist to be played and then to be completed. Those types of ones, at least. They exist to be played and then completed. Certainly, there are certain titles of this where this does not work, especially if it is intended to be a type of game that attempts to lecture to you. Dustborn, for example, is an example of one that it tries to lecture to you, trying to give you a script of how you ought to think about the world and content that it's presenting. In this format, the quintessential part that is missing is the fact that some of these have a lot of energy behind them as a nexus point for the industry versus the people who literally just discovered it and it has a cult following. They do not separate these two. They pick and choose the numbers as they wish. So those numbers do matter for the single-player games. But the people who are choosing to force these arguments, they don't care about arguments. They care about being a bully about the numbers and trying to make fun of them in front of a live studio audience so that they may be able to continue frame-mocking them, to use them in their arguments. Despite the fact, as it might be, they never play them. So, going back to the example, if Burger Niggas is a specific kind of food store that caters to a certain kind of clientele, whereas the Chud Hut appeals to everybody, or vice versa, doesn't matter which one is which. They will take the one that has bigger number, because in the argument of scale, they care more about my argument is better because the number is bigger, not my argument is better because I actually understand the system that is at function. And so that thing that they want to argue attention for has a decrease rather than an increase. And it maintains itself as a frequent loss rather than a frequent increase.
Are matches really that difficult to find? Go on, hop on, play the game, enjoy yourself before Sony abandons it. Next up, we have the other one. I'm convinced a petition should be started to shut down Steam database. We should not be allowed to see player counts for any game anymore, nor how many are viewing it on Twitch.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Man, who are these people, man? I refuse to believe that these are normal, regular, everyday people. These have to be corpo suits from major companies coping and seething online, because there's no way that anyone normal would ever advocate for less freedom of information. It's either that, or number two, they're paid shills by the corpo suits, or the alternative, well, they're very special people, and I'm very, very sorry that they got dented at birth. I will be organizing a fundraising charity event for special needs marathon fans. Mark it on your calendars, guys. However, in order to be able to raise any funds at all, I'll need to be playing something else. Otherwise, nobody's gonna be clicking the stream. Seriously, guys, like, holy crap, information must flow. If a game is looking bad because of it, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Less information is bad. You gotta be a lobotomite to want this. Holy shit. Why is Steam constantly under attack by these elites? Literal elites, by the way, like the Rothschilds? It's because they are a massive chunk of the games industry that these assholes can't control. Steam is a literal bastion for the consumer, and in a world that is increasingly hostile to people, a world that wants us to own nothing and keep quiet, that presents an even bigger threat. And so they're condemned to fight off malicious lawsuit after lawsuit from elites seeking to damage Steam and gain partial control over its independence. Frank?
Yes! That, by the way, is the argument that the grifters do not talk about. That right there, that entire segment right there, That is the conversation that grifters do not talk about. Because that need right there is the basis upon why the conversations we're even having are important enough for it to be referenced or for me to take the time to even talk about and lay out to you. The fact that Steam exists the way that it does what it does is because it is the best. They are the best because they demonstrate that they know ball. Tim Sweeney wants to make up an argument, lies, about the 30% split revenue of content on the platform for deals compared to other platforms, to claim that Steam has a monopoly, when really it's the fact that he wants his service to go uncontested, and they believe it's their turn to be in Valve's place, to be in Steam's place, to be in Gabe's place, and they haven't earned it because they can't take his money. They can't dog them niggas. They can't. Because you're just worse. Their customer service is just worse. Their product is worse. Their platform is worse. Their policies are worse. Their attitudes are worse. The methodology of how they make their content is worse. And they cannot handle the fact that they don't control them. So the content and the conversation continues to evolve, where it's more about people mauling that they can't get control of this industry giant that literally listens to the consumer, rather than the big market industry that would love to puppet it like a possessee.
Frankly, people advocating for this are disgusting. Nobody would gain from this, not even them. But they push for it all the same, just to own the chuds. Reality is, charts or no charts, bad games that nobody wants are going to fail all the same. What do you think's going to happen? Remove the charts from the equation, what do you got? People aren't going to magically fall in love with live service slop number 89 and buy it. They just won't have direct data to use for assumptions. They'd have to make estimations based off of other metrics, like...
And they'd have to start using word of mouth more often. And they would start asking their friends, who would definitely tell them whether or not the game is worth their time or not.
The number of Steam reviews posted. Oh, but right, that's right, I almost forgot. These same Blue Sky types also want to ban negative Steam reviews. Oh yeah, fellas, it's true. It's all in this video I made a couple of weeks ago. Feel free to check it out. It's in the description and the top comment. Isn't it ironic that everything must be censored, banned, or deleted just to accommodate these retards? They can even have their own social media specifically catered to them, designed to give them the safe spaces that they require from the rest of the internet. They will still go out of their way to try and force every other goddamn corner of it, every other medium, every other platform, every other everything to be the exact same way. Nothing is allowed to just exist, where people are free to speak their minds, to do their own research, and to express their discontentment with something. Your only rights are to shut up, eat the slop, say nothing if you got nothing nice to say, and get your news from the official news sources. Official sources like PC Gamer with this banger article from last month. A high guard did not flop. Yeah, sure. It's getting delisted today, by the way. I'm sick and tired of these false narratives and this malicious, predatory, anti-consumer and anti-gamer culture. These ones have been my favorite piece of cope.
Oh, I love this one. I love when they say gamers want everything to fail. Because what do you mean by that? Oh, you guys just want the game to die. No, I don't. I want the game to succeed, so that I can show people how dog shit it is. It literally does the opposite of what I want it to do. If the game dies, then I don't get the ability to show off the reasons why I think the game is bad. Like, it's a false dichotomy that is lifted within itself. It's so good. Truly, professional rage babe.
There's been a lot of these types of posts like this one from Gaming Circle, Lolcow, Michael. Why does everyone want every game to fail? It's the same delusional type of thing as that last one, and this is coming from, again, games industry people who like to pretend like they are the #1 official sources for all things gaming. They like to pretend like they know the medium, they know what's going on, but then they post utter delusional shit like this. Truth is, Michael, you got it all wrong, man. You know, do gamers just want to watch all games fail? Oh, no, my friend, you got it all wrong. I don't want to see all games fail. I don't hate gaming, I just hate live service slopathons. And so when a game like Marathon comes along and it just looks like yet another batch of the same old model of bullshit, and then I see soy boys like you coming out and coping about it and making things up, I just can't resist but join the sewage bath along with everyone else. Mostly for fun and for laughs, honestly, it's not even like a whole thing. But then when I see industry plants and corpos advocating for banning Steam reviews or banning Steam charts so they can hide their failures in yet another attempt at swindling their players and their investors, then yes, I do hope those games fail. Just is what it is. This is your guys' doing, by the way. Go back a couple of weeks before the server slam and watch this video on the topic of toxic negativity cope. I hailed Bungie's decision last year of delaying an inevitable dead-on-arrival failure and getting to work on some of the things that people complained about as a good thing, as a thing that was probably going to help Marathon have a better chance at launch than if they had been stubborn and stupid enough to release the game at the state that it was in September of 2025. But you guys and your BS, and by the way, when I say you guys, I don't mean the viewers. Oh, I love you guys. You guys are the top G's in this scenario, okay?
Got you, homie.
When I say you guys here, I mean these pricks. When these pricks come out with all of this bullshit, all it does is just black pill me some more. Seeing people lose their composure over criticism to a game is pathetic, literally just too funny to pass up. I can't resist pointing and laughing at their inaccurate fallacies. But seeing people advocating for banning criticism and readily available information and data drives me up a fucking wall. I felt sorry for what happened with Highguard. That is more than documented in my videos. With Marathon, I'm not even there anymore. Oh, I want Sony's live service plans to crash and burn. I want Sony to take a very necessary lesson from all of this. Maybe even more than one. Number one, I want them to learn that their player base doesn't want live service garbage. They want single player games, and Sony is slacking like crazy on that. Number two, when you make a live service, you don't pump hundreds of millions of dollars like they did with Concord and Concord 3. You don't celebrate those games' massive successes before the damn titles are out. You don't make a ton of cringy marketing material, like that stupid ass hidden camera show. Like, who the hell is going to buy the game based off of that, you idiot?
Retards. And they already tried, and did, and succeeded, and people rewarded them for that shit.
First, you make the game and you cut as many budgetary corners as you can while you're at it. You don't make bad content to save money, of course, but you manage yourself accordingly. You don't get teams with hundreds of developers working on this one thing, and you don't go out of your way to hire top actors to come voice your ugly-ass playable characters in the live service extraction shooter that you can't even work in a proper narrative through because the goddamn game is the same thing every time. And also where the very genre of the game heavily relies on players communicating through voice chat instead. I swear to God, man, these dudes went and got the Troy Bakers of the current console generation to voice characters that you aren't even going to be hearing. I'd be crying in pain for Sony's wallet if this wasn't so funny. Only then, when the game is out, if it's good and it gains an audience, then yes, you expand and you throw more money at it to crank out more content and increase its popularity. With both Concord and Marathon, Sony just comes out of the gate with this huge marketing campaign, huge thing. Oh my god, it's Concord, it's the Star Wars of PlayStation. Oh my god, it's Marathon, it's Bungie's next masterpiece. But then they release, and it's just another live service game with a single mode and a fucking roadmap. And lastly, number 3 lesson for Sony to take away from all this is, screw you. That's it. I've ranted and raved about many of their problems in the last 2 videos, so I'm not gonna do it again. All that remains to be said is that, at the end of the day, predatory live service shit failing is good for the industry, actually. It heals it. Well, actually, let me correct myself here. If the correct lessons are learned from the higher-ups as of the result of those failures, it heals the industry. If no lessons are learned, or if the wrong one is learned, then nothing happens or things just get worse. We just carry on and continue to keep seeing it all crash and burn. For example, EA didn't learn the right lesson from Veilguard's failure. Andrew Wilson, the top dog at EA, made it about how the game should have been a live service to succeed. So in other words, the game that was meant to be live service since the start and was then switched to single player after realizing that that was a really stupid decision needs to be live service to succeed after all. There's another moron that did this too over at Warner Brothers Games. So they made a Hogwarts Legacy, which was a banger, single player game, loads of sales, and then they made Soy Squad Kill the Justice League, and that flopped like crazy. And the guy goes, you know what we need more of in our company, gentlemen? We need more live services. So from now on, all of the properties that we're making, the sequels are going to be live service, including, of course, Hogwarts Legacy, our #1 seller. With morons like these in charge at these companies, they don't even need rivals, brother. But alas, higher-ups at these billion-dollar gaming companies taking the wrong lessons from their failures isn't really my problem. It's theirs. If anything, if a higher-up takes the wrong lesson into account and makes things worse, that's all the more reason for wanting more of their shit to fail in the future, so we can wake up some internal board members into kicking the gonkin chief out and replace him with someone who will hopefully know what they're doing.
100%. Full agree. No notes!
And now to finalize this edition of Marathon Cope, we're gonna check back in with the journalists. Because boy oh boy have they been busy. Ah, game journalists. They always bring us such joy, don't they? Here's an article from PC Gamer trying to sound human by mimicking Gen Z slang. Quote, Marathon's aura farming NPCs show just how bland and lifeless Arc Raiders AI voiced characters really are.
The short version of this is that this is them getting angry that people would rather continue playing Arc Raiders despite, oh my god, AI art, despite the fact that it's a insignia put together because they can't have these people on call 100% of the time, always, and that where it deserves and works and matters, yes, you can actually use a shortcut. Does it mean that there are going to be people who appreciate the fact that you're using a shortcut? No, people will be angry. But it is literally the case that people are walking into the kitchen and trying to tell them how to cook their chicken. And they're doing so expeditiously so, like retards.
What?
How do you do, fellow kids?
What?
Listen, buddy, listen. Two things, okay? Number one, Gen Z isn't playing this piece of shit game, okay? They can't even afford it. Their whole lives have been under a goddamn recession. They don't got...
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
They don't got $40 to play this game, and even if they did, they wouldn't be playing it, okay? Number two, Arc Raiders' supposedly bland and lifeless characters are kicking the shit out of Marathon day after day after day. Doesn't even matter how many content creators go online trying to push people towards Marathon, telling them how bored they are of Arc Raiders because there's nothing to play it for anymore.
I'm kind of off the just run one game type shit. I'm kind of just trying to play whatever the fuck I want to play. It's fun.
Agreed. I'm in. We've grinded long enough.
Yeah, we've grinded. We can
Here's
play
the thing.
anything.
I said this yesterday. If we get an update where it's like I feel like there's something to work towards, new arc, whatever, I feel like it will revitalize me. But until then, I'm just kind of like blech.
Exactly what I said before, with the shit that was being said online. Behold! The modern player. No allegiances. No trust. No focus. No desires. Just, you know, I'm not getting as much clip farm off this, bro. Yeah, bro. Yup. I'm farmed out, bro. Yup. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go play the new video game. That's completely fine for me to do. I've played enough of this. But you know, I want people to know that it's not because I'm abandoning the game. It's reason that they will say that isn't explaining the reason why they're abandoning the game. You know? Yup. Yup. You cannot hate streamers enough. You can't hate them enough. You cannot hate them enough. You cannot hate them enough. You cannot hate them enough.
Well, I mean, it is fun for a couple hours every day because you're killing. But you're right. There isn't anything to work toward. Isn't anything to work toward.
There's not like, even in Marathon, you can say whatever you want about the game. I'm getting excited finding these gold keys and this, that, and the other.
I did see there was a take on somebody, like Shad was like talking about how he's like, I don't know, there's kind of like nothing to do in this game anymore. It's kind of boring. And it's like, Shroud's playing like this game like 18 hours a day. Like, you got to be careful when you talk like that. Not talk like that, but you know what I mean? Like the average casual gamer is going to be able to play this game before even a major update and be like cooking with loot and like with content.
Bro, the average casual gamer is working 8 to 10 hours a day and coming home and playing this game and staying up too late.
100%.
I mean, what else do these people expect? They're content creators. Their lives are composed of waking up, taking a piss, getting some cereal for breakfast or whatever, and then playing whichever live service is currently trending for like 12 hours.
Correct! 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 And as one of the people who are blessed enough to be able to do this job from home, I am in that number. I am in that number. Hello, NeoJ. I am in that number. Hello, Boster. I am in that number. I said it then. I said it then while dragging my nuts across Jeffrey Tarzia's face. And I'm saying it again here. And here's Dezembro possibly even using the exact same clip that I had. Because I think he actually had it for me. And he reminded me to go grab it. And he mentioned that clip in question. But I said it then. I'm saying it again. It is the case that they have the time. They have the time. They have the focus. They have the space. They got the shit. These people want us to think that everything has to flow one way all the time. And in the infinite wisdom of their one-way thinking, they want you. They want me. They want all of us to pretend that the thing happening in front of us isn't happening in front of us. They want me and you to act like, yeah, bro, the game's really bad, bro. There's nothing out there to play, bro. It's really bad for our content, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? Bro, you gotta understand and know. The reason why we have these opinions we have isn't because we're completely burnt on the content we're playing. Because we play it all the time. There's no content which to speak of. Isn't that right, super famous person who gets money from creating drama about themselves so that people come to this platform? That's right, other person who gets content from talking shit about other people who are coming to the platform. It's not our fault that we're making content. People are just attacking us for no reason. They're attacking us for no reason, and it's so unfair. It's so unfair. Meanwhile, the cope continues. The arguments continue. They certainly don't apologize for making up these arguments. They just make them. They just say them without meaning them to be true. And some people just accept it like, yeah, bro, that's just a normal thing to have happen, bro. No, the fuck it's not. That's not normal. That's not a normal thing to say. That's not a normal way to behave. Most people are not playing video games 12 hours a day, all day, every day. It is the case that I am lucky enough to have the ability to go live when I choose to go live. Because if I wanted to veg out on a video game for 6 to 16 hours, I would do so, as I already do, and continue to do. But you cannot play this kind of content that's supposed to appeal to the lowest common denominator of the laziest of the lazy, and then say there's nothing to do after you've completely sucked all the juices out the goddamn shit, bro. No fucking way. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. You have to be smoking crack. You have to be smoking crack. And individuals like myself will not let you smoke crack while also making up shit that is not true.
Of course you're going to get bored and tired of the same game that you're playing. Honestly, this genuinely sounds like a nightmare. But this doesn't make Marathon good, nor does it make Marathon the alternative. You could literally go and play anything else and have a more refreshing experience. And the same thing that happened to these people with Ark, where they exhaust all the content in the game and get bored, is going to happen in Marathon too.
That was super fun. This game it's got me, Marathon's got me by the balls. Bungie they have me right where they want me.
Meanwhile, in the past,
Just so hard addicted to this game. I just like sleep and I think about it and dream about it. It's just like, it's nonstop.
The game is pretty fucking good.
It's fucking nonstop. Either waiting for that expedition window in a month or waiting for some meaningful content in Ark, and then I'll play it again. But probably a month, to be honest. I'll probably play Ark again in a month. And once you have everything, it's kind of loses a little bit of its fun. But are there any other games you're waiting on? I'm curious about Marathon in March.
It's just one mode. That's the problem with these games. If you get tired of playing it, there's nothing else. Some like to say no, it's not, because every 3 months there's going to be a reset. This is also cope.
That's cope. I'll say my piece before I let him talk. That is cope. The thing that makes it viable in a marketplace for something such as ARPGs is the fact that my fun isn't limited by me taking from you. Their fun is limited by taking from other people and getting clips off those people. Because it requires PvP, the exclusive issue is they can't have fun because their fun needs to ruin someone else's fun.
Hope doesn't even make sense. Just because you lose your whole inventory and have to grind for shit again every 3 months doesn't mean you're getting new content that refreshes the experience. It just means that you're dumbass replaying the same game to regain the same stuff that you already earned during the last season pass. Either way, I much prefer looking at what players say, and looking at Ark Raider's performance, even after all these months, is kinda crazy. There's dips every now and then, but it kicks back up, and they're still, regardless, pulling hundreds of thousands of players every day. The average experience in this game is just different, and frankly, it doesn't even matter what it is. If it's because of the visual style, or the sound design, or the more casual nature, or the maps, hell, I mean, it's probably a mix of everything anyway. The point is that their bland and lifeless NPCs are whooping the ass of Marathon's all-star cast. And you know what's funniest? You probably get the same experience in both games, because in both games your characters are meant to be silent. You can't have characters talking in an extraction shooter, giving players locations away. And again, any communication is by players, using voice chat. But I guess this is too much for a game journalist to comprehend. I mean, it doesn't surprise me really. I mean, these are the same people who couldn't beat the Cuphead tutorial. In truth, this is just yet another jab from game journalists going against what gamers show preference for. They're doing it to slay the Spire 2 right now as well, making cringy articles trying to discredit the quality of the game because of course. When players don't like a game, they defend it. When players like a game, they shit on it. It's the only way they can keep the fucking lights on anymore. Plus, you have the usual AI derangement syndrome where now Marathon is meant to be the better game just because they hired Jennifer English and Joey Salads to play the characters in the game. Guys, I'm calling it right now. We might actually hit the Game of the Year awards later and have one of these characters up for Best Actor nomination because of how stupid these game journalists are and how 90% of the power over who gets nominated and wins awards comes from them rather than from the voters. But that wasn't all, fellas. We also got this gem just a day or so ago. Quote, as the Marathon player count discourse reaches peak stupidity, Warframe and Overwatch developers speak out in solidarity. This is big unemployed, maidenless behavior. Oh, good lord, the exaggeration is amazing. By developers speaking up in solidarity, they're talking about two random people on social media who happen to have worked on Overwatch and Warframe. One of them is...
Sounds a lot different when you talk about it in the way in which you're talking about it. Because they make it sound like the entire studio did a "we stand against hate" type shit. And they didn't.
Becca Ford. She's currently the creative director of Warframe, and not for nothing, but this is a recent development. This is since 2022. Before that, she was the director of community and live operations. To keep this video digestible, this role has two main parts. Number 1, community management on steroids, and number 2, reading the room when it comes to what players want and planning future updates, roadmaps, seasonal events, etc. I highlighted this because even though I used to play Warframe a long time ago, around like 2016 or so, I haven't played it all that much over the last few years, and so I don't know whether or not the game's reputation is as it was. This is important because all that Rebecca said was, naming the next Warframe we release player count to pollute the searches and defend against the discourse. Just a dogshit joke about player count discourse online. I mean, it's whatever. As long as your jokes are reserved to coping about not being able to control community discourse rather than advocating for banning reviews or banning Steam charts or banning whatever else, I really don't care. It's just another Yahoo on social media. But as a response, a fan of Warframe said, or developers could do what you and yours did, make a good or at least decent game that gets enough retention to find further development. And the response from the developer to this is so dumb, dude. Like, I actually had to break it down in the next part, and I don't even know, I don't want to, because it's so stupid. Oh, why can't I just... Why can't my channel just be like fucking woodcrafting or something? Anyway, here's her response. When Warframe released, we had 435 other titles to compete with for the attention of millions of Steam users. Now, games have 20,000 other games in the same year for many millions of Steam users that have already been exposed to 80,000 plus prior releases that they might have liked. And she concludes with, we got incredibly lucky. We were broke. There were less than 500 other games released the year Warframe released. Every day people care about Warframe is a gift, and we're only as good as our last update. Jesus, finally, we got through the cringe, now let's get to the sauce. Ascribing your co-workers' hard work to just being luck is one hell of a thing. Warframe was known specifically around the time I played it for being the one live service out there that was offering a bunch of content to players and not nickeling and diming them for it. Beyond that, it was also known as a game where the developers listened to the feedback and worked tirelessly to make the game better, to make the game fun to play, to put out more content. Also, it was different than any other live service being done at the time. And even now, in current day, it's not exactly a conventional game. It's not like a shooter, for example. It still feels like its own thing, or rather, it should. I haven't touched it in years, so I can't really say. That's not luck. That's hard work and making things people want. It's also being smart with your budget. This is why this is such a pointless post. We're bringing up numbers with no reference either. Do you genuinely believe that a game like Marathon is competing with 20,000 other games? Is this like a serious argument, or was she kidding, or... Listen, most of these games aren't even seeing the light of day, bro. The majority of these titles aren't even considerable to be called indie games. We're talking about a lot of shovelware that pollutes the store over there. A game like Marathon isn't competing with that. A game like Marathon gets in the first page. A game like Marathon is known across. I know about Marathon. You think I know about, I don't know, Big Balls, Apple Adventures or some shit like that? This is what we're...
Fucking Big Balls Apple Adventure. That's stupid. Oh, that's hilarious.
We're talking about here. Warframe is the exact same thing. Another stupid thing we're doing here is we are pretending as if the Warframe developers spent the same money that Bungie and Sony just did. We're talking about completely different situations here. If anything, this post just proves my point for me. The industry has expanded. The live service market is oversaturated. No, not with 20,000 other games, but it is with hundreds of other live services from small studios and big companies who keep tripping over themselves attempting to copy Fortnite and GTA Online's success, where they don't even need to make any games anymore. They can just retire and buy an island. Not that one. And in the midst of all this, studios like Bungie and Wildlight blow hundreds of millions of dollars making yet another live service in that aforementioned oversaturated market. What do you expect is going to happen? Miracles? Those only happen in the Bible, sweetheart. You're not gonna have Jesus come down from the clouds, clap his hands, and make people desire extraction shooter number 36 in live service format number 489. Man, games have 20,000 other games in the same year for millions of Steam users that have already been exposed to 80,000 prior releases. Dear God, brother, 80,000 other releases. Dude, we would need the time stone to be able to play all this shit or even be familiar with them. It would be like...
Most of them don't get played, most of them will get talked about, most of them go the way of the dodo. In fact, raise your hand if you knew what Stride Nova was before I mentioned it before this broadcast. Raise your hand if you knew what Time Tickers was before I mentioned it before this broadcast. Raise your hand if you knew and have played Path of Exile. Raise your hands if you have heard about and have played Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, TABS. Or John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. Or Blossom, The Seed of Life. Or Arena Breakout Infinite. Or Wreckfest 2. Or Voidling Bound. Keep them hands up. Keep them hands up. That right there is the problem. Right there. In my chat room. Some of us have heard of them. I know I've heard of them. Some I'm reading off my memory. Others I was reading directly off the browse page for Twitch. How many of you have heard of things, just to go off of some of the ones that are inside of my Steam account? Go to my profile. How many of you had heard about and had played things such as, put it on screen real quick, these ones: Archvale, Minute, Atomicrops, Carrion, or rather, Carrion, Tower Wizard, Deep Space Cache, Dome Keeper, Bit Dungeon 1, 2, and 3, the Knights of Pen and Paper, as well as the Galaxy of Pen and Paper, V Rising, Tribes of Midgard, Wall World, hell, throw in a porn game in there, Honeycam, Honey Pop 2, Clover Pit, Dungeon Souls, Heretic's Fork, Roadbook. Section 13 doesn't count because most of you would have seen me do that as a video game. But Time Clickers, The Swords of Ditto, Kingsway, Soda Dungeon 2 definitely count. Curse of the Dead Gods. I haven't played that one for a bit. That was last year. Pac-Man 256. Billionaire. Unloved. Juicy Realm. The Deadly Path. Tap Tap Infinity, Chroma Squad, Halcyon 6, Ring of Pain, Corpse Keeper, Erratus Lord of the Dead, Necrosmith and Necrosmith 2, Aground, The Enchanted Cave, Blaze Blue Entropy Trigger. There's lots of games on here. Lots of games on here that I'm certain that you might have played something in the genre, but you may not have ever fucking heard of it. And if you have heard of it, you're able to come across it at a really good time. Who's that ringing on my doorbell? Who's that ringing on my doorbell? Walmart shoppers here, they arrive without announcing themselves, put the groceries on the door, and did not scream the door out. Have to go look for the board. Excuse me. A Walmart shopper has delivered food to my door. I need to go pick it up for a second. Their confirmation was for the items that are supposed to be disordered. No, get a confirmation list. And this is everything. Okay? I have to tell you, Chatty, there's a service you should never do. Do not do Walmart delivery. The food is packed into the car by the workers, and the people who then do the delivery run sometimes hit and miss. I gotta go bring it in the house so that the cats in the neighborhood don't start ripping through the fucking groceries. So I will be back in a few momentos, but I will still leave you in the moment with Radio Carl. I need to make new pre-show mixes. Because right now, my most up-to-date mix is the Hood Niggas.
When you come to a single-player Carl stream, you're not expecting this man to make fucking sense. This man is completely fucking ignorant. Insane. Crazy. One could say that somebody let an insane asylum victim out and just simply start talking on the microphone. But you stay anyways. Why? Because you are enter-fucking-tained. There's not a single moment where you don't feel something that might be finger-licking good. Just don't let him find out what your mama's first name is. He will try to fuck her. Single player Carls, home of the nappiest. This motherfucker crazy.
I guess you wonder what I've been. I searched to find love again. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. I guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I wonder where I wonder where I wonder where I wonder where I
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon.
And now, Carl's words of wisdom.
You know, sometimes y'all just don't need to be talking. Just close your mouth. Just close your mouth.
For those of you that are going through, for those of us that are waiting on His promise, understand God has not forgotten you. When times get tough, you got to look up to heaven and encourage yourself and say, just like an eagle and soar, they shall run, not be weary, walk never faint. Faint not with all the Lord and you're safe. Hold on a little while longer. Here's what you gotta do, just believe. John P. Key. John P. Key.
You're listening to 148.8 Goon. Don't ever let me find you talking shit about your parents. It'll make you appreciate that you still got a daddy. If you ain't got one, don't you worry. I'm gonna be your new stepdad.
You send chills up my spine every time I take one look at you. And I like it. Girl, you're blowing my mind with the things you say to me. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like
Fuck you, YouTube! If you're cool enough to watch a new streamer this week, you're a big enough Chad to watch Single Player Carl. Bad words, Carl's a breakdown. Memes! If you think you'll find a breadtuber at Single Player Carl's, you can kiss my aunt. It's our belief that if you're such a base mother lover, you watch this guy stream. Guaranteed! If you don't find niggatry cool, you can shove it up your subscribe list. You heard us right. Shove up your subscribe list. Bring your friends, bring your pets, bring your mom. We'll love your mom. That's right. We'll love your mom. At Single Player Carl's, you'll catch 6 ways to Sunday. Take a hike to Single Player Carl's, home of challenge laughing. That's right, challenge laughing. How does it work? If you can catch Carl being ignorant as fuck and not laugh once, you'll get nothing but shame. Don't wait, don't delay, don't fuck with us or you'll whip your weave off. Only at Single Player Carl's, the only stream that tells you to fuck on. What are you waiting for? Go to Single Player Carl's, New Orleans' snappiest, an exclusive home to the meanest sons of Cajuns in the state of Georgia. Guaranteed! My back hurts. If there's one thing I could do without, it is without people choosing to literally put food in front of your door, so it is impossible to open your own front door to collect said thing that they're delivering to you. Anyways, pardon the intermission. I'm back now. I need to regain my train of thought. I was talking about and naming video games on the object of explaining why most of these games go under the radar. Usually, they are some type of single-player game that people never hear about, but then when they see content for it, like, say, who of you recognize this particular title I'm about to pull up from my wish list? Where is it? Not this one, not this one, not this one. How many of you recognize this game and its gameplay from places like TikTok? How many of you recognize this from all of those short-form videos that use AI-generated content? None? Really? Oh, but I want to play it now. True, many such cases. But this game right here that I'm showing you on Steam is a fast-paced parkour roguelike called Haste. Of course, it's tagged with female protagonist 3D, but it's a fast-paced parkour roguelike. The entire purpose of the game is you are doing parkour, and you're running. You're trying to race to the exit in a level, while trying to stay ahead of an all-encompassing void entity that's consuming the place you're going from. And from place to place to place, you're trying to stay ahead of that storm. This game gets used so much when it comes to slop content. Especially slop content on TikTok. I'll try to see if I can find you some examples. If I type in TikTok AI story, it might be the case that I'm able to find a couple of things, because these AI stories are horrible. Because some of these, like this one here, is made with other people's stolen content when they produce it. But ones that look like this, where it's a TikTok
Then
story,
I started laughing because
and it's this AI Reddit stories, Reddit reading story time, Reddit story time, that is playing stolen content in the background over the top of it. Some of you maybe remember Temple Run and Temple Run 2. Some of you probably are more familiar with another one called Subway Surfers. But these kinds of games get used as background fodder for AI stories all the time. In fact, if I look up Reddit stories, yes, actually. So here's one using Subway Surfers. Here's one using one of those AI slop games that usually have fake ads. Another one using Subway Surfers. Another one using Subway Surfers. Another one using the AI generated ones that don't seem real. Here's one moving through a background environment using Minecraft. Another one using Minecraft. Another one using Subway Surfers. Another one using Minecraft. I'm trying to see if I can find one that's using speed. Or, excuse me, haste. But I seem to be getting unlucky. But because of how much short form content I make and that I also consume, I see it all the time. It's just the case that I'm not finding one right now. Because now there are people who are posting the game now that they know what the game is, and they're not just being left out off the grid, off the environment. But all of those games go under the radar because they're usually single player and they're treated as slop. They're treated as slop in general. If it's not because they have AI, it's because they're treated as it's not a game being made by a well-known indie company that has weight behind them. So people just simply forget who the fuck they are and what's being discussed. And it becomes an entire problem with keeping people's attention because of the fact that those games aren't getting talked about. In fact, if I go through my wish list, it is the case that you're going to recognize maybe some of these titles. Helltaker, Skid Rush, Drift City, Animo, Time Takers, Stick Fight the Game, Picayune Dreams, Liar's Bar, Psychopomp Gold, Friends vs. Friends, Slice and Dice, Metal Suits Counterattack, Toads of the Bayou. Yeah, you want those games, right? Here you go. Now let's see you complete them. Let's see you clear them. For first edition and second edition, Die in the Dungeon, 1000/Resist, Dice a Million, Misery, Sulfur, Void Stranger, House of Necrosis,
It's not on the screen, Carl. Forehead. Odenfall, Hell of the Office, Motordoom, Haste, Don't Stop Girly Pop, Citizen Sleeper 2, Shellrunners, Debtors Club, Sonokuni, Hyperviolent, Winterboro, Another Crab's Treasure, Cryptmaster, Mind Over Magic, Mullet Mad Jack, Tactical Breach Wizard, Hell Clock, Generation Exile, Zero Sievert, Everhome, Cat's Quest 1, 2, and 3, Anton Blast, Intenoria The Last Song, 9 Years of Shadow, Schedule 1, Clone Drone in the Danger Zone, Final Fantasy XIV Online, Book of Hours, Demon School, Sworn, First Dwarf, Hellcart, Aloft, Into the Dead Our Darkest Days, Sword of the Necromancer Resurrection, Star Ocean The Second Story R, Final Fantasy XVI, Asuka, Warrior's Abyss, Shape a Dream, Dead Zone Rogue, Scare Ritual, Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered, Shadow Labyrinth, Everyday We Fight, Eco, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered, Hotel Galactic, Resonance of Fate / End of Eternity 4K HD Edition, Painkiller, Mandragoria, Whispers of the Witch Tree, Witchfire, Inzoi, Ayugan Chronicle 100 Heroes, Neo 2 The Complete Edition, Sonic and Shadow Generations, Batten Kaitos 1 and 2 HD Remaster, Lunar Remastered Collection, Megaton Musashi W Wired, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, The First Berserker Kazan, Fantasy Life I The Girl Who Steals Time, Metaphor Revantasio, Dragon's Dogma 2, Borderlands 4, Mouse PI for Hire, which I'm taking off my list because their game's taking too long and stalling out, All Systems Dance, Last Moon, Battle Aces, Airframe Ultra, Stormforge, Gunboat God, Enter the Chronosphere. Some of these ones were specifically out on Next Fest this month, and you have seen me play them on camera. Happy Bastards, Sacrifier, Deadlock, Tamashika, Demon Spore. Some of you watched me do this as a part of when I first got involved with Dare Drop. Traveling at Night, from the same studio that's doing the Book of Hours and did the game that spawned both of them, Cultist Simulator. Idogard, Deep Rock Galactic Road Core, which is in the same vein as Deep Rock Galactic, but it's a new, better game that's coming soon. Or at least a newer game coming soon. Cult, Hear Tell of Hauntings, from Sean Gauss, who was involved in content because of that one lolcow who was trying to countermand me literally live on air when Exocrusher and whoever else, no, it was Alex Dragon. Alex paid for that one. Who paid for me to do the entire quadrilogy of Ratchet & Clank on air right after I suffered through the dogshit content of South of Midnight, The Holy Fool, Recoin, Blood Reaver, Vampire Crawlers, Mindwave, Action, Antivirus Survivors 2003 Professional, The Lantern of the Laughless Saint, Dungeons of Dusk, Forbidden Software, MMO 98, and Saint Slayer Spear of Sacrilege. Some of you probably have never heard of or don't recognize those games. And if you do know them, you know them because they're a game that's a part of the mainstream. Certainly, MMO 98 and Microsoft Windows Professional Antivirus 2003 should sound completely weird, but they're just basically auto battlers. They're basically auto battlers, very similar to things like Cookie Clicker. These titles go unfucking talked about because they are either very niche and they bring up a very weird audience, or they are considered to be slop that people forget about until they see a clip and they're like, I gotta know what that game is. That's at least how I come across content. There is so much shit that there is no way a person can make a dumbass argument like that argument that I keep seeing repeated from dumbasses like Irrelevant, where they'll say, there's 90% of games in the marketplace, bro, that are good. I named 10% of that game in the marketplace. That means the gaming industry is fine. It's not cooked. It's not subverted. And that's not the case. Because, of course, there's always going to be more games being released that you'll never have heard of. We're just the American market base that speaks in English. What about all the video games that are made in the Spanish market base, German market base, Polish market base, Swedish market base, Danish market base, Japanese market base? Being able to call out 50 games out of a release of a fiscal quarter of 500 in a year where over 20,000 games are being made is not a very good barometer. But yet people use that barometer as a justification for how they talk about the industry at whole, and how they make arguments on stages, live stages, like the one that I've been on and continue to host, and people just accept this shit as true. Because it sounds like it's good. And the enemy that is against them is making the opposite opinion, so they just go along with it because, hey, I'm trying to dunk on my enemy. Anyways, getting back in rotation.
That scene in Infinity War. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Except instead of beating our asses, you would just force us to play all of these Steam games. Maybe this is the solution to Marathon and other future live service slopfests. These companies need to convince Dormammu to give us the time and space to play these 80,000 video games so that when we reach 2026, our agendas are totally free and we're able to fit in some Marathon gameplay into our schedules. Spoiler alert, it's not gonna work. It was never about these 80,000 other games to compete against. It's really just that the game isn't that interesting and people would rather be playing something else. My god, when will these people understand that? Stop coping, and for the love of all things holy, nothing wrong with humbling yourselves by ascribing a little bit of luck to your successes, but never make it all about the luck. You worked hard to make Warframe possible. You could have coped and blamed gamers back at launch and get swallowed up throughout 2014, 15, and 16 with the rise of other live services, or you could have done what you did, which is to get to work and make Warframe a game that is worth caring about. I should actually...
Same shit that was done from my favorite developer, grinding your games and making Path of Exile 1 and 2. Even though this is going to never be on a grifter's, barometer, because hell, the shit that they'd have to be able to know to play the first game, they're not even willing to learn with the second game. And the first game was meant to onboard them to the second game. Press 1 if you heard me say that before, exactly the way I just said it. But yeah, you make these argumentative situations and cases for yourselves, where you basically set yourself up for failure by claiming that it's never possible and it can never be done, and then somebody fucking does it, and it's like, oh my god, they opened the book, open the floodgates of heaven, let it rain. And this prognostication of something that was never hard to do, was never a problem, was never difficult, and we just acted like it was impossible. And somebody has to come across and show them how simple it is to actually fucking do it. It's such an annoying situation. It's such an annoying conversation. Because some people, they're not guilty of anything. They're not doing it on purpose. It's not something that they're doing. It's not something that they are trying to do for the fun of someone else. But it's something that keeps happening. And for what it's worth, god damn it, do I wish they would stop doing it. Boy, do I wish they would stop doing it. I wish they would stop making these arguments. I wish they would stop making these claims. I wish they would stop making shit up as justification for a bunch of bullshit that they know isn't true. They won't stop doing it, though. It is in their interest to continue doing it. Because that's just what niggas do here. That's just the argument that we've created here. I hate it like a passion. I hate it with a passion.
End the video right here, but we have one more moron to get to, which is the other developer. Dylan Snyder, senior designer at Overwatch. He also only speaks for himself, and his pronouns are he, him. Make sure to take note of that, guys. You wouldn't want to misgender the bearded man in the picture. I'm not even going to bother checking this developer's history because it doesn't really, it doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Overwatch is a total joke that got swallowed up by Marvel Rivals the moment that game came out because they ruined their game with garbage decisions. Now they've been trying to undo that damage and regain that player base again. And he didn't even say anything useful or worth discussing. It's just a dumb tweet from yet another random social media user. Just another day on Twitter. Someone said Marathon had a 50% player drop in its launch weekend, and the guy reposted it and said, "Is the 50% player drop in the room with us now? Feel free to dislike and pass up any game you want. More power to you. But this is big unemployed maidenless behavior." Listen, big dog. Elden Ring's maidenless memes were 4 years ago, okay? Your millennialism is showing, that's number one. Number two, what are you even saying? I'm free to dislike and pass up any game that I want, more power to me. But the moment I discuss it online, that's a no-go, and that means that I'm a maidenless, jobless behavior or whatever the f***. Like, that's the line we cannot cross. You're free to shut up and quietly uninstall the game, but oh, talk about it and it's a problem. Number 3, if I was a game developer of a live service game that doesn't have a goddamn beginning or an end and strictly relies on people to get hooked on and just play it endlessly so the studio doesn't die and I get laid off, I'd shut up with the unemployed remark. My brother, that's at least half of your player base. Shit, probably more. And maidenless? Oh boy, let's not even go there. We're literally talking about the game that rose to popularity because the character designs were more popular on dubious websites than even the game itself.
Damn, boy, he's thick, boy!
Pain.
Also, not for nothing.
Shame! Shame and pain. Pain and shame.
But isn't Overwatch a game that mostly appeals to younger people? Not kids necessarily, but young people. Is it really that fucking abnormal for a young person to be single and still be studying or taking a course or whatever? You are literally taking a jab at the majority of your player base right now and you're not even saying anything. Because as we covered in the first part of this video, whether it's a 50% drop or a 30% drop or a 20% drop, Sony needs a hit for this game. A dude also pointed out in the comments how it's a 50% drop from the server slam, which hit around 150,000 players on day 1 and then kept declining. The developer responds, then they were comparing a free weekend to a $40 launch price point, which, being as generous as possible, doesn't feel like a good faith comparison to make, I guess. Who cares about good faith or bad faith in this situation?
Pause. I think it matters a lot because the actual scope of a good faith interpretation of an actual view of what we're looking forward to versus what we actually received is the reason why this fucking bullshit continues to happen. People trying to make an argument between, what, bro, I was playing a game on a free-to-play weekend. That makes me a fucking loser tourist? No. But you making... blood of the throat. You making assertions about my game field, and all you know is a 3-day weekend versus 15 years of player service. That's where you get people coming up and doing the "you're not from here, you're a grifter tourist" shit in the first place. That's where the developers are getting cover for the people who are going around in these fucking angry mobs, choosing to get angry at people and tell them that they're not real gamers because you're not a real gamer because I have more hours than you. Show me your gamer tag. Show me your raid history. I want to see how good you are inside this shit about this game. Then it completely removes the ability to have the conversation in general, because that's the we're trying to appeal to demographics that otherwise wouldn't actually listen to us. Because, quote, this thing that was made for nerds is no longer about the nerds. It's about the posers that are posing as nerds and trying to do the nerdlinger fights in replacement of them. So people who are claiming stolen valor are coming to me and telling me and you and other people in general that we don't know what we're talking about, and antagonizing us for the crime of talking out and speaking out in the normal marketplace where our opinions can be heard, with free speech as a focus. And then they're trying to play fast and loose with good faith and bad faith, because this person is a bad faith troll who must not have actual stake. And if, for example, from my audience, from my community rather, I should say, from the community of the video game that I play, to be more specific, in Path of Exile, or one of the many ARPG players that basically crossed over from Diablo 4, like Darth microtransactions, or a mainstay amongst my demographic, someone like DS Lily or Scissorin, was to make comments because they wanted to play a game like this, and they were playing something like Arcaren, and Arcaren was the game that was being presented that Luca Lacaris. This one right here. The fast-paced PvP game set in a surreal dark fantasy world where items are the heroes. If they try to join and want to join in on this player test, that's supposed to be similar to games of our genre that cross over the same way that you can make the argument that video games like Eternal Return crosses over with Fortnite and with League of Legends, and you say, bro, why are you talking about games? Y'all don't play extraction shooters. You don't play extraction shooters. You don't know how the system works. And actually, they very much fucking do. Not only do they play these, they also play the RTS genre, that Boster is fearful is dead. Not only do they do that, but they play multitudes of other ones that are similar in this design. If they're willing to take the time to do this, and you're telling them they don't know what they're talking about, and they're having a normal conversation with you, and then you come in like a fucking elephant in the room, trying to stampede over them in the argument, when we're doing shit like this, playing games like this, yeah, that's where a lot of that confusion and that fucking entitlement seems to go wrong and feel like it's bad. Cause what the fuck are you talking about saying they couldn't know because you haven't played exactly my same game non-stop? Like, bro, it just doesn't work. It just fucking doesn't work, bro. It just doesn't fucking work. It just doesn't work. It just fucking doesn't work. They can't make the shit up. You can't make the shit up. So, the good faith interpretation is when we're talking about games in the actual genre. Versus, literally, your hours versus my hours, band for band comparisons between somebody playing the same games. The grifters don't play these games. Period, bro. They don't. Whatsoever. They fucking don't. So they're arguing about shit that even nerdlingers don't argue about because we've got games to play. And I think that good faith interpretation matters a lot. Because when a person decides to get into an argument about how much play hours they have to dictate if they deserve to have the right to have the conversation and deserve to have the topic, and we're talking about a person playing 15 years of Path of Exile non-stop versus somebody playing on a early adopters weekend in the sequel of the other game, and that person can't even master that game, yeah, I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna call you a fucking retard to your face. Because you know what you're being asked. They know what they're being asked. They just don't want to be honest about how they're going to talk about it. Because the thing they want to talk about is not the thing that I'm talking about. Or the thing that they'd like to pretend was being discussed is not the thing that's actually being discussed. Many times over, this happens all the time. And it is annoying every time it happens. Because it's never being discussed honestly. Never. It's never discussed honestly. It is never discussed in the way that normal consumers would discuss the content. It is only ever solipsistic. It is only ever navel-gazing. It is only ever clout farming. And if that's how people engage, the bad faith is in the room with us. It's staring you in the face. It's telling you to sacrifice your firstborn. But you know, that's a harder discussion. That requires going in depth. That requires the nerdlinger fight. That requires people to actually talk about the shit that needs to be talked about. And they don't often want to talk about it.
Just look at what's happening with your own two eyes. This is the problem with these people. I said it in one of my previous videos and I'll say it again. These people don't even care about whether a game is good or not, or whether the data or information that people are bringing up is correct. They only care about optics and about their perceived side. If this dude dropped the copium, he would realize how bad of a look it is for a free server slam, which wasn't just a weekend by the way, it was several days, to have the game lose players day after day, rather than gaining them by word of mouth. You go check out Arc Raiders data and you see what that looks like. You see the players increasing because the game released, people played it, they were impressed by it, word of mouth got around that this game is a fun time, content creators showed the game off and recommend it, more people buy it, more people stick with it, and on we go, with those player numbers rising. And the weekend is always a boost. Even for games like Avowed and Dragon Age Veilguard, with their own sets of problems and their own sets of people dunking on them, the players went up on the first weekend. Because duh, it's the weekend. With Marathon, none of this happened. Server Slam had a bunch of people try the game out and dip. And then, a few days later, after the full release, the opening weekend was dry. The numbers didn't even stay the same, they went down. And at the end of the day, no matter which angle you try to look at this from, no matter which way you try to twist it, it's just not something that normally happens. And again, remember, this is on PC, and as was reported very recently, PC is Marathon's biggest platform. So things are even rougher on PlayStation. This is why people take note of it. This is why people mention it. I don't understand what this guy is coping about, but it's pathetic. It's like if there's a car crash right in front of you and you go, wow, holy crap, that sucks. And this moron shows up like, wow, really? Listen, no, this isn't the problem. Listen, you're free to not like car crashes, but this is just big, unemployed, and maidenless behavior. Remember, guys? You guys remember? Remember the maidenless memes, guys? You remember? Remember? I was there too, guys. I also played Elder King. And with that, fellas, we are out of here, man. This was meant to be a bit shorter and more digestible, going over just a little bit of cope, but look at that. It ended up being around 40 minutes long. Either way, it was my pleasure. I hope it was yours too. Thanks for hanging out and watching the video. As always, I'll keep an eye out for more stupid shit online. I think we're gonna see more of it, fellas. I don't think this is the last edition. The cope has been thick, you know, it's been rich, you know, it's got layers. Subscribe to stay tuned for that and much more commentary, discussion, and videos like this on games industry stuff. I'm out of here. I'll see you on the next one. Take care of yourselves.
That's the video. Give a link from the boy. Go spread it around and watch it in your own time. And yeah, that's the long and short of it, really. Honestly, quite truly. To summarize, because my train of thought got fucked with people answering the door, you cannot present us video games in this marketplace and present us drama happening in the marketplace where those games are being made and taken to, and then come to me about perceived failures and problems that I'm not directly causing and creating, and then blame me and mine for allegedly something that we didn't actually create a problem for. You can't do that. You're not allowed. That is irrelevant levels of cope. There's no way that that's acceptable. There's no way that you should accept that as something that you should take seriously. I certainly won't, and other people shouldn't either. Because it's disingenuous. It's disingenuous from the outset and the onset, and most of us can pretty much agree that is the case. Because nobody would ever tolerate that kind of fucking behavior whatsoever. But for some reason, that is what we're expected to do here. We are expected, I'm expected, you are expected, to just take it. Take it. Take it. Take that dick. And just accept that this is the argument that's being presented towards you. That the only reason that people care about numbers is because grifters, and not the fact that consumers are actually talking and are telling people, hey, here's the reality of what's actually happening. And people like myself are telling you, nigga, don't believe this bullshit. Because I am literally telling you, nigga, don't believe this bullshit. And if you can't take it from me, take it from Decembro. Can't take it from him? Do your own research. Don't take our word for it. Go find out yourself, and you'll realize that it's much more closer to the reality that we're telling you, rather than the argument that the industry would let you believe. Because I would not intentionally lead any or all of you astray. I would not lie to you. I am going to tell you exactly what I believe is the truth, because I believe it, I know it, I researched it, and I'm willing to defend it live on camera to the death of my channel. These people are not. It's just cope at the end of the day. As long as they get their clicks, they do not care what's being said or being done. And I will not allow them to bastardize such a connection in conversation for what they will do in the alternatives. Because the alternative is to let them lie.
Hello, Carl.
Quack.
How's it going?
I'm fine. I was just about to finish up the broadcast, but I'm in the middle of trying to avoid these enemies. And did I forgot? Oh,
Understandable.
yes, that's right. I'm broadcasting right now. But yeah, generally, to just summarize this broadcast today, putting my foot in the ass of people complaining about the never-ending fucking cope that is the marathon shit, and relating how this shit actually matters in the actual scope of conversations on video game topics, especially up-and-coming games that people should play, and whether or not something is worth your time, and how much actual content inside of abandonware, ransomware, vaporware, and just the glut that exists on the Steam data page requires people to actually understand the difference between what is a real argument and what is somebody who is just doing this shit for fucking fun. Making arguments for fun. No one has yet to take any of my bounties, by the way. So they're going to double again. And then I'll let that go on for another week for each of them. So 2 weeks from now, the pot will go to $4,000, or excuse me, not $4,000, $400 to explain why it's okay to basically make up some bullshit to continue an anti-grifter campaign against alleged grifters, despite the fact that grifting is when a person is lying to you, not when a grifter plays a video game badly because you think they need to be cracked like Shroud in order for them to have an opinion on something like Marathon. And like one more week for the Birdman defenders to come forward, but it'll still remain at that number, for them to come forward and explain why a person's allowed to be an unrepentant jackass on the internet and nobody speaks up on it. I don't expect people to take these bounties. I don't expect it to happen because I don't think they want to do it. For all the fame that they could be able to farm, they don't want to actually do it. They don't actually want to. They don't want to have the actual conversations. Because if they had the conversations, they'd have to realize they can't label every single motherfucking person that disagrees with them as a grifter. Because it's what they're doing. And it's stupid and it's fucking dumb. And it needs to be treated like the cancer that it is. But that requires arguments. Certainly there are not arguments being made. It's just noise. And I don't respond to noise. I find it very hard to respond to noise.
Constant.
Yeah, I don't listen to little bitch niggas in my ear complaining to me that a video game is bad. Because if the video game's bad, stop playing it. But in many such cases, it is never the case that the game is bad. It's that they don't like people bringing attention to the content that they believe doesn't deserve their time of day. And then they get jealous that people do give it the time of day for one reason or another. I'm super over that shit too. Just as gay, if not gayer. Because hell, the SMP that I'm currently playing on camera, Don't Starve Together, it's a game that most people are not going to find the patience to sit down and play. Because assuming that you're playing this with friends, those friends are going to be expected to figure some shit out. Mod-wise. It will not be a fun experience for those people. They will hate it. They will hate it because it's going to require them to figure out how it fucking works and functions. Some people might get annoyed with it. I know some of ours got annoyed with it when I tried to set up. But once you get it going, once you understand what you're doing and you're playing it competently, it's a fun video game. Just like everything else can be a fun video game. But that's a very wide margin to have to hit on numbers, you see. For some of us, we don't usually engage in things like survival multiplayer. Because most survival multiplayer games pale in comparison to most of what can be considered the Steam slop that most of us consume. Like, the amount of time it takes to set up a server so that one may be able to play in the environment with their friends is less than the time it would take to get a session of Helldivers 2 to go. But the people that would be engaging with that circumstance of Helldivers 2 may not necessarily engage the same way if the game were to be changed to DST. It takes a little bit more time, it takes a little bit more effort, which means
It's something that people are going to be performative about saying, man, ain't nobody trying to play that fucking baby game, because they don't have the patience. And that's effectively what the marketplace is doing right now when it comes to Marathon. People are making the argument like it's that case, but it's really not. Certainly there are people who are interested in it, and they're playing it. They're not bitching and whining and moaning. But for some reason, those that are shills for the industry, they are. And so are the people who are the alleged anti-woke. They're complaining too. They're complaining that other people are complaining about them complaining. So some niggas are complaining about complaints. Some people are complaining just for fun. All of these people are annoying.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
If you like video games, it should not be the instance that something's going to make you think that what you need is less information, not more information. Removing the opinion of people is like when you open up a new mom and pop spot in town that has the best food, but you don't want nobody to know about it. So you create this methodology of silencing people from talking about that new business. I actually drew on the board. I drew pictures. One was called Chud Hut, and the other one was called Burger Niggas. The way that they talk about the information, Marcus, they act like because a game has 700,000 players, but the game in question is a single-player game, that it justifies them going around and saying, my game is better than your game, my game is better than your game, but they can't find the time to actually support their particular single-player video game. Like, say, Ex Voto 1346. It is, in fact, a game that is being funded by the government. It uses government money. The same way that Dustborn did. People are angry that people are talking about it. And other topics on the same subject matter as well. Like, there are people who are angry that people are mentioning that game doesn't have any fall animations. Which I think is that's the most useless thing. You don't need to have a person put in time for fall animations. That's really just an argument about graphical fidelity. That doesn't matter. You fell into a death zone, your character fell down. The amount of time that the game makes you wait before you have the ability to use your character again is a question of tedium. It's not a question of quality. The game is not better because there was fewer screens, there were more screens between when you lost control of your character and when you were allowed to go back to where you just were with your character. Somebody might care about that, but the person who cares a lot about that is not playing that video game then. They're playing something else that has what they want in it. Then, on the other side of the issue, you've got people molding in general, that people have opinions and they have preferences, and so people are preferring the game that doesn't waste their time and their mindset, rather than woke slop game number 1547. And then, when they're given the argument about the reason why a person cares about that title compared to the other title, they get upset, and they start blaming shit on customers and consumers, as though they didn't learn any hard lessons, and they make the same argument from the other side of the aisle. So one side says anti-woke gamers need to learn how to shut the fuck up and enjoy content. And then when they say the wrong thing about the newest slop in the country, and they're like, yeah, that's why we don't like this particular thing, they say, no. You can't complain about it openly. Because somehow, this game, that game. What they would have already been doing for that game, and did for that game, now it's different because it's their game. Back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. I think these niggas just don't need to be allowed to play video games. I think that's what just needs to happen. There are some people who are banned from video games permanently. Because every time they play video games, they just make it hard for the rest of us. All the time. They just make it hard for the rest of us, Marcus. Yeah, and I'm tired of them! I'm so tired of them! I'm tired of hearing about them. I'm tired of seeing them. I'm tired of hearing them breathe. It's time for gamer obsolescence.
Anita Sarkeesian wounded the industry. I'm going to kill it. For reference, this is a joke. But no, I just, it has to stop. Someone has to be willing to say enough is enough. I will be the one that says enough is enough. Because it is enough. No more. No more grifting. No more. I'm going to be like Wanda. No more grifting. That'll solve the industry. That's all we needed. The fat black man said stop doing it. Regardless.
Yeah, I'm still listening. Sorry, I'm agreeing. I'm focused on something else. I do apologize.
That's fine.
I'm currently in marathon right now as we speak.
DST was fun. I got annoyed when I tried to get every mod to work. See, that's more my fault. But the point still remains. Reflex. Certainly I don't have these problems in V Rising, but V Rising is a different video game. And I don't know about multiplayer mods that people can use second party or third party wise that they install on their computers for things like Helldivers 2 and for things like Once Human. I feel like that's a little bit too far, but that's all like a questionable thing. But the point is, I need them to stop. They have to pick something. They can't keep changing their argument every 5 game launches. And what before they were arguing for becomes something that they're arguing against, and something they were arguing against becomes something that they're arguing for. All because they want to fucking go to all because of Burger Niggas. If you like Burger Niggas, go to Burger Niggas. If you like the Chud Hut, go to the Chud Hut. I don't care. Just make a choice. Stop antagonizing the workers of the Chud Hut because you think Burger Niggas is better, and vice versa.
It effectively becomes that, yeah.
I only wish they would stop doing that. Unfortunately, they are really good at doing that too. Every single time it's possible to have a conversation about how good a game is, somebody has to bring up the last game. Like it's a crime to talk about new games that are good too. The word that comes to mind is hating ass bitches.
The haterade, yeah. Okay, so this person... I need to reload. I don't know. Were you still considering possibly doing a looking into marathon at all, or was that kind of like a pipe dream?
It's not a pipe dream. It's the fact of the matter that I'm not seeing a reason for why I should now have to pay money for it. Because now that they're attacking Vara Dark for having played the video game and trying to take her time to learn it, and they're saying she's a grifter, I'm like, alright, y'all niggas don't actually want to see people play the video game well. You're just attacking people that you think are anti-grifters.
Pretty much.
Because if I play the game well, and I dog walk them, and they keep making these arguments, is it that they will be convinced and they'll say, yes, single-player Carl's one of the right ones. He does it correctly. I don't think they'll change their opinion. Because I'm going to turn around and say, alright, I have now played this game. I'm going to make you play Path of Exile 2. I want to see you get to Act 3. I want to see you complete and clear Act 4. I want you to clear the campaign of the game. And then make the same arguments you do about this. And every time they fail, I make a tally score. I do a whole content theme about it. They wouldn't do it. I can already tell you that they would not. Because people already are dodging the challenge for my money when it comes towards just talking about it. They won't even talk about the alleged video game they love so much. So I know they won't play another game. I know they won't do it. Because wouldn't that be great content? I get to play Marathon, I pull my moderator and maybe another person from the chat room,
We play the game on camera. We get plenty of content from it. I mog some clips. Probably get some funny clips of me sucking cock. Allegedly. Metaphorically speaking, not literally.
Listen. If we just don't do that here. We don't do that here. Clearly.
I play the game on camera. I yuck up all of the fucking fun. Entire stream about it. And then I turn around and I'm like, alright, each one of you grifters, I want to see you play the game to completion. I want to see you do Path of Exile 2. I wouldn't tell them Path of Exile 1 because that would be criminal. None of them would complete it. But no, I make them play Path of Exile 2, and we start recording it, and we do the same shit they're doing to them. Because that's the only way to get them to understand. That's the only way. Bullying works. Bullying will work to solve the problem. They'll be short-sighted, and they'll go right back to doing it again. But the point is, the example will have been made. And they will not be able to say, I don't understand what he's talking about. Someone has to have shame. Someone has to bring shame back. Someone has to make it the case that we no longer tolerate these kinds of arguments. And we no longer tolerate this level of antagonism. And standards are made frequent. Because if we don't have standards about what is a fair argument and what isn't a fair argument, and we get more concerned and bogged down with whether or not someone is coping and seething, and not whether or not a person is actually giving a correct analysis, then we're forever cooked. We might as well give it up right here, right now. They will never shut up. They will never stop. That is a certainty. But the question should be, will they give the game an actual proper chance? Or are they going to complain when they don't get the things the way that they want them? If it's the case that they're always going to bitch, they're always going to whine, they're always going to complain, they're always going to lie, they're always going to cheat, they're always going to steal, then we just have to give up now. Like today, right now. There's no point. Don't even have to try anymore.
At that point, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that basically goes down entirely for it. So, because everybody at some point in time is going to, like, not everybody. I shouldn't say everybody. Is that there's just no reason. It is simply don't play the game. At that point. You know what I mean?
Yes. I'm of the opinion that I don't... I'm of the opinion that I don't want them to just give up caring about things. Because really, it's going to be a question of do you care versus do you don't care. I don't want them to give up caring about things. But I want them to have a point. I want them to have a point. I want them to stop making up arguments about nothing, and I want them to have a point. If they can't have a point, I'm not going to take my time to hear it, and I'm not going to take my time to listen. Because it keeps being the same arguments repeating. If they have a point, they make the point clear, make the point evident, then I'm willing to hear them out better. But as they are right now, I super don't want to fucking hear those people complain. Because they have nothing to cry about. Not a singular thing.
The guy's going to take damage from this fucking thing. That's funny.
So, before I get the fuck up out of here. Comments, questions, concerns. Ask your questions. You have 5 minutes. It's not just for you, it's also for the audience.
Yeah. Of course. I have a request? Oh, we had a request. Okay, so I'm gonna bring in Reflex.
So, I was gonna ask, do you think that we'd see in the future more or less games that are like Marathon, Concord, High Guard?
We're going to see games. Oh, shit. Fucking, I just told y'all about fucking Time Turner. That shit's already out now, but it's for playtest, so you're gonna have to request to get in. You're gonna see them.
Yeah.
You're gonna see these games come up, and what I'm gonna tell you should do is you should check to see if any of these people fucking play them. The same thing that they're saying right now, take their argument and use it against them here. Did you hear about Time Turners? Did you play Time Turners? Did you hear about Strinova? Did you play Strinova? Did you hear about New Game? Did you play New Game? Is there footage of you playing New Game on camera? Were you enjoying it? Did you take your time with it? Were you actually trying to understand it? Or were you trying to rush it because you were just trying to get your sweet clicks to move on to the next thing? 9 times out of 10, they're going to tell you it doesn't matter, and that's when you should take their arguments, and you should be like, well, remember when you said this about this game? Remember when you said this about this game? Remember when you said this about this game? Because we will always still see live service content slop. It's never gonna not be here. There will always be games that are shit.
Games of service is gonna, unfortunately, stay.
It's a feature of the industry and how they relate to the corporate rot. They will always exist. The thing that matters most is whether or not the games that get produced actually are fun. Because the reputation of them has definitely been soured. No one is going to disagree with that. But there will be people who are going to fight tooth and nail if people will then say, and that's the reason why nobody played them. When in fact people did play them. They just weren't one of those people. There will be people who will defend the game, and should defend the games, because there's something in them that's worth defending. But it is not going to be the case that you're just going to see people make these particular kinds of solipsistic, make these kinds of solipsistic arguments, and claim that nobody never cared, when people did care, but it just wasn't popular to support. It'll be the case that they will say, I cared about it, but I didn't care that much. When in truth, they're just riding the coast waves. They're just riding the bandwagon. And as long as they were able to get clicks off the bandwagon, that's as far as they were willing to go. And no such further. So they would have to go through their content and do the same thing that they're doing right now to those games to see if they actually give it the same marketplace treatment and they give it the same marketplace standard. I already know what I'm going to find. The answer is no. They do not check for these kinds of video games because they weren't told it was a good game. Accordingly. Quote. They make these kinds of arguments only in the interest of giving their own version so they can get a little bit of that clout too. So that they can go viral too. And it's really bad because the more titles that get treated that way, the worse it is overall for everybody. Because the games that get treated like that basically get unpersoned. Because the game only matters if people know about it, right? If it gets if it gets unpersoned, then an entire news cycle can happen, and we turn around and say, okay, you guys didn't talk about this game though. Where were you for it? Well, bro, isn't it just I didn't hear about it because it was bad. No, you didn't hear about it because you were too busy fucking sucking off Marathon, or you were too busy fucking being angry about Marathon, and you didn't take the time to play it. And then it's like, bro, whatever. Why are you even pressing me about this? It's like, do you not want the industry to be good? Do you not want them to fix what's happening? Do you not want them to be able to learn from their consequences? Well, I want them to actually crash and burn, actually. No, the fuck you don't, because then what will you complain about?
I guess this is my same take. Fair enough. I guess this is my same take about Titanfall 2, where I say, where the fuck were you all?
Well, yeah.
They're sucking off Battlefield.
Yeah, very much the same case. Like, hell, Call of Duty, Battlefield, any particular first-person shooter that had already a pre-established base versus something that was new and different. And then once that new and different thing became established, they jumped in and it's like, yeah, I love this game. I love this game so much, bro. Bro, this game's so peak. I remember playing this with my friends, and they're just lying their asses off. Or, if it is the case that they remember, it was that they played it once, they disappeared, they had fond memories of the time that they played it once, and it was like, yeah, that was really good. Which, I suppose I would say that's delusional, but I think that's probably the way that these guys remember things. They only remember when they had a good experience or a bad experience. They don't remember the mid-experiences. And if they, in fact, do remember the mid-experiences, they stop immediately on the part that requires them to remember for longer than 5 seconds. They have Patrick brain. If Patrick, SpongeBob, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, Pearl, and I don't fucking know, pick another character. Maybe Larry, maybe Fred, the My Leg guy. If all of those people were content creators in Bikini Bottom, and they somehow gained access to equivalent live stream content, you already know who would be the kind of gamers that they'd be. SpongeBob would be a cozy streamer. Squidward would be a music DJ. Mr. Krabs and Pearl would be a father-son. Father-daughter, actually. A father-daughter streaming team that plays whatever the fuck they want. Patrick, unironically, would be a hardcore gamer because suddenly he becomes hyper-competent when he's playing said video game as a shitpost joke. And then everybody else just basically is just cruising and watching what they're telling them to play as video games, as content. No, Viacom, this is not me giving you ideas for SpongeBob SquarePants. Do not monetize my ideas. Kenny, if they take Backer and Kenny, if they take my ideas and make you fucking do this shit, I'm so sorry. But no, if it was the case that they would become broadcasters and they were supposed to give people the opinion about what would be good, you already know what kind of episode it would be. It would be an episode that would feature Plankton, and Plankton would be trying to get those people to basically somehow listen to him and his broadcast over the broadcasts of those like SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs. We already know how the episode would go. We already know the story beats. I bet some of you can hear the voices in your head already.
Yeah. If anything, Mr. Krabs would play any of the money simulator games. That's what he would play. 100%. The ones where you set up a shop and make a bunch of money. Pearl probably would play like the fashion games. Definitely. Sandy's part of the FGC. Or will play like, or would play shit like Factorio or something.
If she wasn't an autism simulator person, or if SpongeBob wasn't an autism simulator person, where half the episode's jokes is that SpongeBob is weirdly intelligent and watching him just work is funny, I think the Sandy being a part of the SGC part would be funnier, because then it means somebody could be able to make a parody of somebody's getting fucked, as in somebody's getting clammed.
Right.
But yeah, the point that I'm trying to make here with my kooky brain ideas, Mr. Blackman, how is this relevant? Is that we all know that all of these people are only interested in what makes them money. They don't go any other place than what makes them money. They're only ever going to be where they get money. We already know that's how the broadcasters work. So when you guys decide to come out of the WordWorks and say, well, Ninja said, well, Kai Cenat said, well, Rakai said, well, industry content creator that we don't actually know about because we don't watch Nigga Slop, but one of their clips went viral said, I don't give a fuck what they said. What is actually good about the games you're engaging in? I don't care whose opinion you're telling me. I want to hear your opinion. I want to know what you think. Not what you think after you've been told by somebody. What you think on first initiative, without anyone's opinion influencing yours. I want to know, I want to see, I want to hear it. If you can't tell me, don't say shit. Just enjoy content and get excited for next content. Don't give me somebody else's opinion and say, well, I heard from a friend of a friend. I don't care who the fuck you heard from a friend of a friend was. If your friend isn't Gabe him fucking self, I don't want to hear it. And even if it was Gabe's argument, guess what? Gabe would be able to elucidate on the opinion. You know why? Because it's his opinion. It's his opinion, not your opinion, being filtered through him, or vice versa. His opinion. As in, I ask him a question, and just like I can go on, yammering, stammering, yapping, he could as well. And he'd be able to give you a rational thought. Because he would say, this game is something that I play and I support on the platform, because I thought of making sure that we had a platform that would support content like this. The same way the single player Carl is able to support Path of Exile. Path of Exile 2 is the same reason I made the platform to be able to support games like Arc Raiders and Marathon. Every gamer gets to find their niche, and they get to find their product that they're willing to get support from, and nobody gets left out, and nobody gets left behind, and nobody gets forgotten, because everybody gets to have a chance to be involved and be invested. And that kind of cycle would prove itself to be the case when time and time again, when we keep seeing those games return to the marketplace, we see people return in droves to play them. To play them, to hear about them, to try them because a particular content creator tried them. Hell, there might be some people who have never heard of DST that may be like, why is Carl playing this during this entire broadcast? The true answer is because I'm keeping my hands busy. The real answer is because I'm making my hands and my mind busy for my train of thought. But they'll pick up the game, they'll have seen me playing it, they'll say what makes this game tick, and there might be a person in this audience that was listening to this broadcast on any of the 5 platforms that I'm on, that they're going to be like, wow, I get it. The game makes sense. Because it goes back to the first thing that I was talking about, or rather that I was covering at the top of the broadcast, when Jeff Kaplan's complaining about people possibly not giving his new game, The Legend of California, a chance, because he's new to the genre of SMPs, and he's used to the creation cycle and the tryout for things like Overwatch compared to shit like this. It is...
Wait, Jeff, another new game?
Yes, it's called The Legend of California. Did you not know that?
Oh, nope.
I mean, shit, I don't know what the fuck... I don't know why he chose what he chose, but he did. But it was like what he was saying in his interview. He's complaining about people possibly not giving his game the day and the chance to be seen and to be tried out, and people be willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt is something that you have to earn from consumers and players. It's not something that you're promised. Nobody promised you that you'd be given equal treatment. If there's anything you're promised, it's that people are going to get angry if the thing turns out to be slop. And you can make an argument, to some degree there. You can make an argument that somebody was going to say that the game sucks even though the game probably doesn't suck. But it's different. So because it's different, it's a different kind of speed that they're willing to give it. There's certainly some arguments there. But that doesn't mean that he's going to turn out a bad product, because remember that guy from when he made that video game? He has to have a chance to actually cook! To actually cook! Because that's when the cooking starts. For him to avoid the finality that happened to Highguard and to every game that is being called a part of the Concordian timeline, he has to be given the ability to put the game through alpha testing, through beta testing, and to actually work out the kinks and make the game better from audience feedback so that they can find the shit parts and make them not shit. They can't do that if the moment that the games are discussed, the moment that they're being discussed and they're being talked about and being given a chance, is that everybody says it's not worth it because we already know they make slop anyways, because they service an XYZ audience. No, that's not how that works. Because that's actually doing the thing that they accuse us of. That's us actually writing a game off because we don't want to give it the time of day to try it. That's Smash JT fucking complaining and bitching and moaning, saying, oh my god, the game's so bad, and he hasn't even mastered any of the controls. We should make fun of somebody for that. That's something we should do. That is in our correct purview to do, as our right. Because why the fuck is he complaining otherwise? But we don't get to accuse him of something that we don't even know is ready yet because of the way that Overwatch turned out. Because if there's really a big loser in the terms of that situation, it's obviously Blizzard Entertainment. I said this before. I said this before. Blizzard Entertainment getting fucked over by Bobby Kotick is bad. And if I didn't say it before, I'm gonna say it here now. Blizzard getting fucked over by Bobby Kotick is bad. He destroyed that company's legacy, and he destroyed their fucking relevancy. The way that they responded, the way that they reacted, the way that they pushed content, the way that they forced people to basically intentionally lose their fucking number, all of that happened because they were not willing to be reasonable when it came to having a stake on whether or not they should talk about something happening in world news, such as the Blitzchung event. They chose their namesake over that content creator. So they decided to try to silence the noise about it. We saw that as them trying to remove information, so we said, no, we don't trust you. We'll never play another one of your games again. Because if you're willing to silence him over something that is actually politically important, such as, do you believe that China deserves to rape and pillage their people? Or do you believe these people that belong to this state, this nation state, should have the ability to be independent? That is very much an important question that needs to be answered. If he can't answer that question, if Bobby's not willing to answer it, and he'd rather jump out of the plane with a golden parachute, then okay, so be it. He's a shill.
Yeah.
Applying that...
Blitzchung thing was the worst thing that ever could happen to Blizzard. And then, on top of that, the other controversy they had with Bobby Kotick refusing to give a key to a locked mini fridge full of breast milk.
And then, of course, pirate software exists, but let's not talk about pirate.
A lot of the time that you're talking about, like live service titles and stuff, I'm like thinking the Roach King himself was like gonna pop in and call you a slur or something.
Yeah. Like, more than likely, if I actually sat down and talked to Asmongold and presented my arguments in a way where they weren't broken, and I didn't have to leave because of my stream of consciousness being interrupted by life, is the case that he would agree with me, because that is literally the argument in case. I keep retreading the same bullshit arguments that happen in my debate because people keep making them. And it proves how little thought actually goes into people thinking about this shit at all. Where they show that they understand what is at stake. Because it's just so easy to bullshit. It's just easier to bullshit. It's so easy to bullshit, and it's so easy to just say what people want to hear, rather than say what's real.
Case in point, Smash JT. The
fucking man gives me conniptions.
I mean, again, if you like Marathon, I'm not gonna like doubt it. For me, I don't see the appeal of it, so I'm not gonna play it. It's the same reason why I don't see the appeal of Helldivers. I'm not gonna play it.
Yeah, and that's reasonable. That's reasonable to have, and that's okay. And like for me, I actually like extraction shooters. I used to have major gear fear at the point, and this is why I play it. Because Marathon does scratch something in my brain. Admittedly, should it be a lot better than what it currently is? Oh, by far. Current Bungie knows that they should be better. They know it far and wide now, or at least they should have known way before they decided to dip their feet into this type of genre. The fact that Destiny had to die for this game to become alive, and that they're probably just going to leave Destiny dead in the water because they realized that after their whole story concluded, they were never going to pull off the same thing again, and decided, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make an extraction shooter, have the vaguest of storytelling because we think that's a cool way to do things, even though they have seen it back in Destiny 1, where that vague storytelling didn't really help them out. And
Well, the vague storytelling is because of development. Like background development. The guy that was actually writing the story literally left midway through the game's story because Activision denied the story itself. So that's why like the story was very vague. The more so what I would criticize Marathon for is just how the industry is, not the genre of extraction shooters, because I've played a couple. They're okay, not my genre, but whatever. It's what I'm more so wanting to bitch and complain about is the deconstruction of what they remember, digging it outside of the grave, or digging the grave, and then deconstructing, and then selling you that deconstruction, not knowing what the hell they actually like made. That's like what I'm more so annoyed with. Because Marathon had established lore, had established this, and this is where I wanted to correct Dez on this. Not a single original developer in leadership had worked on this game, like from Bungie, like when Marathon was making, when Halo was being made. Not a single one of those developers in positions of leadership, sub-leadership, or even just generic employee. Majority of them come from Destiny. They did not come from the original team. A lot of those people had left years ago, and the only people that are from it are things like executive heads that don't even program themselves.
Yeah, no, they don't. That's the big issue with the majority of how this kind of goes, is that the executives and managers don't really know what they're fucking talking about. Half the time the developers are trying their best to even say anything, unless they're the faux developers that I also love to see. You know the ones I'm talking about. The type that basically are that are constantly talking and talking and talking, but they don't actually do the work. And then you have the actual developers that are like, okay, I just got this dumped onto me. I don't even know where the fuck to begin. Let's try and make it anyways. And those ones are the ones that majority of us root for. But because we have the faux developers that are basically like, oh my god, this is what I'm creating, and so on and so forth, and are like shouting the loudest rather than just sit down, shut up, and doing the work. This is where the obfuscation begins. And no matter what people do or say, this is where it's gonna be. So you have these three groups that are, well, I should say two, because the execs and managers are always hand in hand, no matter where you go.
Yep.
You have these two, and they will say to the quiet developers, I want this game to be made, here's the deadline, make it happen, we have to make this sell gangbusters, we have to basically act like fucking movie theaters, or like just Hollywood in general, because we have to triple our money week one. We have to basically sell the shittiest $5 thing for 30 trillion times.
And that's where I get annoyed with, if anything.
Oh yeah, we all do. Because we know for a fact that there are games that we know can be good. Because it's not the fact that we want things to fail, it's the fact that we don't want things to fail because we know exactly how it could be a lot better. And when we give this criticism, it's taken as a joke. Because why should we be criticized? We should be praised. We should be praised for making this game in the first place. Praise us, please. Because we made this game for you. And the fact that you don't like it is beyond us. That's the mentality that is being shown.
Yeah, it goes along with there's like, I see this a lot on YouTube Shorts, and I think everyone here can agree, the games that are made for the developer, not made for the general audience, and it very much shows. Now, those games aren't necessarily bad or good, but it's one of those, like, you can tell no one asked for this, and like quite literally only a handful of people would probably want that. This like one dice RPG game where you're literally a dice and you roll around a board getting power-ups and shit to complete levels. It's not even an RPG. If anything, it's like just a puzzle game. Because have you ever played that Flash game Bloxor or something like that? Like Blocks?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
It's
I have.
basically that, where you have like certain amount of moves that you want to make to like reach a high score or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's the game essentially. But throw in a couple other things, and I'm like, I hate seeing that game on my fucking timeline all the time on YouTube Shorts because it's like, who fucking asked for this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, who wanted this? This is like, I don't know. It's really hard to say where it's like it's self-indulged games that I don't know. I'm sounding like a negative Nilly about just games in general.
No. I think you're making your point, and that's fine. Don't do that. Don't do what you just did, because I'll say that right now. You need to speak your mind. Even if it does come across as negative, even if it does do that, don't silence yourself because you think that the others are going to lambast you about it.
It's the same. I guess it goes back to like Jeff Kaplan or whatever. I looked at like what his game is, The Legend of California. It's an open world RPG FPS game set in California during Gold Rush. I mean, that's a cool idea for a concept, but it's like nowadays you put California in front of something, most gamers are gonna fucking stay away from it, regardless if it's set in a time period, not what's currently happening. It's like, okay.
Because so far, when I saw it, it was like, what is that actually supposed to be? Because I know that California was one of the many states that were, or territories that would have been at the center of the Gold Rush. So when I fear, okay, Gold Rush cowboy game, Gold Rush miner cowboy game, because it's going to have resources to extract, which means it's in the same vein as Once Human and Pal World. You are going to be in a world, you're going to be in a server, they're going to have servers that are being hosted by the developer, or maybe private servers you host yourself, and you're going to be competing for resources with people in that world. If that is the case, then it should be in early alpha and early beta for as long as possible, because right now, the version that he was in the game, because literally in the content, he did what you just did there, where he's like, I've been talking for too long, I need to shut up because I'm yapping, and I need to get to the content. But it's like, no, Kaplan, this is your baby, this is your game. I don't know what's in your game until you tell me or you show me. Certainly, you want to show me, not tell me, and that's fine. Show don't tell is completely fine and completely acceptable. It's completely fine and completely acceptable. But you have to actually tell me sometime. If you don't think the trailer that you have for the game is currently ready, then okay, fine. If you think that there's not enough content that is currently inside the alpha, that you don't want to put it in front of people who aren't a part of the alpha test, because it came from an interview that was being clipped in the first place, then okay, that's fine too. But when will you put the final concept in my hand? When is the final trailer for the game going to drop? When is the final pre-release patch going to be stable, and is it going to be put to the audience? And is it going to be fun? Is it going to be fun for you to put it in front of me and the audience? And am I going to take to it the way that I took to Once Human? Because the game, if it's great, wonderful. If the problem is the people, guess what? When I write my review, like I did for Once Human, guess what I'll say? I'll say, what actually is the game? Is it the playing of the game, or is it people trying to constantly make content where I'm just trying to play the game, and they're trying to socially engineer my peers? I'll do to them what I did to that game journal that tried to justify holding back reviews on Marathon because, wait, the full content's not out. They should have thought about that. It should have been feature complete when you released it on the 5th. If it's not, we will update as we go. But you have to tell me your thoughts. Nobody else can tell me Jeff Kaplan's thought but Jeff Kaplan.
The other game that I wanted to mention, I can't remember, I think it's like Diesel Knight or something like that. It's basically Titanfall's wall running mechanics with a World War I skin over it. And no hate to the devs, but like, that game's just gonna die on release. I'm going to be serious. No one cared for Titanfall 2 when it came out. And certainly as hell, the only people that really cared about Titanfall 1 when it came out was that they had it bundled with their Xbox. I'm sorry to say, but I would not want to put your eggs in one basket with this game, because that's how the devs are actually treating it, by the way.
Yeah.
They are genuinely. They are genuinely trying to treat the game as if this is going to be the next big Titanfall successor. But I'm sorry to say, not a lot of people care about Titanfall. Again, y'all acted like you were fucking Diesel Knights. That's the game. That's the game. Y'all are acting like the game is going to be the next successor to Titanfall 2, but y'all acted like black dads coming home from milk and going to the wrong house by accident. That is what it was. Sorry to say, I did not mean to say black on that one. But joke aside, y'all know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean.
I mean, I got the message immediately when you said that.
But no, it's like if anything, people that are core Titanfall fans, genuine core Titanfall fans, should be pissed, and I mean pissed, that people come in when the game's on sale. Not when it came out, when it first came out. Genuinely, you need to actually be there. You can't just do, I'll wait for it on sale. Oh, game's dead. Oh, hey, look, it's like $3 now. I'll cop it. Oh, this game has no players? I wonder why. Just saying. Just saying.
Because right now, the thing that is actually supposed to be the successor of that game, it's called Mecha Break. And when was the last time people were talking about Mecha Break?
Dude, I've never heard of that game until now.
Literally last year.
Literally last year. And the people right now that are focused on Apex Legends because there was a Gundam skin, clapping,
oh my god, yeah.
clapping seals. Yes, Jay Funky, that means you! Clapping seals. Clapping seals. It's clapping seals shit.
Yeah, because I'm a Gundam fan, and I saw that, and I'm like, ooh, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to support that.
Because they still haven't fixed the cheater problem. They still haven't fixed the hacker problem. Aw, man, this is going to be great. Go into a lobby. Immediately get your account banned because there was a cheater in your lobby. And their detection system still doesn't know how to tell the difference between people who are in a lobby with a cheater versus actual cheaters. Because Respawn can't do their job, and their home company is still raping them for money and for cash over heirlooms. Hasn't changed. Hasn't changed at all. And yes, when I look at this, I understand that it says that it's pre-alpha content, but it looks like what I would expect from somebody to make in Unity. To copy something that was in the tone of counteroffensive wall slides. Or just Titanfall in general. This is what I would expect this content to look like. And that's kind of sad. 6on6 mech movement shooter set in a pulp-inspired diesel punk world. Damn, that sounds so interesting, buddy. I don't think people are going to want to play it simply on a graphical fidelity arguments. And maybe if those arguments aren't a big problem. When you say, this is similar to Atomic Heart. No, it's not. You don't want it to be like Atomic Heart. Because Atomic Heart from Monkfish was fucking slab jank. So many broken things in that game. But hey, the game is actually mostly positive. Now, on release, there was not enough content. The funniest bit that I personally got from that content when I played it was the joke that we all made about me making the pistol noise going pa-choo, 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 pa-choo. Real niggas who were there remember. But just like how people remember the joke of me going zoom, zoom, zoom when I was playing Dragon Quest XI, just like any verbal meme that I've made, all of the shit is based on the fact that this game was always going to get expansion content. And now, not only does it have Annihilation Instinct, not only does it have Trapped in Limbo, it also has the proper future pushes the story forward content of Enchantment of the Sea. And ironically enough, Enchantment of the Sea was one of the many things that were actually being put as a dare drop campaign that I could not play because unfortunately Twitch numbers aren't very high. Here's what it is. Not angry. It is what it is. And why would they be? Twitch is a shit platform! But this point still remains. You do not want it to be like this game. Because who's talking about Atomic Heart right now? Nobody.
No.
Nobody's talking about Atomic Heart. Because it came and it went. This game had its moment, it had its time, we moved forward, the memories might be good. A person that is better suited to making content out of this, like say the guys over at over at fucking Oni Plays could do something with it. Who knows? Some famous Let's Player could do something with it, but you're not seeing the marketplace come around and be like, yeah, you gotta actually get on this game. You gotta be able to get on this. Because there's another game that was being made.
And dropped it.
Yeah, there's another game that should be getting made by the same developers called The Cube, MMORPG shooter. Some of you might remember it because of the character designs and the characters being called sexy because the Blesnava sister bodies that were being used to hide the soul of Katya from that game. People saw that shit and they were like, oh my god, I have to play this game. Just look at those titties. Trying to get to the part, yeah, here we go. When they started seeing character designs, like the character designs I currently have on screen, that's when people were like,
I bet I'm gonna put my attention in this one. Yes, yes, gamers do indeed prevail. Yes, titties.
I love titties, which is the next guy. I don't need them all the time.
It should be more than this. It should take more than that. Why are you such easy sluts? Why do you pull your pants down so goddamn quickly? Y'all motherfuckers.
Also, it seems like Atomic Heart 2, on my thing at least, is similar games you've played and then...
Request for J Funky to come in?
Yes. I called him out. He has the right to come in.
Alrighty, come on in, J Funky.
Yes, Funkleroy.
You bastard. I fucking hate those Apex skins. Do not. I hate them. I hate them so much. I hate them so damn much. They're so bad. Did you see the one for Octane? Did you see what they did to... why does my Gundam have Down syndrome?
However,
it's even worse. It's even worse. It's even worse. Respawn is sponsoring cosplayers on Instagram to do Gundam cosplays. I just saw the worst Wing Zero cosplay ever. The face is wrong. It looked like Adam from Real Steel. The shoulder pads were non-existent, and don't ask me where the wings went.
But to staple my point, J Funky, remember when you saw the Persona crossover for Eternal Return?
Okay, see, now that one was clapping.
Okay then. My point is made clear.
Yes. Just change the franchise and make it right. That one was pretty good, even though it's P5. I can forgive it. Someone actually thought about me. It's fine.
Someone actually thought of me.
Someone actually thought about pandering to me. Because Persona fans don't get pandered to very often, and when it is, it's always Persona 5. But at least this one was a not shit Persona 5 collab, which hasn't happened in a while.
Yeah, because the last one that you guys got was,
Overwatch.
Yeah, but speaking of Overwatch, oh god.
Oh, the Nier skins.
Bro, okay, so when it comes to the Nier skins with that one, Yoko Taro always tweets collabs he's excited about. This is one of the only times he's never tweeted about a collab. He will always repost the tweet. He did not repost the tweet this time, and everyone went, oh.
It was definitely one that wasn't like within his approval, basically. Because also the other thing is that whenever Yoko Taro likes that sort of thing, is that they just straight up port his character over. They not a, oh hey look, it's like actual cosmetic. That's the other thing, is like, because the appreciation of his character is of his character, not, oh hey look, it's just a, costume.
And it's just I don't like, do not want. And bro, the Jeff Kaplan interview that dropped the other day too, I'm just like, yeah, no, okay, that's about what I thought it was.
The oh my gosh, how do I where was I going with that thought? Listen, I hold on to a thought really so often, and then I lose it just because like there's a lot of stuff happening. But when it comes to majority of just like gaming right now, it just feels like they need to get their shit together, but they're not going to get their shit together.
Well, here's the thing. It's not gaming as a whole. It's just AAA gaming. AAA gaming has been in the shitter for the past decade, and we've known this. And there's AAAs that'll pop up. There's good AAAs that'll pop up. There's lots of great stuff on the indie scene. There's stuff coming out of Asia. I mean, again, we're getting the good. Atlas is always in the kitchen cooking with their AA supreme goodness that is the Persona series. Like, there's plenty of people in the kitchen cooking. Space Marine 2, like, come on, man. Monster Hunter Wilds, that while it had performance issues, it's a solid game. So
the problem.
The thing is about when you say that, I'm going to say gaming as a whole because there's indie slop, of course.
Oh, totally.
There's indie slop, of course. I do think that AAA games should definitely have like a change because we literally I'm looking at my Steam page right now. There's a publisher sale for Square Enix. I'm glad of that. But what I see as featured recommended, the top seller, NBA 2K26, and I'm just like, that's the thing that should be absolutely sent into oblivion, never to be heard from again. If I hear that shit again, whoever told me that should be smited right then and there.
I have a terrible thing to tell you, and this is something that I hate about the industry too. Gun and ball gamers fund everything else that we like to play. And I hate to say that because I want it gone too. It's getting bad.
Key case example. How many of you knew about Eternal Return before I showed it to you?
I didn't.
All right.
I knew about it.
Okay. Hey, Lemon Duck. I am genuinely curious. What do you mean by Undertale and Deltarune is indie slop?
No, we're not engaging with the Lemon Duck penis. No.
We're good that day, buddy.
No penis, no penis, no penis, no penis, no penis.
Not on my fucking podcast. No. The problem isn't that you'd have a problem with the individual industry tags. You have a problem right now, what I was addressing today, with the problem that is the people who spend a lot of time talking about the games, but never playing the games. Those
JT.
Those experts, as I said in the title, can lick both broad sides of my penis and learn the folds and the veins when it hits their soft palate, like memory foam. Because unless you can play my games, I don't want to hear a fucking thing about how someone's playing the game poorly when they are willing to put their money down and their money on it, and you don't have zero stake. Oh, I played in the server slam. I don't care. Is the server slam the live service? No, it isn't. It was a vertical slice of what we were expected to get. If they develop the game going forward and it gets better, are you going to have the same energy if the numbers go higher? No, they won't. They won't have the same argument. Now they'll change whatever their argument was before to whatever other shit they want to say instead. The argument will then become, well, now because art creators exist, Marathon made them get better, and Marathon made art creators get better. I don't see what the problem is. Well, you see, the problem is that you were already standing on your ivory tower, saying, oh, well, I already gave the game a chance. It already was bad, and it was the case that because I played the game and it was bad, that I could still have the right to continue talking shit about it. And then, the same way you've got the people that are now not even content creators, but individuals taking clips from other people and taking them out of context to just bash on a person in the middle of the goddamn field. You can get it too! You can get it too! Can you play my video games on camera? No! If I play the game on camera, and I in fact prove that not only am I good, but I'm good all the time, because all the time Carl's good, and Carl's good all the time, when I make you play my game, you're not going to turn around and say like, oh, well, actually, single player Carl, the reason why I can't be able to fulfill the $200, $400, $600, $1,000 bet is because I don't like ARPGs. Oh, you don't want to play a video game that you don't usually play in the field of? Oh, you better never become a content creator, because I'm going to pull up your channel and I'm going to completely criticize every decision that you make optimally and that you make as a person who doesn't know what's going on, not reading tutorials, and not asking questions. And no, you don't get to cheat off the content of people who already exist. You're going to have to do it all your own, little buddy, because that's what a developer is supposed to do, and that's what a journalist is supposed to do. But none of these people who are talking about the topics are real journalists.
You're just drama journalists. You're drama farmers. You don't actually care about the games. You care about the drama around the games. Because that's where
Jake and
you
Logan
make your money.
Pauls
That's
of
where
the gaming journalist space.
Jake
Your
Lucky's
John
actually.
Della Rosa's, your Smash JTs.
Okay, those last two are correct, but you're thinking of Jake Lucky.
I am a little bit, yeah.
You guys are not journalists. You guys are drama slop creators.
Mm-hmm.
People like Vara Dark are closer to being a journalist than the rest of you. Because when you guys wanted to try and defend Vara, when she was being antagonized by David Jaff, of those of you who actually did, then it was the case that you had something to do. But then you immediately turned around and you backstabbed her. Because now she's not actually a good journalist. Now she's a grifter. Because she had a bad run in the clip. And then in her 5-hour stream where she was trying to learn the game for the first time, day one, buying it with her own money, putting her money where her mouth is, suddenly she's bad. So he becomes legitimate, she becomes illegitimate. Or it's the case, as some of you have said, they are both illegitimate, but actually no, they're not. Because she didn't go in making non-stop drama about it. But yes, she did, single player Carl. She did videos about it. She covered videos about the game. Like, she made videos about the game, and then she actually went to go see if it was the case. Unlike Jeffrey Tarzia making rage bait to get you to click on it so he can antagonize you, and then continue farming for clickbait so that he can get views on his channel, because his channel's metrics are dying ever since he stopped being a member and a panelist on Saturday Night Hypnosis. Like that, right? It has to stop. I said it earlier, he got me rage baited again. Congratulations. Congratulations, Funky. He's not even in the room right now. Congratulations, Funky. He rage baited me to make me say it again. But it is the case that if you guys have to stop doing this shit, you have to stop doing it. 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 Because where are you guys right now about the cube? Where are you guys right now about what's human? Where are you guys right now about updates that are coming to new content and new video games, both multiplayer and single player, in the field within the next month? There are 561 games that are launching and releasing that have yet to be covered. Where are any of you to come back and actually admit, no, Goody Two Little Two Shoes from last year wasn't Woke Slop, and neither was Winter Barrow? Has anybody gone back to make Smash JT apologize for that gaffe? No. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it! Take my money, or shut up forever. If you're not going to be honest, go be quiet in the corner. If you are just a watcher. If you are a content creator and you're doing this, debate live on air. Talk about it. Tell me what I don't know. Tell me what I'm not seeing. Because I'm not seeing you playing the games. I need to pee. Ugh. Give your final thoughts as I go take my whiteboard back to the kitchen.
Understood. All right. Sorry, I also had to like stop gaming for a minute just because I was just like, let me focus on actually like speaking my mind. I had to stop my marathon runs.
Here, can I go real quick for my final thoughts? Sure. These are very quick. Not every self-indulged game is bad, but there are tons of self-indulged games that are genuinely slop that you're putting all your eggs in one basket and they're not gonna fan out well. And it's really annoying that we see time and time again with indie games doing this.
Because a lot of indie games tend to sometimes copy and paste, if we're being honest.
Heartbound.
Yeah, well, no. Or, you know, the 700th game that is about the cycle of grief and, you know, like the cycle of, like, you know, mourning.
Yeah. Heartbound. That's slop. That is indie slop.
That's indie slop. That right there is 100% indie slop. What the fuck? The like everything else like that I've seen so far that is like indie wise so far, and yeah, of course there's going to be shovelware. I'm not going to be surprised about that, just because, you know, that's what we live in. We have to sift through some of the bullshit, and that bullshit's easy to sift through. It's not really that hard. If I'm being very frank, like there are some indie games that I still rather enjoy. that like I think are really fucking good. That like, for example, Rush Burial, Gutter World. That's really cool in my opinion. Just because I'm
so proud of that. I just had someone send me the clip while I was out of the room.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, welcome back.
Yes. Thank you, Schnitzel. You might go follow him on Twitch. That's all the whoring I'm going to do for anyone else. Anyway.
What are your final thoughts before Carl ends the stream?
Can we shoot Smash JT into the sun inside a shipping container with nothing but Little Caesars and tap water?
Yes.
But not like good tap water, like Baltimore tap water.
Yes.
Little Caesars is too
remember
good.
when
Cup ramen only.
Damn.
Y'all remember when quartering was the biggest anti-woke grifter?
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
The glory days. The glory days of fat.
And
At least
now-
it was fun to watch.
And now Melody Mack is married, but she's back to doing the fag stuff again.
Wait, Melanie got married? What the
Yes.
Yeah.
On the one hand, to whoever that man is, congratulations, and I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Godspeed, you magnificent bastard, whoever you are.
And yeah, I remember how many Meat Boy clones used to be, or how many roguelikes were created specifically because of the Binding of Isaac. And now it's Hades that it happens to be. In the AAA scene, it's Hades. In the actual indie scene, it's literally anything of any design. And also Bellatra.
And Metroidvania. Do not forget the words Metroidvania. And everything's a Metroidvania now. Your mom is a Metroidvania.
I mean, like out of the games that have we still not heard anything about the game called Spine yet? Because I saw that game back like 2 years ago. It looked fucking interesting as all get out, and then nothing.
I don't know. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it is what it is. But aside from that, I think this is where we end it for today. Is that correct, Carl?
Carl holds up imaginary watch. No, not yet. Tick, tick, tick. Now it is. 'Cause I know! But no, the industry has to choose if it's going to continue to play victim, or if it's going to actually listen to us and give us what the fuck we asked for. We want video games that are fun, that do not obsess over graphical fidelity, and can be ran on a toaster. I do not care what the content of the game has as its fun matrix. Make it repeatable, make it easy to onboard, make it less than $60, and we will buy it.
So you mean Motor Slice?
I mean things like Eco. Remember when Etc. was supposed to get us to play that game?
There's also, you know, the Fatal Frame 2 remake that's been happening.
Mhm.
That they're just like, hey, $50 all for this. It's a remake. There's some stuff that's going to be changed a little bit, but everything else, like, it's literally just improvement. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
See, they know their lesson. They're able to understand that.
I mean, sometimes they're hit and misses. Originally, the Dragon Quest remakes were hit and miss, and they had to be browbeaten into understanding what was acceptable and what's not. And now they're playing correctly, but that's because we beat their asses to do it. The industry is like a child, Carl said as a stepfather. It's like a child, and you need to beat its ass and remind it that it's half black. I can't wait. I can't wait for somebody to DM my woman and be like, "You should hear what Carl said about your child."
And then she would say, "Yeah, I know what he said." And
I know, however, he's not wrong.
See, the fun part is my name's not Short Fat Otaku, so there's no one who's gonna clip me out of context who happens to be, you know, some kind of name like Multiplayer Jared, and he's gonna be like, "Yes, this is what this content creator believes is an appropriate show."
Multiplayer Jared.
Evil
No, I
Carlos
could think of a
multiplayer
wider
game.
name. Hold on. I can think of a wider name. How about cross-platform Cornelius?
Yes!
You get a British guy. There you go.
I don't have to worry about hate watching bitch like Ace taking my jokes out of context.
Yup.
Now because I've tempted fate, Apollo is going to curse me yet again with the gift of prognostication. Nostradamus! And now I have the hat to boot. So Funky, I bought a silk bonnet. I'm wearing it.
I saw. The stereotypes, they're all there. That's all I have to say. I haven't cooked up a punchline yet. I'm not racist enough to make that much of a punchline on the fly.
I might have to get one of my own too.
I'm going to win multiplayer match one. I am going to be the one who makes the punchline because, like I said in the program, this is so that I can begin the process of getting my hair correct, so that I can begin coloring my hair.
Hell yeah.
As the audience did put money on it, and they do deserve it, and I rolled that on the coin flip. But I have to get my hair right so that it can take the bleach, so that I can then dye it a color. And we have to vote on a color. Otherwise, the choices of colors is going to be left up to my woman and my pocket racist.
Hello.
No, my pocket racist is Kasog.
Yes.
Oh, damn it.
The Irish one.
Yeah. Well, I'll let him fight that. But I think he's at work right now.
Okay, the Celtic one, there.
Yes. The actual one that's from the Christian Roman Church, who explained to us how much he hates Cabal and hates Uzulu when he was drunk.
Good memories.
If you want to compete to be my new pocket racist, you can be my new pocket racist reflex. I won't stop you. I can always use a new pocket racist.
No. Wait. Better yet. The tiny desk racist.
Oh my god, Stitzel's already clipped it.
Yes, good.
Originally, the dragon.
This is bad.
No. Lemon duck. Ashiro is the ramen racist. All right, he's the maple ramen racist. Okay, Reflex is the tiny desk racist.
Better put your.
And the Celt is the pocket racist.
Oh, that's why.
Anyways.
I've been doing math homework.
Understandable, King.
I wonder what your professor would say if she heard my ranting. Anyways, the industry has to decide if it's going to give us what we want, or if I'm gonna have to go outside with the belt again.
Oh wait, are you talking about mine?
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like, they're gonna have to learn to give us what we want, or we're gonna go outside again with the belt, and I'm gonna make them choose the switch that I'm gonna whoop their legs with until they give me what I asked for. Because this report card that the industry keeps pulling up every single time it comes to these events and these award shows and these future content shows, because I think last week was literally Future Game Show. Didn't hear anything about it. Didn't hear anybody talk anything about it. And it just came and it went. You cannot be releasing content with absolutely no splashes so that people can actually learn about new shit. And people do need to actually engage with the shows and with the information instead of just going off of, Asmund Gold said something. He must automatically be wrong because we disagree with him. Because if you become that, you become TTPBN. You become like that nigga. Because every single time, since I have been introduced to him by Cassie, every time I have seen a clip of him, he has been doing exactly that. Because I don't believe game is meant to be for political conquest. I would rather have fun. There is no fun in political conquest unless I am riding this shit like the Joker all the way to the bottom. And I will. Because guess what? My career does not depend on me saying the mutually correct thing in order for grifters and or for woke or anti-woke people to say, he's one of ours! I don't belong to none of y'all bitches. I'll belong to my woman. And to me. But mostly my woman. You can be in the HOA. All you gotta do is take on a timeshare. And that means your opinion is gonna get criticized.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't like it, it's only $200.
And if you don't take it today, it's gonna double again next week, and it's gonna be $400. Just convince me. Just make the argument. You guys are so sure of yourselves. Take my money, please. Even Exo Crusher is begging you. He will pay your rent. Just take it. Just make the content. Just make the opinions. Make a point. Make an effort.
Yep.
If you won't do that, then you guys have to either play the video games, or those of you that say that the woke grifters or the anti-woke grifters, if you decide to be smoking on that good of the Birdman pack, make the content and watch these niggas. That's always a choice. Random person, Big Dick Swagger 467, like 4468, Big Nazi Hitler XX_XX. If you think that they aren't able to give you what you want, become the creator and stably give people what they're asking for. All I want is a Black Grand National. That's all I'm asking for. All I'm asking for is a Black Grand National. But if you niggas won't be rational, I'm gonna give you what you asked for, and none of you want to take it for some reason. I wonder why. Could it possibly be that none of you niggas can actually deal with the smoke? Who was calling me?
That is a good question. Also, the Domino's Pizza Tracker has determined that my order is complete, so I must bid you all adieu.
I was just about to fucking order Domino's. God damn it.
Look, the coupon's out right now. I hope in your area they got the $9.99 going right now. You better check.
I'm checking right now.
The online only $9.99 is the best deal in all.
Yep, I got it right now too.
Hell yeah, brother! It expires in April. Godspeed. Good luck.
Make some food.
Go be a fat fuck.
Yeah, I will right now. Fuck it. I just hope that my delivery doesn't fucking say like, oh, fucking.
Bro, I know, bro, for some reason, I am connected with the lesbians that run my Domino's.
Okay,
all right, I don't question it. The Domino's is always employed by the friendliest lesbians in town. I don't get it.
Hood niggas.
Hell yeah. Okay.
No, I mean the hyper ignorant, like, you weren't here. I'm leaving your shit on the fucking floor.
So that was my woman, and no, somebody did not immediately give her that link. It was the case that she was calling to see if I wanted to go to the store. So,
all right, hell yeah.
With all that being said, I do believe we've hit the point where we have now gotten to the end, and now I will leave.
I got Domino's to get.
Care.
All right, let's go.
Man, I got marathon to run. Everybody take care. I will be in the trenches.
Yes.
Godspeed, you poor bastard.
And if you are entertained by the content that you have seen and witnessed today, and you would like to see and would like to know more, please consider supporting Carl on his platforms. Consider becoming a member of the Neighborhood HOA, and you earn your timeshare by joining his audience, joining his Discord, and joining his content. And consider supporting on his pages, where you can find him on Twitch, Subscribestar, Ko-Fi, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and my niece, TikTok.com, because a Carl is a terrible thing to waste.
And if you're extra supportive of Carl, DM him your mother's phone number.
Hey, you should also DM his moderators too. I'm just saying.
That's like the Black Plus tier, all right? That's like you're the luxury tier.
Okay, look, listen, we have not started selling the Eiffel Tower experience as a part of Smart Negro brand apps, all right? We have not created the train tier card VIP status for friends and family, but especially older family. Okay, we haven't put that line out there yet. That's still in development. Oh my God!
The beta test will begin soon.
We are doing beta tests right now. Exactly, we are doing beta tests right now, and I am willing to make the sacrifice.
That's not a sacrifice.
No, you guys go. I'll hold them all.
Oh my God. Anyways, we're leaving now. I'm Carl. This is my chat. I'll see y'all later. Bye.